stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
What awaits on the other side of this day are the hopes and dreams of many, and we've seen them being shattered multiple times in the past, but now only the formidable 8 have a chance to make them come true. Welcome to the BGIS 2024, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel will be Fixes, and Fixes already the last day of the week 2 rolls up.
It is the doomsday, and what lies beyond it is ultimate glory. We've already had a couple of teams that have made their way. They've got the golden ticket, but for the others, it is going to be a race till the finish.
And still the overall standings are looking way too unstable. Maybe you can't say the top 2. They've already made the glorious spot, but still for the rest, 6 leftover team, you just never know what's going to be on the other side of the horizon. Anyone can get kicked out of that top 8, and anyone can make that wildcard year entry. And yesterday, RTGX IND is a prime example of that.
Yeah, they still are on the verge of a hat-trick, and even for the likes of 8-bit, that is also a comeback and a half. But when you're also talking about the underdogs, Galaxy Sports ever so close, Team Limbra, they might have already made it, but for the others, when you look at Voltex Gaming, they still stand a chance. And for the other big names like Entity, Hyderabad, Hydras, Godlike, they have to go big.
Entity and Hyderabad Hydra, yesterday they got kicked out of that top 8, and definitely you can't say for the fans it's a massive shocker. We did not really see Entity Gaming being ruled out of that top 8 that way, considering the fact that this lineup was looking pretty good, and now look at them just sitting on the latter half of the board. It's definitely something none of us saw coming, right? Before now, let's focus on the points distribution that we've been seeing so far, and trust me when I say this points distribution has been complicating a lot of things up.
Yeah, indeed. And for a lot of this team, they're still finding ways to work around of it. We know Carnival Gaming yesterday, they went all out, even for the likes of Mogo Esports. Everybody went guns heavy and they got all those points. But the ones that are still stuck in the old days and in the old ways, they are the ones struggling.
I mean, especially for CG, as you mentioned, right? Yesterday, it was such a massive day for them, performing so well consistently. Even Team Limra were doing quite good, but still went for teams like Inferno Squad, Lifecraft, LOC, and Insane to make that bounce back. While you look at Mogo Esports as well, yesterday's day, man, it was a date with destiny.
Oh, it indeed was. I mean, at this point for Mogo Esports, they were living their life. They ensured that they did not keep it till the final game. And in the day number 3, they kind of ensured their qualification pretty much. But this is where the trouble arises. Godlike, THW, Rivalry, I think they've qualified. But for 7 Shaw, Voltex Esports, Inspiration, NIY, we've got some 2 contrasting pictures. On one side, we've got teams that have qualified. On the other, we have teams that need to really duke it out.
I mean, especially for Godlike in such of that critical spot where you know there's going to be so much of that sway just breaking out, right? And then moving on forward towards Group C, you've got Hyderabad Hydras, a team that just got kicked out of that top 8 yesterday. You've also got Reckoning Esports on the way. You've also got VG, which is Kevin X Venom, doing really good in the overall standings. 8-bit, they made a massive leap.
And for Magnet Esports, again, they were trying to find that one-off game, could not. Prime Esports, they've pretty much been struggling throughout. But for RTG IND, the dreams, the hopes are still alive. And they will be finally battling it out in these maps. Of course, we're going to start off in Erangel. Group A and B, they duke it out. In fact, Group B will be playing all 4 of their games. And the final one, they will have to sit it out.
But look at this thing, right? We have no Sanhok available in today's schedule. We just have one Weekendy. So that means things are now going to be even more spiced up. Knowing the fact that no Sanhok's going to be played today, it's just going to be incredible. But yeah, we're going to kick things off with Group A and B. Once again, the classic start, where we're going to have teams like Team Godlike, Rivalry Esports, Voltex Gaming, who are desperate to make it inside of that top 8.
And there you have it, the report card for all these teams. Carnival Gaming, Mogo, I really feel even Kevin X Venom. And for Limra, I think the doubts are still there, but a couple of good games. I think in the first game, if they kind of get around 10 to 12 points, it is sealed. And for Rivalry, Galaxy, still the race goes on. The underdog mentality should not be breaking today. Reckoning were guns heavy, and so were the players of 8-bit, but RTG IND were the ones who made the headlines. 2 back-to-back chicken dinner. From the ashes, they rose.
Exactly. Hyderabad Hydra still there on the 10th spot, and you can say the comeback is easily available for Entity Gaming with 70 points. points, not that far behind as well. For Team Insane 2, anything can happen, but then the real sign of concern begins on that 15th and the 16th spot. For Magnet Esports 2, the fall has been incredible.
Yeah, for Magnet Esports, it pretty much has been. They've not been getting those good games, and bigger news coming in from Voltex and Godlike, two of those teams that we anticipated we might see through. They've been struggling, and to make matters worse, here you have Lifecraft, THW, teams that are known for their last day comebacks, especially Lifecraft. We've seen what they can do, and sitting at 54 points, who knows? Two really good games, and they also might be in the race.
I mean, for Lifecraft, there's still a chance. We've seen them perform once in the past in the wildcard stage where they had a 29 bomber to bring themselves back in that race. And once again, if the history repeats itself, anything can happen in the overall standings. But teams like NIY, Inspiration, and even Prime, we know they're not going to make it.
But they would be the mischievous ones in the lobby. They would be hunting down players. We've seen Prime Esports do that, and back-to-back against Godlike. It is not just in Erangel. They do that in Sanhok as well. So we do not have any Sanhok. That's a different story altogether. But it is all about making it inside of the Grand Finals. But for you watching us and want to be a part of this broadcast, you can get your hands on those premium tickets. So many perks if you get the elite passes. You're also going to be helping out somebody needy. You've got that chance of meeting your favorite esports stars, free snack and meals, then exclusive merch, and so much more. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and check out Paytm Insider, book your tickets, and be a part of this amazing gala.
And all the money accumulated from those elite passes will be used for a good cause, will be given to a charity, so you'll be helping someone out in need. The link is going to be in the description and also pinned in the chat. Now let's move on towards the conversation, right? We're going to kick things off on a wrangle. Group A and B once again chiming in the action, and a lot of those eyes are going to be pinned on Godlike.
For sure. I think for Godlike, if they want to qualify, they will have to go big. It's not about getting those 10-pointer average, because then the team's already on the top. They're still going to be racking up a couple of points. Even if they get 4 or 5, that's good enough for them. But for Godlike, nothing less than 15 is going to make the cut. And they know what they're waiting for. They need to do it. They need to go past their fears. I do not know what's happening inside of the team. They do not trust each other. Fine, just throw it out of the window. It's that one last stay. Could be their possible one last chance. Just go all out.
I mean, just give whatever you've got left over at this point. That's the only thing you can try and hope for and try and do at this point. Because even teams like Rivalry Esports are on the verge of that struggle, right? And even Rivalry Esports can make that comeback happen. But if they do make that comeback happen, the survival chances for Godlike once again gets even more tougher, because the teams will now start to move up a little bit more, and Godlike will keep on getting down in the overall standings. So Godlike, they've got so many more factors they need to consider.
Yeah, for Rivalry, they've almost made it to the final line, sitting at around 92. But we've seen that teams have also struggled to, kiss the qualification line. So that is definitely going to be there. The first game is already on the horizon. We're going to get into it. But folks, before that, here's a short little promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली? अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
And also, speaking of teams like Team Insane, who are still on that struggling phase, we know all it takes is one solid game, and even Team Insane, they can make the leap in the top 8. And it's not the first time we'll see this being happen too, right?
Yeah, for Team Insane, I think they're the tryhards in the lobby, of quite disciplined, but things haven't been working out for them. And for them to really accomplish and achieve their dreams, to get inside of the Grand Finals, they also have to go all guns blazing. We know one of those teams always plays around the center, and not getting the center, fine. Just go take those fights. You've got some beautiful players. You've got Shadow, you've got Afu, you've got Spy. Such a good young assaulter. So, at this point, I think Insane, they also need to go hammering down on the lobby.
I mean, in general, there's so many teams. Entity, Insane. You've also got Inferno Squad still on the verge of qualification. You've also got Voltex Gaming slowly and steadily making that cut. Hyderabad Hydras too, another formidable opponent. Somewhere down line, knowing the fact that the land's going to be happening in Hyderabad itself, and if Hyderabad Hydras do not really qualify, it's going to be that stinger the players do not really want to face.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough pill to swallow for Hyderabad Hydras, especially the way their journey has been. And this is one of those lineups that has been recently attending a lot of those lands, and it would be a shame if they do not make it inside of the grand finals this time around. As we take a look at the matchups for Mogo Esports, they have pretty much qualified, but these are not the hunters, right? They are one of those peacemakers. They like to do their own thing, but for Entity, I think they will have to go world and beyond. Limra Esports very close on qualification. Team Insane, like we said, but LOC, they could be one of the variables inside of the lobby. Very aggressive. Even same goes for Inferno Squad and Lifecraft.
Now, you spoke about Mogo Esports being the peacemakers. Really?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point in time, I feel like Mogo Esports, if they won, they can definitely move on forward and take all the fights they want, because they've pretty much made the cut. And even if they keep on getting 4 to 5 points per game, they're still going to qualify anyways. They're in the good shoes. Moving in towards CG, what do you think? Are they going to hit back?
Yeah, CG is the ones who could cause some mischief, because like I say, I know Destro and the boys, and they do not go around hurting others, right?
Okay.
They do their own thing. They would be still aiming for those chicken dinners. They're not going to be salty. But for Carnival Gaming, you never know. You never know. With Omega, he's done that in the past. Now they're flying high, right at the tippity top. They are the ones who control the strings. Who knows they go dropping down on somebody, and that is where the chaos ensues.
And knowing the fact that Goblin's been feeling himself recently,
Yeah.
even Neo has been on form. Yeah, for CG, the firepower is looking top-notch. And then you've also got a man like Akshat as well in the sideline, just providing that cover fire. And Omega's IGLing has been phenomenal so far. But still, if you go back a little bit more and try to figure out what exactly went wrong in the week 2, it's still a big mystery in my opinion, man.
Week 2 about who exactly are you talking
Week
about?
week one.
I mean, for week 1, I
Yeah.
think I did have a chat with the players, and they were of the opinion that nothing's really working out, and they were quite demoralized. And one thing does
Interesting.
not work out, and then suddenly you feel like you're trying something else. That doesn't work out either, and that is where you kind of lose motivation. They needed that hard reset. They got that in week number 2, and then you could see finally they're giving their all in those fights. Akshat has finally gotten back to his old form. Even Neo and Goblin, they're firing on all cylinders. Omega, he's doing the deeds for his team, and they realized that whatever needed to be done had to be done in week 2. The initial couple of days did not have the best of start, but day number 2 was quite phenomenal.
Now you've got final 4 chances left over. Even teams like Seven Shores, yesterday we had to talk about them, knowing the fact that even Seven Shores had a solid chance of qualifying. But unfortunately, right now, it really seems way too dicey for these guys, man.
Yeah, too bleak for Seven Show
Yeah.
at this point. I feel like they just had those one-off moments. It was all about those flashy plays. We're still looking, when will Seven Show ever be consistent? I think the last consistency I saw from them was in those first days of the wildcards. You remember Seven Show and Rivalry getting those first and second points consecutively. So that was it. And coming on into week number 1, it wasn't really a good performance. Could not replicate that. Yeah, there were those individual battles, but hey, let's not really scoff at them, because still, you know, early stages in their careers, and they're going to take a lot of those learnings from here.
And even you've got teams like Inferno Squad now, once again, stepping inside of the fray. Yesterday, we saw Inferno Squad perform, and you know what exactly happened, right? They were getting way too close to those chicken dinners, even that one single Erangel game where Inferno Squad unfortunately forced an unnecessary fight, and then they got eliminated. And then in the final few moments, it was also Mogo Esports stepping inside of that fight and sort of getting things done for themselves. But yeah, in general, even for Inferno Squad, you can't say the wind is still in their sails.
For Inferno Squad, if they go big, maybe there is that glimmering hope still somewhere on the horizon. But what I really feel went wrong with Inferno Squad was purely experience. This is where, you know, the experienced teams are really making the cut. This is where you know when to really attack, when to hold on, when you need to calm down on your horses there. So for Inferno Squad, they know they're a frag heavy team, but position points, that's where they've been struggling. That was one of those matches where they could have really closed it, and them losing out on the composure did hurt them.
But honestly speaking, though, Inferno Squad, they've been trying their best to play a little bit more passive too, right, these days. They're not really going for those early game fights. They're trying their best to stay alive to the final few moments, and we've seen it being working out as well when it comes to that placement points factor. But then the elimination points now, yesterday at least, they were lacking.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say, right? Find that perfect balance. That is where
Yeah.
you need that experience. You need to know when to really up it up a notch, when to really just kind of cut it out a little bit, relax and chill. Because for Inferno Squad, if you look at their major forte, it has
Oh,
all
yeah.
been about those fights. And that is how they've reached over here. And suddenly inside the semi-final, you start feeling the heat and you change your style of play. That's not going to work out. You might have gotten a few position points, but again, your specialty lies in getting those finishes, taking those fights, winning them all. Them forgetting their roots, that has been burning them.
I mean, especially a man like Zin, too, is always able to
Yes.
start that fire. Unfortunately, recently, Zin's been struggling a little bit. But then you still remember that Sanok fight against Voltix Gaming, where Zin, off the rip, just dismantled the entire team. And even for Voltix, it was such a crucial point in the day. We know Voltix right now on the latter half of the board, almost being on the verge of being kicked out on the last page. Voltix, if they do not play today, they're pretty much done for.
There was a time where Voltex was inside of the top 8 and they were
Oh, yeah,
quite
they were.
comfortable.
They
And
won.
really a lot of those inconsistent games could not get a lot of those points, did hurt them. Yesterday we saw in those games of Erangel, they were getting those decent points. But I feel like, again, that sense of insecurity has really seeped in. You're not witnessing them taking a lot of those fights that they used to take earlier. They've always been constantly going for those finish points, in fact, for the position points. And in terms of the finishes, that is where they're lacking. They're getting those third, fourth position points. But again, the finish department, that has been
Yeah.
a huge cause of concern for them.
I mean, once again, you might just give them that leeway, saying the fact that, yes, they are the undergods, right? Playing for the first time in such an intense lobby. It is understandable. But then you look at the opposite side of the spectrum, and you look at Team Limra. Doing so good in the overall standings. Yesterday, they got a chicken dinner as well in that game of Erangel. So in general, Team Limra, I just do not know. Who are these guys? They just came in out of nowhere, and finally they're over here in the week 2, just dominating the competition in a really good fashion.
Yeah, Limra, Galaxy, even
Yeah.
for the likes of Rivalry, they've been the ones who've impressed us a lot. And I really need to know who they are. But today's storyline also has to be about the old guards, Team
Yes.
Entity, Team Godlike, two of the biggest organizations in India and now are struggling for qualification. For Entity, it kind of takes me back to the first week also, where they were still in a fighting position to the point where they absolutely bottled it down.
You've also got HYDERABAD. HYDRA's on the same cusp, right? You've also got Team Insane, another two big organizations still on that cusp of qualification. And you never know if they're actually going to make the cut or not as well, because looking at the past stats, things haven't been way too good for them. The flow has been disrupted, and anything can happen in this first game of Erangel, as the plane's now going to hit the skies once again, as the plane flying pad starts all the way from hospital towards Sosnovka military base.
All right, the first game of the evening, and anything could happen in this one. Folks, fasten your seatbelts because we are in for one hell of a ride. And looking at this flight path trajectory, all those teams going towards those eastern areas, they're going to have a lot of that trouble. And for the teams dropping down below, it's fine. There's no RTG IND. They can have that little bit of that relaxation, a little bit of that breather. They need to prep themselves up. But this game is all about Godl, Voltex Gaming, THW. This is also one of those teams. It has its own cult following, and they have also somewhere been struggling quite a lot.
THW on their merry way towards Georgia Pole, so they're going to find that easy route over there. You've also got CG moving in towards Gatka. No issues. For CG, they've already made the cut, and they know it. And if CG wants, they can definitely try and take a lot of those fights off the rip as well. If they want, they can take down teams like THW, still with a little bit of that glimmer of hope to try and make it to the qualification mark. Then you've also got Team Limra down south. This team has also made the cut. But for teams like Godlike, this game is going to be so crucial.
And look at them already. Doing something they've not done before.
Yeah,
A
what?
different position of drop. They've been anticipating they might be drop clashed upon, or maybe it's just because that the circle has just gone too far.
Inspiration is actually moving in towards that school area. And they're also drop colliding against Entity.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because Inspiration, they've got no chance on Earth to really make it, but for Entity, they can really be a spoil spot. But maybe we're just thinking too much. Maybe they just want to head to their own merry ways.
Nope.
It's all about searching for those vehicles because look at their position. Still not inside of the heart of Pochinki, right? Just around the exteriors. And who knows? Look at
Fixes.
them.
What?
Oh my god.
This is a hot drop collision right here.
Damn.
There we go. Entity. Hit down off the rip. Gamla boys knocked out. The confirmation's instantly going to follow up. Fixes, man. You were trying to be a little bit too hopeful. But you saw Inspiration Esports just straight up take a dip in that Pochinki area. And now you've got Entity Gaming in a big world of trouble. The final 3 players remaining. And looking at what's going on the screen for now, LOC off the rip once again on that hunt as well. Sketch has got his hands on that shotgun. Just looking forward to put that first shot in the dome. Just nail that shot down. That Sketch, his teammates already doing a great job. Tosses in a couple of the mids in the back line so Fragger can patch himself up. And Sketch, he continues to battle it out against the man in the front. And now the backups arrived as well. The players are taking too much damage as Fuzzy gets knocked out. And Sketch, still with the shotgun, does that damage, shuts down Trigger, and that's it for Lifecraft.
Oh, it's battle happening left, right, and center for LOC. A really good start. One of their players knocked out, but it is A-okay. But for Lifecraft, can't really say the same. Have lost out on quite a lot of them. And yeah, I was taken aback. Did not really see this. It is one of those anime betrayals. Inspiration never really had any sort of a fight against Entity. And on the last day, they decide to drop in hot on them. Oh my god. The villains.
You love to see it though. These are the competition that really spices things up. And looking at Godlike now making their merry way towards their drop location. You've also got Team Insane moving in somewhere closer towards that spot. Godlike moving in towards the Asana Poliana. This time they're not going to drop in towards school. And this is the exact thing that I mentioned yesterday as well, if you remember.
Oh my god. I mean, for Godlike, it's understandable. They'll be heading towards Yasnaya. That is going to be a smooth rotation inside the circle. But Godlike, they need to get all a decent loadout ASAP and start engaging in fights. Now, look at this Team Entity. They're starting to fight back. They've gotten back to their senses. They've realized that there's no time to even ponder about it. But the distance is just too much. Nobody can just push in head on. It's about creating that flank angle, and Somraj needs to do that. Troy did find the opener, but for Team Entity, they need more than that at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Gamla Boy getting knocked out completely. Now the pressure's going to be on the shoulders off the leftover 3 players to try and make something happen. Entity Gaming, with just a 3-man squad, you can definitely tell the players they are slowly and steadily starting to crack under it. And Entity Gaming, they know survival's on the line. They cannot afford to lose out on any more players. They need to be as safe and as flawless as possible in the executions they're looking for to execute. Inspiration slowly and steadily now starting to move outside of the city. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for the guys, but all the 4 players sticking to each other.
I love this from Inspiration. Look at this. You know, this is not their
Oh
territory.
my god.
They're just moving in numbers. 4 players like a wrecking ball. Just try to spot one out, isolate him, and knock and finish him off. Again, like a ticking time bomb. Team Inspiration Esports, and I'm pretty sure Entity has no clue
They don't.
that they have rotated around.
Voltex as well is now getting targeted.
Yeah, and that has to be a cause of concern for Voltex Gaming. They also try to do something different. Ideally, they go towards Nova Ripnoy, knowing that Inferno Squad, they will be on the hunt. Voltex decided to go after the weaker ones, and seems like NRY, when nothing really worked out, this time, they're starting to show up.
And why they do strike down that 1 player, Voltex, in a world of trouble for now. Cyrax in the far fray. The man's got his hands on the Mini 14, but I'm not sure how much he can do with. And now looking forward towards Vishu, tossing out those utils, knowing the fact that they just lost out on Aryan. This is not a good fight to take. Voltex, they know they're in a big world of trouble now. And even Robin's cooking up that nade to perfection. It's going to be tossed on towards Vishu. This nade's cooked perfectly. Not exactly. A little bit overcooked. Another nade being tossed on the opposite side, and this time it's going to blow right on the face. And IY, they do start to feel that point. Another nade being tossed in from the side of Blade, and this time it might just find the perfect connect. But no, it does not. The man closes the door at the nick of time.
Alright. For Voltex, they really need to surpass this. Really need to get beyond their fears. We have a different fight, but we'll talk about that later. At this point, Cyrex is just trying to push in through Carnival Gaming. Yes, they're on the hunt, but Cyrex, this grenade might just go whizzing past by. But there you have it. Opens things up against Sam. Gets another one. Dagger, Devil biting the dust as hold on. Inferno Squad from the backlines. They're also here to cause a lot of trouble.
Inferno Squad here to take all those elimination points away. Even they want some of these points to try and keep themselves on the board. Inferno squad looking desperate, that's for sure, but looking at the elimination feed, there's another good fight happening. For Entity Gaming, the survival means a lot, and CG, they came in towards that Pachinko area to try and take that fight against Entity, but then they found themselves up against the players of Inspiration Esports.
And they took them down. There could have been two ways. Either Carnival Gaming just making things easier for Entity, or they maybe just want all of them. And knowing Carnival Gaming, they love devouring all their opponents. And maybe Team Entity could be next on their hit list. But for now, you've got Himu in a whole world of trouble. It's just a matter of moments before he gets taken down. Slowly as his HP gets chipped by. And this Molotov might just do the job. Himu has to come out of his hiding. And there you go, tries to change his location. But for how long can he survive? That's the big question, because Voltex, they're already down to their final men. And Cyrex, oh my god, curtains start falling on them.
Voltex, first game missed out. Such a big blunder this is. Already they were on the struggling phase in the overall standings, and now for Inferno squad, what a great start this is. 2 points already accumulated, looking really good. Looking forward to claim that leftover point as well, which is there around the city, but you also do see Entity Gaming taking an exit from that Pachinko area. Now, once again, going back towards that fight. CG, they're chasing down Entity.
Yeah, they show no remorse. They show no mercy at this point. Carnival Gaming, they're out for blood. And Entity, how far can they run? Pokar is already isolated from his teammates, and he needs to start delivering.
Oh my god, here we go.
Akshat really inching in close. Pokar, the heartbeat could be
Oh my
heard
god.
throughout the oceans and beyond. And there you have it, Carnival Gaming. They've already come inside. Pokar, he needs to run, he needs to hide. How does he do that? There you have it. He still fights back, but no. Pokar gets just one, and suddenly his teammate gets traded out. Troy already down and out. Pokar has lost his life. And now Somraj, the last player, he's the last warrior for Entity, as their dreams are shattering right in front of their eyes.
First chance gone. And now it's all down to Somraj. 4 players in the front, and I don't think so he can make a lot happen with this. The man's got a Bison in the hand, and the nade's being tossed to perfection. Somraj takes some damage, but at the same time, he's getting pushed on by the foe in the front. He does find another knockout in the front lines, and Somraj softened up a little bit more. There's Neo on the trail, and Somraj, he moves away from that spot, but he's way too low, in critical condition, and he will be dealt with by Neo. Carnival Gaming off the rip on a rampage.
Already are 7 finishes off the rep for Carnival Gaming, and they're still on the hunt. These are those greedy, hungry wolves, have been starving, have been parching. And today, when the opportunity is right, they're going to hunt down every single soul that they can find at this point. Godlike could be next on their radar. But for now, Godlike, they've been opting for an early rotation. And seems like they might meet somebody in the between of things.
Oh, you gotta love it. The big dog's already on a fight. Already on a prowl. The Bloodhounds now this time favoring the players of CG, as they're just looking forward to find the blood trails. They did find the blood trail off Entity, and they completely devoured them. Now it's time to switch the target. Maybe Godlike, maybe Inferno Squad, because even they have a chance. But Inferno Squad getting too close to the players of Godlike, and there's also LOC moving in towards that spot.
We were talking about Mogo Esports being the pacifists, but look at them. They're also out on a hunt. And this time, it could be after the players of Voltex, the final surviving member.
Oh my god.
Cyrex, his heartbeat is pumping, it's beating. It's crossed beyond 200.
We were complaining Destro is making the boys play way too passive, and today Destro's like, you know what? I'm gonna let you guys leave. You guys are unleashed for now. Do whatever the hell you guys want inside of the lobby, and they know where Cyrex is positioned too. They straight up eject out towards this compound. And Utility's being tossed. Justin does not spot the man out. Finally, he does so, and he straight up ejects out in his open arms, and Justin will claim that point. Mogo Esports, they put the final nail in the coffin for Voltex.
All right, everybody is in the mood today.
Oh, you gotta love
Just
it.
the first game, Necro. It was supposed to happen from the 3rd or maybe the 4th. And oh my god, I hope you've got your popcorns ready. And do we have extra butter?
Oh, we do. Of course you love it, right?
Oh yeah.
Those cheesy popcorn with extra butter. That's what Fitz is always asks for. And now CG on the hunt against THW. This is exactly what CG needed. Even THW on the virtual qualification, if they do get one solid game, and if CG, they wipe them out right now, right here, things can instantly go tumbling down. THW down to a 3-man squad as well. As you do see Carnival Gaming eyeing out the players in the front, 3 players. And for CG, Goblin's on the form, even Akshit's in form. Unfortunately, Omega getting taken down, it's completely fine.
Listen, man. Carnival Gaming had no intentions of taking down THW. They were just walking their own merry ways. It was THW. They're also hungry. They need a lot of those points, but at the same time, they're desperate. Carnival Gaming, they're not. They could just play around with their prey. At this point, losing out on Omega, that's not really going to cause any trouble for them whatsoever. But look at this. This is how it all began. Inspiration, they thought too much. They were trying to cross over through the church, and that's where Carnival Gaming, they did hear that commotion, right? The first player getting eliminated. They knew that 2 teams were fighting it out inside of that Pochinki. So they might want it to be the gate crashers, maybe the party poopers. They did that. They annihilated both of them. But for now, look at Carnival Gaming. They're still waiting it patiently out. They're still waiting for that one window of opportunity, and that's when they strike.
Now, the only smarter bunch will be the one to keep themselves outside of all the commotion that's currently happening in the zone. Godlike, they're almost closer to that centric spot. I'm not a big fan of that before Team Insane. Even they can be on the firing list if they do not move out from here. Team Insane on a move. Mogo Esports as well, still scouting out the areas towards Milta and Shelter because they do think there's still someone around that entire corner, but there's no one available. For Mogo Esports, finally a good chance to practice for the Grand Finals if they do want to shift things on the aggressive note.
Yeah, I think for Mogo Esports, definitely that could be the case. Just trying to open up their hands and Godlike. This approach is not going to take them anywhere. They have to be on the hunt. Mere chicken dinners is not going to do the trick for them. For Godlike Esports to really qualify or be even in the race. I mean, this approach only works out when you have got all of your 4 games consistent. You need those 10-12 points, and still that does not assure qualification. And that too, we are talking about Godlike in an ideal situation getting chicken dinner in all 4 of them. That's where you're getting those 40 points and maybe 6 to 7 finish points a game. The way they're approaching, I think that's their idea. Somebody needs to go and tell them they need to go big in this one. At least have a good start. Go hunting down as time is ticking.
Even Insane is around the corner. Do see those players on top of that hill. For Godlike, they need to be a little bit more careful. Surroundings are not clear just yet. They are trying to play that information game. There we go. Insane, they do knock on the doors now. Godlike, they've got a couple of more members wanting to join this compound. And this time, Insane, they look pretty jealous. As you've got Rivalry Esports making it inside of that zone. 4 players moving in together. I like this approach from Rivalry, knowing the fact that their position still isn't solidified. They are playing it quite the safer game. And now looking at the circle shifting down south towards Farm, this is going to be even more spicy.
Yeah, for Mogo Esports, it's going to be such a smooth entry inside the circle. Even for Rivalry, this is one of those teams that tends to avoid those early fights. And they're in a really good position. With so many of these teams going hunting down on each other, makes things much easier for Rivalry. They could get a couple of finishes here and there. Inferno Squad, they're also in a prime position. Carnival Gaming, they literally are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Already caused so much damage. 7 finishes already right off the bat. But for now, looking at how things are, Godlike, they are going to be quite scared at this point. Team Insane right beside them. And it's not just Team Insane anymore. It's also LOC, THW, also on the horizon. Godlike, they need to make those big calls.
I mean, LOC, they're on a hunt. They do realize they need a lot of those big points. And that's what they're looking for. They're on that search. And look at LOC on the trail of Godlike too. They're right behind them. They do spot out the players moving in towards those compounds. One man almost could have been knocked out. Oh, this could have been such a bad start for Godlike. LOC, they do want these points too. Because they're desperate. They need 130 Bomber to be back in that race.
Necro, this is really painful to watch at this point for Godlike. Look at them, so scared to fight. What's going on? What's going wrong? But LOC Esports, they show no remorse. They know it is today or never. Might not really make it inside the Grand Finals, but they want to leave an impression. An impression where they kind of break dreams and aspirations for the bigger ones. This time against the players of THW. They also might be in a whole world of trouble because from the backlands, you could also see Team Limra they might start to squeeze in.
Go down fighting, right?
Yeah.
That's what LOC's trying to do. Get taken down like a warrior. THW, even they're on the hunt, right? They're playing like the alphas, that's for sure. Contesting the high grounds, trying to play from the edges. And knowing the fact that THW, they're on the brink of complete elimination. THW, they should go for this fight. They should try and find some sort of eliminations over here. Team Limbra, they already kickstart things for themselves.
At this point, Team Limra gonna find a couple of that loot. I think this is Omega's loot crate, right? And for Team Limra, it's pretty chill. I feel like they've made the cut. They could really just go on a soiree and still, you know, find themselves in Hyderabad, munching on all the beautiful kebabs and maybe dine in for some nice Hyderabadi biryani. But for now, Mogo Esports, they found themselves a really sweet spot around the farm areas. Godlike, I think the idea is what they're really hoping on. What I feel, Necro, is the fact that they're letting all the other teams fight it out, and whatever remains, they might get those few couple of finishes here and there and aim for the chicken. I think that is the only idea. That's what I feel coming in from Godlike.
Yeah, but that's been the idea the entire time, I guess. All the days we've seen this team play, this is the exact way they like to play as well. I mean, it's way too passive. Understandable. But they're not even taking those majority of the fights. The only time we see this passive approach working out was when they had the zone control and they were playing the warehouse on the northern side near Severny. That's the only time this passive approach worked out because the surroundings were clear and they were the only one in the prime spot and they were the only one with the hard cover.
But I feel like the times were different then. All the teams were really try-harding there. Now everybody is out on the hunt. And this is where they're anticipating that the others kind of fight it out. We'll have a much breathing space inside of the lobby, and then we get the chicken dinner. Which I get it. But again, you know, to get past your fears, you have to take those fights. You have to let loose. Because all the time is thinking to just avoid those fights kind of gets you lazy there. Your hands getting cold. You start questioning yourselves. You've got Admino, who's been on a brilliant form whatsoever. And let the players go out. Let the players do their thing. Show that trust. And I don't know if this is really going to work out. If it does, it's going to be nothing short of a miracle though.
Yeah.
But now LOC breathing right underneath their noses. Any single point. They get a single knock, they're pushing in.
I mean, it definitely feels like the players are chained. And now Rivalry Esports, they push up close and personal against CG. For CG, they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
But still for Rivalry, these points, they really do mean a lot. Neo catches one more man, turns around, slaps another down. Rivalry Esports, what a big blunder this is. But Neo single-handedly manhandles two of the boys. And now it's taken down to just a two-man squad of Rivalry. Utilities being tossed in the front. The Snake's gonna sail to perfection. Even the third man gets claimed. Neo single-handedly just taking down the entirety of Rivalry. Another util being tossed. And this might just find the opener that's needed. But no, instead, it's not handed out just yet.
He's free-flowing at this point. No stopping this man. He's that one dangerous one you did not see coming.
Oh my god.
Has got those nice cute looks, but inside of him sits an inner demon. Just waiting to get unleashed, and given that moment, Bijlu, he's starting to feel that fear. That seed of doubt for Rivalry. They've been ever so close. Just a couple more points needed. This is something they cannot afford, but look at this.
Insane.
Neo still unfazed.
Yeah, Insane is right there around the corner. Now for CG, there's a bit of that separation between Akshat and Neo. But once again, do they really care about this? The answer is going to be no. Akshat will try his best to provide that cover fire if Neo really needs it. But once again, Akshat knows Neo's good. It's all good in the hood for this man. At the end of the day, they have made the qualification mark. And off the rip, they've already gotten 10 elimination points. So what else do you even need? I mean, CG inside of the house is looking good. Then you've got LOC duking it out against Seven Shores as Evil gets knocked out. And then even Fragger's knocked out for now. Not exactly knocked out. The man's still up, but on the verge of being knocked out. Haru is right there near Devil, but can the revival come through?
At this point, Godlike Esports, they're just lying in wait. Yeah, the attempts on reviving the fallen comrade Seven Shore, they're at it. But LOC, they're itching for a fight. And I think Godlike could really benefit from this situation. Some of the players of LOC coming out in the open because they're showing that intent. They're showing that desperation. And go a little exposed, and that's where Godlike might get that knock. But for 7 short, I think the recovery has been there. The player brought back to life, but how does he get away from there? That's the big question.
I mean, look at the lobby, have fun, and then you've got Godlike just pinned in that one single compound. Not even trying to take the advantage of these two teams fighting. If they want, they can close on up fixes with the vehicles and try and claim this third party. Before Godlike, still things are looking way too dicey as the circle now moves away. And this is where the real sign of worry will begin for Godlike.
Exactly. I think for Godlike, they're still going to be lying in wait. Still will be hoping if they could manage to get a couple of finishes here and there. But you know, to their misfortune, none of those bodies are really falling. And there you have it. Neo just clutches it out. He's the final player of Rivalry and he's personally on a rampage at this point.
You've got Mogo Esports pushing up a close and personal against Neo. He does get claimed, but then Akshat is way too far away. There's also Team Insane on the opposite side playing the high ground. Before Team Insane, it's fine. Afu does get the knockout on Destro, but yeah, still the confirmation's not going to follow up.
Yeah, indeed. For Mogo Esports, nothing really worrying. They still have all 4 of their players alive, and Insane could be the next on their radar. But it is Insane that are trying to force this fight, of course. They're also desperate. They also want to get inside the circle, and in order to do so, they have to take somebody down from Mogo Esports. And they're still trying to thread the needle, try to find that opportunity, and maybe this grenade could do the job. But in the next 40 seconds, they have to figure a way to get inside the zone.
Team Insane, they can still barely make it inside of the zone. Nothing taken away from that, but then the cover's not going to be there. And that's when the real problems, they do start to lie. For the opponents in the front, for Mogo Esports, it's all good in the hood. They're still inside of that zone. And Team Insane just trying to make sure that Mogo Esports will be just kept captive in that one single compound. That's why they're trying to blow the vehicles up as well. While Team Insane, they're trying to be as mobile as possible. They would want to take that track control where Akshat is so that they can have that 2-2 split going on for themselves. But at the same time, Mogo Esports, they've got nothing to lose, man. They're going to play with that mindset. So they would not even care before making those psychotic moves.
I think for Insane, they could play from the western fields, but the only problem is THW. You've got some nice ridges to play around, but if THW strikes from the backlines, then that is where the alarm bells really start tolling in. But Godlike, they're starting to move in with the circle. They're hoping that they might make it safely, because now you've got so many teams. LOC right beside you, you've got Lifecraft, you've got Seven Shaw, and Pandora's box has been left open. At this point, Jelly, he's taking so much damage, decides to ram in on the players of Inferno Squad, and instantly goes falling down. Jonathan trying his level best to somehow survive inside of this fight. Jelly is already deleted, as now Admino, it all rests on this nimble shoulder, on this young man, and he's also gonna fall. And Godlike, they get evaporated, obliterated into thin air.
Such a bad decision to move like that. They do not have any information and they make random calls. Godlike, what is going on? It feels like they've forgotten to play in a pro lobby. That was such an unorthodox rotation that they try to pull off without any sort of information in the zone. And then they just ram into a compound that's out in the open where teams are surrounding that compound all across. Well, I guess moving on towards THW as well as Kyo Lamau gets knocked out. We've still got 3 more players up and alive. And now looking at THW, things looking way too dicey. Yes, the players out in the open. Mogo Esports, they do make the rhyme. This is what I'm talking about, the psychotic move. And Mogo Esports, they do not even think twice before making it. Shogun's way too low, is catching that hurt, but even Shogun is inflicting a lot of that pain. Eventually, it'll be Team Insane to come out on top.
Insane Esports, this is where they really feel like they can do it. They still have all 4 of their players alive. If Team Limra does not push, hold on, what was I even thinking? Suddenly out of nowhere, they come charging in, and Afu, the final man alive for Team Insane. He's got all of that rooting on him, but he's just mere mortal over here. Finally gets taken down as Team Limra get those 5 finishes, and I really feel like finally have breached through the doors of qualification. But for THW, things have gotten so much more easier to get the chicken dinner.
THW playing on the other side of the ridge. Ninze tossing in the utils. I mean, for Team Limra, once again, even they're just like Mogo. Even they will try to make some of these psychotic moves. You've just got the stage 6 fixes, and already you've got 3 teams alive. This is way too early. And for THW, this is a date with destiny, the exact game they needed, but they need a couple of more points to back it up. They need to wipe out Team Limra right here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point for THW, they need that chicken dinner. Chicken dinner with maybe around 7 to 8 finishes could really at least have some sparks flying. But for Inferno squads, they have really dug in deep. Team Limra, they're quite confident. They know that they're qualifying through. They could really let loose at this point. They could really go out for a run. Maybe try to take somebody down. A manhunt perhaps. But for now, Gokul, he's going to be the one inside his buggy. He's going to be the one trying to force out that fight. It's a trifecta forming along, and Team Limra have got so much util to work it around.
Inferno squad, 3 players split out. Looking okay. Team Limra, all the 4 players up and alive. And it's a smoke wall being created for now. Or maybe you can say a mattress being stretched out. Team Limra trying to close on up against the players of THW, as THW looking to back away from this spot. They want to respect the opponents. And Team Limra, as I mentioned, they're not going to think twice before making these type of psychotic moves. And the man already gets knocked out. Good spray from Sam, but then he's got 3 players collapsing right on top of him, and he cannot handle the heat at all. Team Limra, they're hitting back way too harder. Poco gets knocked out. It's complete fine. He's still got Hero Spear up and alive, and this man is doing a lot of that damage.
Hesperos has always been the hero for this team. THW, they finally get eviscerated, and now Inferno Squad, they've got the players of Team Limra tucked into that one spot, and now they have been boxed, they've been pincered, and look at Owen, he's formed that flank angle. Hesperos still fighting it out for his life, but Jatin, he gets that final nail in the coffin. And that being said, Inferno Squad, they get the chicken dinner in what could have been one of the most electrifying games of the BGIS.
Inferno Squad, THW, nice performance for Team Limra. They were already in, so we knew these points are pretty much going to be the consolation points.
Yeah.
But still, even for Team Limra, I guess these points are going to be necessary to pin that spot down. But for Team Insane, they needed to be there somewhere in the top 2.
Yeah, and in fact, really not getting the top 2 would be gutting, but
Yeah.
they somehow made it up for it in terms of those finishes, right?
Yep.
For Insane, they played it by the book. It's usually their style. They're not too flashy. They were waiting for that right moment where Mogo are kind of vulnerable, and that's where they hit. But their happiness was quite short-lived. But you know what? I am frustrated at this point. I do not understand. I need to question that play Godlike made over there.
It was-
Because I was stupefied. I was stunned on how could they even afford to do that.
Was that even a play? I just feel like that was a random move they tried to pull off because
It
nothing
was
was
like-
working out for them.
It was such a situation of despair kicking in. They were in 2-3 minds, I feel like, because ideally we were hoping that they're holding on to that one spot. They're waiting for the 2 teams to duke it out. They were not fighting. They still were hopeful that whilst they're moving, they'll get the knock. They rotated with them, and suddenly they were like, where do we want to stop? Where do we want to go? This is a compound. Let's ram it.
And there were Inferno Squad right there. Knowing the fact that the compound's out in the open, in the middle of nowhere, they should have known. All the other teams, they're playing on the edges. And of course, everyone focused fire on Godlike because they were the one in the outskirts. This was going to happen. This should have been something that they would have calculated properly, only if they would have taken a little bit more time before rotating. But at the same time, I guess they were way too busy eyeing out the teams that were taking fights on top of the hill.
I really feel like, I think with this game, with this
Yeah.
mentality, for Godlike, I really feel their journey is over.
Yep.
I don't think there's any coming back after this, because right now you could see how the lobby is starting to boil up, right? Entity Gaming, they did not have any ill intentions for anybody. Started
Oh, yeah.
getting hunned down by the players of
Unfortunate.
Inspiration. And then Carnival Gaming, they just galloped through right over both the Inspiration and Entity together. They've been having quite a run, and that's not where they stopped. Even Rivalry was single-handedly taken down by just one player. That's Neo.
Yep, Neo just single-handedly took down 3 players, and then later on the last man as well was sort of swallowed up. But you look at the entire final few moments, right? THW, they were trying to trouble up the players of Team Limra, who were just done wiping out the players of Insane. And then for THW, the survival was looking a little bit too tough, but they still do somehow manage to do a lot of that damage against Limra. But at the same time, you've got a man like Hesperos alive in the final few moments, who also made things a little bit more tougher for Inferno Squad. Before Inferno Squad, this game was desperately needed, and now they got that chicken dinner. You can't say some big waves are going to be in the overall standings.
I mean, for Inferno Squad, considering they've been sitting at around 61 points, who knows? Who knows, Necro? Because the way the bodies are starting to fall, if Inferno Squad can somehow conjure maybe another game like this, they could really be back into the race. And I would love to see that for it to happen. Because look at them. They are the undergods. They're showing no fear. They're showing no mercy.
Yeah.
whenever fight is needed to be taken, they go for that. They'd been holding on. We know they're an aggressive bunch, and this time they were lying in wait. I think they were the ones who took down Godlike first, and eventually let the others fight it out. If got the chicken dinner to capitalize on that situation. But I think where we're really heading at, we know what we're out for. Now all these teams that are in contestation, they're going to be hunted. This is where the IGLs need to start racking up their brains. Do you change your drop locations or do you fight it out?
Exactly, that's my point, right? If you are going to be changing a drop location, then once again the entire dynamic changes.
Yeah.
Do you know how to take the rotation from that spot? Do you know what exactly is going to be happening over there? Do you know how many teams are going to be collapsing on top of you? So many different things can happen. If the zone is not favoring you, then how the rotation is going to look like, because you need to have at least multiple different pathways to rotate inside of that zone. But now moving on forward towards the conversation, right? The teams that are desperate, they just need to wait it out, man, at this point. Let the other teams duke it out against each other, and if you're desperate, just rotate late inside of the zone.
You know what? I've got a other way. I think if you're desperate, just go for it. Go for it. I think sometimes I feel like that confidence, that electricity surging through your veins, that's what is needed. Go aggressive, go big, or go home. If you have that mentality, you never know. One good big game, something like, you know, what Lifecraft had done in the past, that 19 finishes, a game like that, because now we're witnessing all these teams taking those early fights. So
Yeah.
the possibilities of getting third party are kind of reduced, because before what used to happen was it was those 5th, 6th circles, we had around 13 to 14 teams still alive. So third parties were there happening left, right, and center. This time, if you have that confidence, play like Inspiration Esports. Stick together. You fall, it's okay. If you kind of rise, then you're looking for glory.
And off the bat, once again, we saw LOC take that drop collision against Lifecraft, right? It's LOC all the time. They just go for the drop collisions. For some reason, things are not working out for this squad, but they still just do not really care. Stubborn mentality, but I love them. You've also got the match MVP, 6 eliminations from Dragon OP from the side of Team Limra, with 446 healing done and 1 assist and 688 damage done. Nice conversion.
I really felt we would see Neo in this because he was also doing a lot. But Team Limra, they've always been low-key good.
In the top 5.
Yeah, he must be at the second spot, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But has been quite clinical. 600 points of damage, 6 eliminations, that's fine. But when you look at the other suspects, there you have it, Neo. And look at those damage numbers. 1,075 points of damage. That's ludicrous. But Inferno Squad, even Manthan, he was quite phenomenal in that fight against Godlike. Even Akshat wasn't far behind. He left Neo to fend for himself. Akshat was also doing his own thing. Jatin was also good. For Inferno Squad, I see 9 finish points already. I'm starting to wonder how much could they have gotten for themselves.
I mean, this is what happens when you leave the players of CG unchained, right? You also saw Mogo Esports on that hunt, but still you can't say a little bit of that chain factor was still there, where Destro was not letting the players go all let loose. But if you do move on forward towards the match summary, you've got 55 finishes, 5 grenade finishes. You've also got the longest finish of 186, and then you've got 32 rescues.
I mean, yeah, these stats are fine. Nothing really out of ordinary. We saw a lot of those frontal warfares. Not a lot of these teams were really kind of hiding out, trying to get those long knocks. Nothing at all. It was one of those games where everybody was just going heads up against each other. And then onwards, when you move at the point standings, that is where the real story lies. How many points are you really accumulating? 24 points. And Inferno Squad, they just might have gotten themselves back into the race.
I mean, this entire previous game of Wrangle was an underground fight.
Yeah.
No rules applied, nothing applied. You just straight up go out swinging, and that's what exactly happened. Off the rip, you saw LOC take a fight, then later on you saw CG take a fight. Even Inspiration Esports was right there. Unfortunately for Team Entity, for some reason, so many teams collapsed on top of them. But now Team Entity, they need to do something in the upcoming Wrangles that they will be played. They need to change up that drop location, and if they do not really do so, well, then expect the same thing to happen. Now, the point standings, of course, here, nothing really out of the ordinary. For Inferno Squad, 24 points accumulated. Now, that's going to be a massive catapult in the overall standings.
I really feel like they might have crossed 90. Just before this, I was checking at the stats of figures. They were sitting at 68, 24. Oh my god, they're in the race.
I told you.
And now the pressure really builds upon RTG, IND, 8-bit. They'll be coming to play later on, but for Godlike Esports, oh my god, 2 points and just 3 games remaining. I feel like we're not going to witness Godlike anymore.
Yeah, they're gassed out, in my opinion, too. Godlike definitely playing like they're gassed out. They've got nothing left in the tank anymore. Let's move on towards the overall standing. CG still at the top with 126. You've got Mogo Esports with 113. And looking at the 8th spot, you've got Reckoning Esports And then if you look at Inferno Squad, they've already breached in the top 8. There we go on the 6th spot. Now the real sword is going to be on the necks of Reckoning Esports and Galaxy. In the upcoming group, there's a chance Reckoning can get third-partied or even targeted.
That is there. But Reckoning, they're a fighting bunch. They know how to pick their fights. But for Insane, getting those 8-9 points, it's still quite decent. Considering now they're still inside of the race, 77 points for them. But this is where the onus, the ball lies in the courts of RTG IND, Hyderabad Hydras. They come into play next. What will they be expecting? Because RTG IND, the way they drop down at, they've got those drop collisions. And same goes for 8-bit as well.
Hopefully they have learned watching from the sidelines, knowing exactly what happened in the previous game. You need to learn from the previous groups and now try and adapt that game strategy in your group. And now looking at Hyderabad Hydras, they can expect some drop collisions because teams like KMNX1 will be in the race too.
Yeah.
And they're already done with all the qualification marker, and knowing with KMNX Venom how they like to play, you know these guys are quite naughty.
Oh, of course. I mean, for Kevin X Venom, it is going to be Hell Hath Fury tonight. They'll be all over the pace. If Carnival Gaming was doing that, you know, Kevin X Venom, they would just try to double down. Because this is one of those teams that is quite synonymous with aggression. Carnival Gaming weren't really up to such antics previously. It's all about them trying to ensure qualification. And I know Omega, he's quite a dynamic personality. He knows if he's got a good chance to just knock out the other big contenders outside of the LAN, he's going to take that. He's a fierce competitor, and I get the reason why he went after Entity, because Entity is also one of those teams that really flourishes in LAN, and imagine them not being there. That makes it easier for him to lift the trophy.
And you know, you've been speaking a lot about the grand finals, and knowing the fact that the elite passes are being sold on a rapid pace on Paytm Insider, I think so you should move on right now and try and book one for yourself, because you'll be getting a lot of those perks and fixes. Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah, free snack and meals. You've got those meet and greet with your favorite esports stars. Then you've got the exclusive BGIS 2024 merch. And you've got the best seats possible to watch the entire saga unfold. And just to make things exciting, look at the matches that are happening over here in the semis. Imagine that LAN crowd, that energy, that electricity. And you're sitting it out with the best inside of the business in the arena. But for that, you need to, you know, check out. And also, while you're getting those tickets for yourself, you're helping out somebody needy, because all the proceeds are going in to the charity.
And the link is going to be pinned in the chat and also in the description. So let's move on right now and book a ticket for yourself. Now, moving in forward towards the conversation, upcoming game is going to be, of course, quite interesting. Miramar on the horizon fixes, and you know what to expect.
We know. We certainly do. And at this point, I'm starting to wonder, do we actually? Because anything can happen. We're going to witness all those fights. Maybe it could be a slower affair also. But so much lies ahead. So many teams still back into the race. So many teams still trying everything that needs to be done. But we're going to unravel all that mystery after this short little promo.
Ahmed?
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स. है थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
Now, deathmatch is supposed to be a complete different game mode, but you know what? In the previous game, it felt like I was watching a deathmatch on the map of Erangel.
Oh, yeah.
This was way too intense, but now moving it towards Miramar, we might just witness something similar.
We had a deathmatch where you do not have any respawn rates anymore, and you've got 64 players in the lobby. That gets exciting because this Erangel was quite quick.
Oh, yeah, it was.
Imagine the final circle, just 3 teams remaining. Goes on to speak volumes about what we're going to expect in Miramar. And this is what I wanted to talk about, because now you've got the likes of Reckoning, Hyderabad Hydras, RTG IND, 8-bit, everybody coming into action, and they must be starting to feel scared.
Now, once again, knowing the fact that for Godlike, the survival is really important. For a couple of more teams like Entity as well, the survival is going to be super important. We've got the matchup in front of us, right? THW still a chance. Rivalry doing good. Voltix as well, they've got a chance.
Yeah, Group C comes chiming in. Group A, they're going to be taking a little bit of that breather. Group B continue with their matches. Godlike, that was a miserable performance and a half, quite upsetting. But THW, they're still starting to show signs of fight. Rivalry Esports got eliminated quite early on. Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning, Reckoning, Chemex, Venom, 8-bit, some big heavy hitters coming in. RTG, IND, they're on the verge of pulling off a hat-trick. But in a lobby like this, it's going to be so difficult because now I need some help. And Johnny, my man, you're there. You've got a really nice thing going on right now. You know, witnessing that first match of Erangel, are we going to witness something similar in Miramar?
Oh, God, please, yes, I hope so. Because that was just an absolute teardown. First of all, the fight in Pichinki and then amazingly Carnival Gaming throughout that entire game. I mean, for as long as they were there, they were just absolutely fearless. And again, I mean, we were speaking about this yesterday. In fact, for the last 2 days, we have been talking about the turnaround that we've seen from Carnival Gaming. Instead of holding back, they just let go of everything and let loose inside of the game right off the bat. This is the team that we like to watch, and it excites us the most.
All right, $1 million question.
All right.
Carnival Gaming, we've seen them. They've been hunting down teams. They went after Inspiration. They went after Entity. Entity was a biggie.
Yeah.
Do you think in Miramar they go after Godlike?
I think they can. The possibility is always going to be there.
What do you want though?
I mean, I want to see the fight happen early, to be honest. I mean, it is two titans fighting it out. One just enjoying themselves because, well, there is absolutely no one near them. They're at the top of the leaderboard now. And the other just struggling to qualify. Of course, if the fight breaks out, it can be a game-deciding fight for Team Godlike. If they get those 4 points early, assuming a fight breaks out and assuming they come out on top, wiping out the entire team without losing a single player, it gives them those early points that they desperately need, from which I think they can transition into having a big game on the map of Miramar, where it all depends how the rest of the game turns out as well, doesn't it?
They've strike terror in the hearts of their opponents. At this point, you do not want to be those big names for 8-bit, for the likes of Reckoning, RTG, IND, somehow still inside the mix of things. And right now, we've got a couple of changes being made. Dagger Devil is not going to be partaking. You've got Luca coming in. We love Dagger Devil and his heroics in Sanhok. And, you know, at this point, you know, it's all about settling scores for Carnival Gaming. They might go all out. And what about the others, though? Do you think anybody else could just drop Collide on somebody other?
I think they should, and I think especially it does not need to be the team at the top that drop clashes or the team at the very bottom. It needs to be the middle pack that needs to get into their heads that this is a make it or break it situation. Either you take out the competition or the competition takes you out.
Yeah, I think that has to be the case. And we've seen that happening on two fronts, right? The top order, Carnival Gaming, they went out for a hunt. On the bottom order, we had the players of Inspiration trying to go after Entity. And for Entity, you've got to feel bad for them at this point, because this is one of those anime betrayals we never really saw coming. I mean, when was the last time Inspiration really started going on the hunt? And Entity, they were just rattled, and to the point where they were literally running for their lives.
When was the last time you saw Carnival Gaming force an early fight? That is also, I mean, a lot of surprises on this last day of the semifinals. And of course, I think a few more await us once we jump into this map of Miramar. But, I mean, you've asked me quite a lot of expectations from my end. What about you? Who are you hoping walks away with the win on this next map?
You know, I've been low-key supporting RTG IND. Everybody knows that. Same goes for Reckoning. I really want to see RTG IND inside of the grand finals, because that made some really strong statement. And this was going as old as round number 3. I see them inside of the grand finals, and let's hope, because this could be the game. They're on the hat-trick run, and if they get it, it is going to be nothing short of magical. As folks, fasten up your seatbelts, because this is going to be quite turbulent. Flight path trajectory all the way from Ladriera towards El Azhar, and kind of dissecting the map into two halves. But the zone, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know where the circle is going to take us, but I like this flight path, to be honest, at the start of the game. It does provide equal opportunities to everyone to glide to wherever they want to be. And along with that, I think considering it is an important game, it allows the opportunity for a lot of those middle pack teams to go for drop clashes as well. But let's see how this one's going to turn out. Specifically, I think the last few days we have noticed that cluster forming towards the northeastern quadrant of Miramar as well. Does that happen again? That is the question I'm asking myself now.
You have to feel even bad if you're Voltex Esports at this point. Drop down at Milta, look at the finishes of NIY, and suddenly you start losing out on numbers. NIY come back to life out of nowhere. They've been sleeping this entire week.
That is what was surprising. And of course, as you said, yeah, feel bad for Voltex to be like that.
Yeah, and even Mogo Esports. I thought they were the pacifists. You know Destro and the boys personally. They do not go out on a hunt usually. They usually focus on their own thing. And this time, they also decided to break through the chains.
Well, but let's see. I mean, new opportunities given out to these teams now, and already picking up a few early drop clashes. Look at that. We again have the players of VG moving up north with rivalry, and Prime as well, not too far away.
Look at Inspiration. Right on top of Godlike.
Oh, wow.
They've got all that mischief in the mind. They are Loki incarnate today.
I mean, they are targeting the desperate ones, though. The teams that are the most desperate, that is what Inspiration is going after right now. And
Prime is beside them.
Prime, I think Prime, I'm not worried about Prime, to be honest, Fixes. I mean, at this point, Prime Esports, I think things are definitely not looking good for them. And while NIY may have recovered, Prime, I think the struggles are going to continue considering they down a player, always down a player.
Look at this. Inspiration just thwarting off the players of Godlike. And okay, so you're not scared of Prime, but what about Kemin chasing after God?
Oh yeah, Kemin is a scary team. I mean, we saw them when they picked up the pace during this particular week itself, and they were looking absolutely threatening to everyone. That is a team that is ready for the grand finals, by the way. I mean, you watch them play and you can tell they are prepared to step on that stage.
I think Kemin Esports throughout their entire journey inside of the BGIS, they were flawless. Just barring that first week of semis, I do not know. It was one of those days. But look at this. Inspiration with that golden Mirado. That same Mirado in which once Jonathan was also riding through. Now they're being haunted. And Godlike, these are the days the fans never thought would happen. They're running away from opposition. And this is as worse as it can get.
I wonder if there was opportunity for Godlike to even pick up any weapon. I mean, we do see that one UMP on Simp, but then there is this Mirado packed with four players.
Gangsters.
And now, yeah, out on the hunt. I mean, this is the OG squad. I mean, look at the swag. The golden Mirado loaded up with the barrel and the M4, all ready to take down the gods themselves. But the problem is, I believe Godlike is a little bit quicker in their vehicles. So that's the only thing. Yeah, suspensions on the Mirado aren't that great, by the way.
Yeah, they needed maybe a buggy or something else,
Yeah.
because Godlike, they've got their vehicles, they're running, they're going as far as Campo Militar. That completely icks them off. But look at this. Hyderabad Hydras, they've lost out on gas ever since yesterday. I think the point where it was a 2v4 by reckoning, right?
Yeah.
Ever since that moment, I really feel like they've been rattled and they haven't recovered ever since.
I mean, fair enough. That was a very awkward fight. They charged in with all the confidence in their hearts, feeling completely comfortable that, all right, this is our win. And then they just get stormed by two players from Reckoning Esports. So Hyderabad Hydras, I think, considering it's a new day, it's a new start for them, maybe they can recover. But look at that. Look at Thierry Bronca. Imagine, did we ever think a team like Godlike was going to get chased all the way from Hacienda del Petron to Thierry Bronca and Inspiration? They do not want to give up. They are still after their lives. Starboy, he's the man leading the charge. There's the first knock. Admino knocked, and that is going to be the easiest finish for Inspiration Esports, at least in this game as of now. 3 more players left in the back lines, but now they have found some weapons, so now they can put up a fight.
They didn't have weapons even in the start, but they decided to run away. And now Godlike losing on the only player who's been performing quite consistently. This is where I think Inspiration even knows they caught the shark, and the remainder are going to be just up for grabs. Jonathan, he's lying down. Sim could be the next one. Jelly's got a little bit of that flank angle, Johnny. But Inspiration, they're like a wrecking ball. They just don't care who's in front of them. They are like a ticking bomb. They're ready to explode.
Man, well, this fight takes place where I believe something has happened. Inspiration Esports upset about something with these teams. Jonathan finds the trade for his side. Starboy knocked out. They are still looking for a finish. Team Godlike, but Jonathan, he gets pushed upon, finds the second knock as well in this fight. And now, with the advantage in their hands, can they find the third? There it is. Looks for the third. Simp actually is the one who's going around just confirming all of these points, and Jonathan is focused on those knocks. There's the last man, and Sim finally gets it in your dreams out of the picture. 3 frags for Jonathan, 1 for Simp. Godlike Esports somehow managed to recover, Fixes.
Yeah, they somehow survive. Inspiration Esports, they go out with their blinders on, and Jonathan, he was there to pick on every single one of them. Little bit of that recovery, good, nice point secured. But now we've got Voltex Gaming in a kerfuffle of their own against the players of NIY. NIY suddenly have made it their life's purpose
Yeah.
to dismantle Voltex.
I was just about to say, I mean, did something happen? Did something go down between these two squads that we do not know about? Because NIY, as you said, they are upset with Voltex for some reason. Unfortunately, though, this time they are the ones on the receiving end of things. They have lost one player already, and Voltex in this fight sit there with a man advantage.
I mean, at this point, it's really difficult to comprehend. It's one underdog pulling out another underdog. I mean, we're not qualifying, you're also not going. I think that's the only idea. But for NIY, they've been sleeping throughout the 2 weeks of the semis.
Yeah.
And just to get back to life today, Voltex did not see that coming.
I mean, the phrase that you just said, we are not going anywhere, you're not going with us. Is that something that happened to you?
Yeah. Let's not talk about that.
Blast from the past, Fixes.
I know how it feels.
From whose perspective? Voltex's or NIY's?
From Voltex perspective, I was just 1 point short of qualification. And imagine, I had 3 games to pull that one off. It was a good time to retire, to be honest.
That is how difficult qualification can be, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you have 3 matches for 1 point, and you can't even pull that off. But let's see, Carnival Gaming, they are looking to pull off a few shenanigans.
They're out for blood. They're trying to get revenge. THW, they take out their IGL in the previous game. How dare they? Carnival Gaming want to respond back, and Goblin, he shows his anger, he shows his wrath.
Yeah, Omega just dishing out some damage to his own teammate by mistake over there. But I believe the nade was lobbed to make the confirmation easier. THW now are completely pinned. Carnival Gaming looking for those opening frags. The backline players, the moment one of them, even one of them goes down, both of them will be compromised. Look at this, even in the backline, Ninja sitting off on the flank. A little bit of a slowdown from Carnival Gaming now.
Yeah, I think for Carnival Gaming, they need to find a better angle, perhaps. All 4 of the players together. They've already taken down Payo, and Payo has come in after a long time.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw Destiny pulling off such a beautiful clutch, and it was against Carnival Gaming, bear in mind. And now he's not there. Payo's been one of that experienced player, but seems like he wasn't really warmed up. Instantly gets picked off, but Carnival Gaming, they want to move in like a pack of wolves. At this point, Omega out in the open. Sam, he wants to take that duel against him. It's going to be a battle of those shotguns, and Sam does prevail as Akshat, he tries to thread the needle as another player goes falling down. Carnival Gaming are suddenly in the back foot in this fight, as now THW just surrounding them and dismantling every single player one after the other.
Man, in a blink, they dropped 3 of them, and now the last man left standing is Neo. He's forced to fight a 1v3. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to pull this off, especially with Ninja having already closed in on this church. Last 2 nades on Ninja. No Molotovs available as well. Oh, that was quite close. Still survives, though.
I like it. I like it. From THW at least. They're starting to put up a fight, man.
Yeah.
Not playing as if they're scared to death. And this is against the best team in the lobby. That is out to hunt everybody down. And for Carnival Gaming, let's not really root out Neo. The previous matchup, he 1v4 the players of Rivalry Esports. Cannot really succumb to this position. And he's got that leeway, he's got that free hand. And he's got a really good position to hold. All he needs to do is just wait for the right opportunistic moment. And if he had an AR on him, or maybe even a shotgun, that could have been another knock.
Oh, it could have been, but let's see. I mean, at this point, I think even with the shotgun, he does have one. Maybe he's just waiting for them to climb up on that stairwell. And that is exactly what the players of THW do not want to do at this point. It's 1v3 and we're at a standstill, but finally THW decide to push. Neo is ready with the nade, lobs it out, gets nothing for it. Looking to take down at least one with him, but too much pressure, just gets overwhelmed. And that is the end of Carnival Gaming. Look at them celebrate. There you go, buddy. You wasted so much time. And of course, they had to utilize, I think they just ran out of nades trying to put him out of existence.
This is not over. Johnny, this is not over, I'm telling you.
I hope not.
And I really hope that now THW makes it inside the grand finals, because that is where I really feel if the dust gets settled, we would love that for it to happen.
But you know how they say if you try to push someone down, it just backfires upon you, right? It has happened 3 times now. Inspiration, NIY, and Carnival Gaming, right? All 3 of those teams showed up with intentions of basically damaging the performance of other squads. Or not damaging, I mean, they did want points for themselves. Carnival Gaming, I think at this point, too much freedom as we've been talking about. They can basically do whatever they please like in the matches that they have left. NIY, yeah, they are so far away that it's the same situation as Carnival Gaming. Inspiration, I think, Inspiration is also up to a lot of interesting shenanigans. And I think they are going to continue, but Prime Esports, they've been found out by Galaxy.
Yeah, and Galaxy is quite an aggressive team. Also one of those teams that's literally just on the cusps of qualifying. Couple more points and they sail through. And Nova, he delivers that first blow. Crocodile already down and out, and the last surviving member, Luffy, still alive. His position not compromised though. And for Galaxy Esports, I think at this point they're going to be checking every single corner. And you know, coming back to that old conversation, I don't feel like all the teams that have qualified, they literally have shut down their brain. All they're doing is relying on their instincts, just going out hunting after one team or the other. If you have any score to settle, today is the perfect day to do that. And Luffy is prepared for that push, does throw that grenade out, but that's all she wrote. Galaxy Esports, an easy 2K, and there you have it, still inside the game.
Yeah, still in the game, still looking to perform, quite close to the center of the circle as well. But now finally, the blue zone has started to move. In about 2 minutes, we're going to have third zone, the third stage of this map of Miramar. And already, I mean, for the first time, it's quite rare side that you reach stage 2 and you get already to the point where you just have 12 teams remaining inside of this game. But this is a little bit of a recap of how things began. Inspiration Esports chasing down Team Godlike all the way from Hacienda del Patron till Tierra Bronca, only to get wiped out by themselves.
Feel like mercenaries at this point. Inspiration, the way they just went hunting down. You know what? I know why they lost the fight. They
Why?
did not have that one OG gun, the Tommy gun. I think the
Oh.
way they were moving in Hacienda from Hacienda with that golden Mirado, I think that is something that you need, right? And Tommy gun is the best in that situation. Even jokes apart, if you talk about breaking down that fight, it was all about Team Inspiration. They literally had their eyes shot.
Yeah.
They just wanted blood. And getting so bloodthirsty there, I think that is something that Godlike really took to their advantage and converted that. One after the other, the players just kept on coming. It was an open feast for Jonathan, and he does not miss in those situations.
Exactly. I think for the first time, someone might have underestimated Team Godlike over there and pushed in like that upon them. Because, as you mentioned, I mean,
Still a big blow, though. Had been a loss.
it is a big blow, but you have Jonathan, so it can work out if the support is enough from Jelly and Simp.
Hasn't really hit his peak, or not even really close to it.
True, but I mean, I think there is a perfect time for everything, right? And I think this could be the moment where Jonathan sort of, because everyone's been asking for him to redeem himself, right? Everyone wants to see the old Jonathan of the past.
Listen, Rome wasn't built in a day, and for Jonathan to get back to his form, it's not going to happen just instantly. I mean, you're going to see those trigger reflexes once in a while, that's fine. But when you talk about Jonathan, we've seen him during his prime. There was one single time where, people used to tremble by his mere name. I
Yeah,
think,
but
having those goosebumps, and suddenly they're out for the hunt. Look at how times have changed, Johnny.
I mean, see, you can't expect someone to be 100% for 5 years.
Yeah.
That's
true.
how long the man has been inside of the competitive scene, and he's inspired a lot of players to actually just go pro as well. I mean, a lot of the players that are playing in the BGIS right now, I'm pretty sure he was one of the players they used to look up to, and now being in a lobby like this, where you have Jonathan with you, I think it is a different feeling itself. But again, as I was saying, you can't be at your 100% throughout
True.
your entire career. Everyone has that small little slump, and it is difficult sometimes to get out of it. So I think we just gave it enough time. He's going to be back. I mean, starts off the game of Miramar quite nicely with 3 frags.
But the slump has been there for quite some time, and I'm talking about Godlike not really making it into any official lands lately.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's turning old or something. He's still pretty young, still in those early 20s. Still should be that peak performance to be hitting in. for Godlike, you know, they do not seem like the old Godlike where, you know, they were a band of brothers. Everybody head first, thirsty, taking that fight here and there. Now, that is that Godlike I think the fans used to love so much. Always constantly taking those fights, winning them all. That fear has kind of vanished somewhere.
I mean, a lot has changed since back then, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we can't do anything about it. It's just a
We are
part
mere
of life.
spectators,
Yeah, I mean, no, we literally can't do anything about it. Change is a part of life. Change is the only constant in life.
Now, what really fixes the issue? That's what the big question is. I
So-
mean, we've been talking about the problems. What do you feel is the solution?
Of course, I mean, what I have heard going around is like a complete rebuild is what people want, but I don't think that is required. Majority of the times, it can be about burnout as well for a lot of these players who have been competing for a long time. So I think just maybe just taking a little, putting a little less pressure on yourself to perform literally in every single game. I think that mindset needs to be instilled into the team itself, because they have a lot of pressure upon them from everyone around them.
Yeah, with so much love, you get a little bit of that hate as well, and you've got to live with it. Moving on ahead, Seven Shaw. They got to fight against Kevin X Venom. It's still a really far-fetched one though. But Kevin X Venom, they want to close in the distance. They want to close the gap. They want to fight against Seven Shaw. Seven Shaw really have nothing to lose at this point. But we know sometimes when push comes to shove, Seven Shaw, they can also get deadly.
Oh, of course. And that is what Kevin X Venom are trying to prevent this time. They have made sure that Seven Shaw are going to be pushed to the other side of the hill, force them into backing away. And both these teams fighting for the control of the northwestern quadrant of the map. Again, what an eerie silence in Miramar for a while, and then we have this small little fight breaking out. Both the teams instantly backing off. But the cluster on that northern periphery of Los Leones, that is making me wish for a northern shift from the circle as well. I hope it goes to where Kevin X Venom are.
I still want to, you know, continue our conversation about that. We've been hearing those whisper. There might be that another revamp in the roster. I think Godlike has been making a lot of those changes, Johnny.
Yeah.
And every single time, if you've heard the rumors, even if I've heard the rumors, the players might have also known.
I don't follow rumors. When I said people are hoping for a rebuild, I mean, that is what the word was going around. That is what the fans were saying.
So that is what I'm talking about, right? Imagine a player coming into playing today, knows that tomorrow is quite uncertain for him. Do you think he can really give his best?
I mean, you have to. You are playing for Team Godlike, one of the biggest fan bases in the country. A team, an organization that was, I mean, I'm going to put them up there with everyone else from the top orgs in the country. Like, they were the ones responsible for establishing esports here.
True. I think
back in the days, they did so much.
Yeah, taking BGMI esports, and not just BGMI esports, in other titles also. They've got lineups that have been winning them international laurels also. But for now, getting back to the game, Godlike against Seven Shaw right beside them, but for Galaxy Esports, all right, Hyderabad Hydras. The Hydras are really losing out on their heads, one each apiece.
Yeah, and these ones don't grow back unless you get a revive in. That is it.
Yeah.
If your teammate gets finished off, if the head is completely chopped, then it doesn't grow back. But Galaxy Esports, I think this is a very compromised position. They're out in the open and they're exiting into the open fields. So I'm a little bit concerned about that. But hey, perfect cover fire from DP. They find one knock to work with against the side of 8-bit. And Hyderabad Hydras, as we were talking about them a few seconds ago, look at the radar. 8-bit Galaxy is there as well. There's another squad pushing in from the back lines. That is Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. They're completely distracted by the players of RTGI and up front.
Yeah, I mean, at this point for RTGI India, I really can see that pressure seeping in. That's not ideally how they like to play this time. They've been quite cautious with their approach. CDS having spotted out Mac, that's not going to be doing some hefty amount of damage. And for Hyderabad Hydras to lose out on their IGL, it's not a good sign, because now Reckoning, oh my god, we completely forgot about them.
Yeah.
They're also inside the lobby. They're also the four horsemen of the apocalypse. They could cause some severe damage.
And Reckoning has been causing quite a lot of damage for a lot of these teams over the last few days, and now I think, as we were talking about the positioning as well, there was a moment where Reckoning could have actually charged upon the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but RTG IND backing off. They want to take a fight against the players of Voltex. Now, this is quite interesting. There's a circle around the circumference of the zone itself, and everyone is just going around in circle and fighting each other. Voltex getting picked off by Kevin X Venom, and Phantom instantly, after securing that Nox, just backs off, realizes there's a big wave coming towards him. Luckily for him, perfect cover fire being given by his teammate. We should not really allow to push past the cliff, and he's going to be forced back into the corner, back into the blue.
For Voltex, the previous game did not go the way they anticipated, got hunted down pretty early, and this time they do have a couple of finishes though, but still having lost out on those numbers. And this circle shift will really help DHW, Galaxy Esports, even 8-bit in real close contestations of it. But Reckoning, they want to put a ring on it. This time they also need that chicken dinner, and they want to also ensure their qualification inside of the grand finals. But look at the western side, you've got Seven Shaw, Godlike, Kevin X Venom, and RTG IND. They're starting to rack up a couple of eliminations.
Yeah, RTG IND also desperate for qualification, as we spoke about them. A little bit further ahead in the overall leaderboard in comparison to Team Godlike. And of course, in this game, we have a lot of that middle pack involved and already starting to build up momentum. Galaxy Esports as well. They are going to try and keep themselves inside of the top 8. And in order to do that, they need to have one good game. Team 8-bit start the day on that 8th position, looking for a safer spot within the qualification bracket. But in the meanwhile, Voltex Gaming, they get eliminated from this match. And Reckoning now towards the southeastern edge, looking to pick a fight against the players of 8-bit, but it's not going to be easy, especially with Hyderabad Hydras lurking nearby, right next to the silos.
Alright, so Hyderabad Hydras at this point, look at them, pretty much at the back foot. The moment they come out of the open, they instantly get taken down. For 8-bit, it's a nice chance. They've got the Chocolate Hills controlled, and Rivalry is right on the foothills. For 8-bit, this is a perfect chance, perfect opportunity to start racking up those finish points. No matter if they get knocked out, unless and until Reckoning decides to charge in. So they have to keep a close watch on that. Because Pitchlu, he's gone falling down. But for Rivalry, I think they did have a good early game. So they're still into the mix of things. But now, 8-bit 2 finishes already, and yesterday was one of those days. They staged such a huge comeback, and for 8-bit, Miramar has been quite lucky.
Yeah, Miramar has been amazing for them all this time as well. I mean, even in this game, perfect positioning, the high ground advantage right on the edge, and now spotting out the players of Reckoning Esports. Take down Hunters, looking for a few more, but Gravity, this is a big mistake. Pushes towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras, gets knocked out, and now with their numbers compromised, Reckoning Esports, they are tucked away in a corner as well. Shikari, Jordan, Viper, not a lot they can do. Hyderabad Hydras, though, now realize that the third party is headed their way. And of course, being executed by the players of 8-bit.
Oh, Reckoning. Viper at this point. I've got to see how they piece it out together. Godlike for now. They have to get inside the circle, and in order to do so, they have to deal against the players of Seven Shaw. And for Simp, let's see what can he conjure. Jelly and Simp, they're just being bombarded with all those grenades, and Simp almost on the verge of being taken down. Magnet Esports also present over there. Seven Shaw out in the middle of nowhere. Like a patty in the sandwich, they are stuck. For Magnet Esports, their life's purpose is to deny all these teams, because Magnet Esports, they've also seen the stars already starting to fall out. They don't get to the grand finals, but they ensure they're going to take down a couple more with them. But look at this, Kevin X Venom, they're also on the trail.
Well, they are going to try and follow up with the perfect timing as well. But Godlike Esports in the meanwhile under pressure, under immense pressure, with Jelly knocked out. Simp right next to him needs to go for a revive. It's his HP back up, and maybe now the revive is going to be initiated. But from the back lines here, they come. Kevin X Venom, but before they arrive, where do they go? A blink and, well, that lad just vanished. His teammates just completely back off. And Seven Shaw sacrifice being given to the players of Godlike, I guess.
I don't know what's going on at this point. Godlike, they have those 6 finishes, but 7 sure still have their numbers up. Simp, his vehicle is burning. Jelly taken down right in the midway as Simp, he also goes falling down. And if there was any glimmer of hope for Godlike Esports to make it inside of the grand finals, it is finally over. 7 Shaw still trying to get inside. You've got Reckoning Esports, they've also bitten the dust, eliminated at the 10th spot. But now for Magnet Esports, Harvar has been taken down, and THW, they've really been on a roll.
Well, THW. Now this could be their game. This could be the big win they were hoping for. One more man from the side of Magnet Esports taken down, and THW, they are not looking to slow down anytime soon. 6 eliminations on the board already secured, and all of them actually between the 2 players itself, Kyo Lamau and Sam. But in the backlines, again, they still have a little bit of concern about the players of Magnet and 7 Show. But what was that nade? Chandan OP bounces it off the wall and right into their feet. A perfect 2-pointer slam dunk.
Indeed. At least for THW at this point. Look at this. 6 finishes, still 3 players alive. RTG IND, they've also been dealt with. Galaxy Sports could turn out to be a very good game for them. But Sarwar, this grenade was quite devastating. Still not enough to get that first blow they need. And Sam, he's also taken quite some heavy hitting. And Sarwar knows that this is the perfect time to attack. And there you have it, Crypto getting the better out of Venom. Hyderabad Hydras, I do not know how they've been surviving for so long. But this is where pushes come to shove. THW Sam, he does want to initiate that push. Goes closing in. And there you get it, gets the knock. And now THW, they want more. They're still hungry for blood.
Well, THW, 7 eliminations already secured. And with Magnet Esports down to their last man, I think they are going to look to make that into 8 finishes. But Chandan, he is completely backed off, does not really want to let go of any of the placement points that his team can secure from this game. But look at this, from that middle pack, it is Hyderabad Hydras who are still a part of the action. Galaxy Esports, the more points they get, the safer their spot, their slot in the top 8 is going to be. That's the only benefit they get from this. But for Hyderabad Hydras, they need to make sure this is a big game, and Crypto falls down to their last man, Insidious, who's going for a small little heal battle to buy himself some time, but unfortunately only has 5 first aids now. In the meanwhile, THW, they come down from the top of the hill, and well, as soon as they reach the plains themselves, they are forcing fights. Rivalry is going to be their next target.
They're raining hellfire on the entire lobby. Arthur already getting down. Rivalry, I think this is supposed to be their day tonight. Who knows, the first game was so well. Now this one also getting a chicken dinner. Who knows, after this game, they also might get themselves back into the race. But Insidious has to say something about it. Just before getting taken down, gets 1 point. And for Hyderabad Hydras, a rough top 4 finish with around 5 points. I think it's still quite decent.
Yeah, it is a decent position, but oh no. Need to try and make it better in the future, but could have ruined the day, could have ruined the game for THW Esports. It does not happen though. Magnet Esports finally eliminated from this match, but now we come down to the final fight of 1v2 for Nova 21 from the side of Galaxy Esports against 2 players from THW, and they know exactly where he is, inside of the blue, hiding behind the rock, because there's no other options left. 2 first aids remaining, and he has the DBS to work with as well. Forcing Sam into the blue, takes him out, but time wasted, cannot even secure that finish point. Goes down to the damage of the blue, and THW, an amazing winner chicken dinner. I believe 13 to 14 points on the board. Of course, the 20-pointer we all wanted to see is there, but the question is it enough now, or is it a little too late?
I think there's still a chance. They started off this day with around 54 points.
Yes.
The first game, they got around 10 to 12, which made them up to around 60 plus. And this one was a big one. Getting around 18 to 19 points. They're getting back to the race over here. And anything is possible at this moment. 2 more games remaining. And this is a team. This is exactly the body language I want to see from a team that wants to fight. They're showing that hunger. They show that they're desperate. They want those points. Imagine their journey throughout the game of Miramar. It was such a tough one. Right off the bat, they had to fight against Carnival Gaming. They lost out out on one of their players, still managed to swing through, got all that squad wiped out. Then after that, they kept on hunting, they kept on fighting. This is a warrior story.
Exactly. I mean, when you start the game off by eliminating a team like Carnival Gaming, I think that gives you a lot of confidence. And of course, as you mentioned, they lost one player at the very start itself. So they were playing with a deficit the whole time, and yet looked so comfortable in all of those team fights, and of course stepped up the aggression as well. The 20-pointer we wanted, it's there, as you mentioned, 10 plus points in the previous game as well. But now with 2 games left to go, they need 20 to 25 points more in order to be in a safer position. I'm pretty sure they have taken a leap quite close to the top 8 itself, but sticking around, it's going to take a bit more from TSW.
Yeah, really do not want to sound harsh. They should have done this earlier.
From day
And this
one.
yeah, from day one. Finally, they're showing that fighting spirit. That's good. I really want to see them. And this is exactly what you want from the experienced names, right?
Yeah.
From the big banners like THW. You want them to show that fight. Finally, they're showing the rewards are being there in front of them. Even for Hyderabad Hydras, this was a decent game. They might not have gotten the chicken dinner, but a 4th position finish isn't too shabby considering where they are right now. But now the time is ticking. Galaxy Esports, a very good game. They were sitting at around 91, 92 points. Their 2nd position might have also sealed their qualification. And when you talk about the others, I think for Reckoning wasn't really a good game. For a moment, 8-bit was in a good position. And suddenly in the blink of an eye, they were eliminated.
I think for 8-bit it was extremely important, for Reckoning it was important, and for Hyderabad Hydras as well. Galaxy Esports, they did finish in the top 2, so that is that one team which will manage to remain in that safer bracket. But Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning, I think a little bit more consistency. Reckoning is also safe, so I think Reckoning does not really need to worry about a lot. I think I was enjoying the Reckoning Esports we saw yesterday, so if the lads can pick up a few extra fights, I think that is going to be exciting to witness. But for Hyderabad Hydras, I was actually scared, because if they won this game, then they would have been the ones moving into a safer position inside of the top 8 bracket. But now, I mean, I think we are going to have to wait for that big performance from them.
Even for RTG IND, they did not get a lot of finishes, and this was supposed to be their hat-trick game. But the MVP of this game has to be somebody from THW, considering how good they were inside of this matchup. Let's take a quick look at who the MVP is, and it is going to be Sam. Yes, 7 finishes, 872 points of damage. He was amazing.
Yeah, amazing performance coming in from Sam. As you mentioned, 7 eliminations secured, and of course, surviving till the very last for his team. Impressive game of Miramar from the side of TSW. But let's have a look at the top 5 players as well. And following Sam, we have Jonathan from Godlike Esports. It's Keo Lamau from TSW again on the 3rd. We have DP from Galaxy Esports on that 4th spot, and Venom from Cheminix Venom on the 5th.
Yeah, I think at this point for THW, the board is still there. Yeah, they're in turbulent waters. They might sail through Galaxy Esports. I think they've gone Galaxy and beyond. They might have qualified. For Cheminix Venom, yeah, they've pretty much qualified. But for the match summary, taking a look and a few stats and figures, quite a lot of healing done actually. And this was one of those off maps, really hard to tell how it was spaced out. We saw some early fights, then suddenly there was a little bit of that lull. Eventually to the end, it was fights happening left, right and center. 8 grenade finishes, nothing really standing out for me, just barring those healings done. Not a lot of vehicle finishes either, but the points is what I'm really excited for. The point standings, let's see who's got how much.
Here we have it, TSW with 22 points to their name, Galaxy Esports 12, Hyderabad Hydras with 9, Rivalry Esports with 8. And again, I think the momentum Rivalry Esports were trying to build, or at least try to build yesterday, I think that has completely slipped away. Cheminix Venom, again, a team that does not need to worry about a lot. These 6 points, they should keep them in a position from where I think they can hope to finish in the top 3 at the end of the day as well. Godlike Esports, that is not enough.
Certainly not. I think with just 2 more games remaining, and considering how they've been on the hunt literally every single game, even if they get, what, 20 pointers every single game, still I don't think they're going to qualify. But for RTG IND, considering how they started off, 74 points, just mere 5s sitting at 79 right now, I think they will also be on the edge of their seats.
And it's not going to be easy for them to keep their nerves in check heading into the last few matches of semi-finals before I mean, the fate is decided where they get to participate in the grand finals, or they will stay back and watch from home. But we have the second page 7 show on that 9th, 8-bit on the 10th, Voltex on 11th, Carnival Gaming on the 12th, NIY 13th, Inspiration Esports on the 14th, and Reckoning Esports and Prime Esports on the 15th and the 16th position respectively. Out of all of this, I think the upsetting names are going to be Reckoning and I mean, I'm not upset at Voltex, I'm upset with Voltex. That is all I will say, because I also do not enjoy the fact that they're forced into an early fight, get eliminated every single time. But, I mean, they are going to have to figure out a way to deal with this.
Look at this now. Finally, 8-bit has surpassed Reckoning, and Reckoning are out of the top 8. Inferno
no.
Squad, yeah, they did not play this game. That's fine. But Carnival Gaming, they're going to be sitting up tall. Galaxy Esports, look at the cutoffs going high. I think the roofs are going to get broken. We've been talking about, I think, somewhere around 105 maybe. So Rivalry might have also sailed in. But now the competition, look at this. THW, 85 points from the third place. They've come into second and now are in a fighting position.
Yeah, big leap, just 5 points shy of 8-bit. And I think with how THW has been playing, if they have one more game like this, then that pretty much gets them into that safer position of qualification already. Galaxy Esports, though, they definitely need to start moving up. I think at this point you have to figure out a way to cross 110, 112 as quickly, and then wait and observe. This needs to happen before your last game, by the way, because that means you still have an opportunity in hand to try and recover in case you get kicked outside of the top 8. If you cross that threshold in your very last match and there are still matches left for the other group, then it's such a stressful position to be in when you're just sitting in the back lines, just waiting, watching the other teams, what they are up to, and just hoping that the teams close to you end up failing.
Yeah, I think for now, you know, when you look at that final page, all these teams, we know they're going to be going all out.
Yeah.
I think they pretty much have made their fates sealed. They know they have, no matter how much they try, they're not going to be making it to the grand finals. But you watching us on the other side of the screen, you have a golden chance and to be a part of the BGIS. The premium tickets, the elite pass is up for grabs. The moment you purchase that, you get a lot of those perks like you get in the royal passes. You get some exclusive BGIS 2024 merch, you get free snack and meals, you get the best seating possible inside of the arena, and a chance to meet and greet with your favorite esports stars.
Exactly, a lot for you to experience if you're there with the Elite Pass at the BGIS 2024 Grand Finale, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, do go ahead. The link is there in the chat. It's pinned in the chat and in the description as well. To do go ahead and grab yourself that Elite Pass and bring your conversation back again, because just 4 matches left for the semi-finals week 2. For the semi-finals, just 4 games left, and heading into the next game, I think things are going to get interesting because, again, as you mentioned, Reckoning getting kicked out. We did not expect that to happen.
Yeah, for Reckoning to secure 0 points, RTG IND not getting a good start. Even for 8-bit, you could see those nerves being there. And in the midst of it all, THW, they have been the dreamers. They've been on that run, and we would love to see for them to qualify. But what happens, we do not know. But for now, folks, we're going to take a little bit of that breather. So here's a short promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया!
Let's get spinning.
The Mercury Soldier set at just 10 UC for the first opening every single day. We've got some such nice, amazing, sexy sets. Now, even we've got one of those Lover's Blessings and the AK on this. I mean, I'm pretty sure even the ones watching us on the broadcast, they would be loving and hoping that they had that.
Yeah, Lover's Blessing, right? I also hope I had that.
We all do.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the back of our minds, we're all nerds. But hey, coming back to business now, game number 3. And this is where we know we've got a storyline on us. It is the battle of THW making it inside of the grand finals. It is where Team Entity, Reckoning, Hyderabad, Hydras, 8-bit, everybody's struggling for qualification, but only the top 8 make
Exactly. It's a brawl now. It's a fist fight between all of these players. Well, not literally. Inside of the game as well, they are going to use those weapons, of course, make things easier to eliminate each other. But desperation is at its peak amongst these teams in the middle pack. And of course, Hyderabad Hydras, as Fix has mentioned, desperate to qualify. Reckoning Esports, they were doing so well until yesterday, and today it all just fades away. Outside of the top 8, just watching and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This is it for Reckoning Esports. Kemenex Venom as well, they've done quite decent so far, but the slip-ups are still there, so hopefully they do manage to retain their spot inside of that top 8 bracket. Team 8-bit still on that 8th position. Magnet Esports, they have taken a big tumble. They have taken a big tumble. At one point, they were right on the verge of qualification, but now very far away. But now, ladies and gentlemen, joining me for the upcoming match, which will once again be played on the map of Wrangle, is none other than Necro. And Necro, what are your thoughts on how this entire situation is developing, especially with Reckoning Esports just being kicked out?
I mean, Reckoning Esports not performing well, then you see another formidable foe once again entering closer to that top 8. THW all the way from that last page. What is that catapult? Towards that, almost you can't say towards the top 8, right? Now you've got Reckoning Esports in the front, and on the trail is THW.
Yeah, I mean, TSW is just 2 or 3 points shy.
Yeah.
And they can definitely pull it off in the next game itself. But it is not going to be easy, considering now if Reckoning starts to step up, 8-bit starts to step up as well, then things can get worse and worse for TSW. So they have to go all in. They need to play every single game that they have left, just like the Miramar we just saw.
And now moving on forward, even for Entity, this game is going to be really important, right? First game slipped out. Of course, they like to move in towards Pachinki, but knowing the fact that they're getting drop clashed by someone else, now it's time to change the drop collision on the fly. You need to move on forward and change up the drop location, maybe somewhere else, maybe go down south, maybe try and figure out a new way for yourself, because Entity, you cannot keep on dropping over there at the same time over and over again.
I do agree with you. I mean, considering only a few matches are left, they definitely need to bring those off plays, one off plays, in fact, an execution so bizarre that it only works once, just because everyone else does not know what is happening. Entity needs those strategies right now, because I think with just 2 games to go, that is what you got to do to push yourself and propel yourself up into the top 8 to qualify for the grand finale. But talking about Entity and I mean, talking about Godlike as well, I want to know from you, I mean, from how me and Fixes were talking about it, I think we have pretty much already accepted that, all right, Godlike might not make it to the grand finals. Are you on the same page?
Yes, I've given up.
I
don't think so Godlike can make it at this point, because first 2 games already done and dusted. 2 more to go. Now, let's be honest. Let's be realistic. If they haven't been able to pull off anything that great in the past couple of games that we've been witnessing over the days, then what are they going to pull off in the remaining 2?
Very true. Very true. And along with that, I think Entity as well, I think the tumble that they have taken puts them in a similar picture. So have we given up on Entity, or do we still keep the hope for this game at least?
For Entity, there's still a big hope right there. This upcoming game needs to be flawless from the side of Entity. They need to make sure they've got all the 4 players up and alive till the final few moments. And this is what I'm mentioning, right? Still, the extremities are going to be super clear. You move in towards Zarki, even that's going to be clear. You move in towards Kameshki, even that's going to be clear. If you want to move in towards Lipovka, maybe even that's going to be clear. So Entity, they just need to drop on an isolated spot.
Exactly, and I think with those isolated drops, you have that freedom of having a slow early start, clearly thinking where you want to go, where you want to reach that early circle from. An Entity needs that breathing space. Getting drop clash in that first angle was absolutely unexpected from them, and it completely backfired on the players as well of Inspiration Esports, considering that third party came in. But again, I think Entity, they're not used to dealing with situations like that ever since WSB are not there.
And now knowing the fact that Entity, they would need to face off against newer bunch of teams, right? Group C is going to be the one to chime inside of the action. You've got HYDERABAD the Hydras, who's still on the desperate footing. You've also got Reckoning Esports, who all they see is just red in front of their eyes. They just want to go aggressive in the lobby. For Reckoning Esports, if I want to give them a little bit of a tip, I would just say try and play a little bit safer, my boys. Because at this point in time, the lobby is just starting things off with a fiery note.
I do agree with you on that. I think if Reckoning slows things down, maybe we can see them survive to the late game stages. And of course, in the past as well, yesterday itself, we saw them do so well. And today, I think the slip up that has happened, it was unexpected. But luckily, the drop isn't as drastic as it was for Entity. So Reckoning is still there on that 9th position. Just a little bit of an extra push. And I think they will comfortably be in the top 8. Don't leave it for the last game. Don't leave it for the last game. I think get a safety cushion to work with. That is all I would ask.
Now, speaking about the teams that have already moved in, right, from this group, you've got Mogo, you've also got Kemenex Venom that are already on the safer shoes. So these teams will definitely go out on a hunt. Mogo, last time we saw them doing the same thing. Instantly, they went in towards Milta, and that's the first time we've seen Mogo Esports move in from that Renault bridge. It's clear that they wanted to take that fight against NIY. And now for Kemenex Venom, considering they're on the good side of things, even this team is going to try to go aggressive. They like to play this thing.
100% agree with that. I mean, we saw them force fight into the map of Miramar as well, and
Yeah.
it was an exciting game nonetheless. But before we jump into the next match, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a very short promo. Let's have a look.
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with the new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। विकेट! 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से।
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार, टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। I moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच। Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच। Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा। 4 डेथ मैच। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख मेज पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़े ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। हाँ, बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
At the start of the day, we also had to talk about RTG XIND, right?
Yeah, we did.
And now look at them. They're not able to perform as well in the previous game itself, where it was supposed to be the crucial strength for the comeback.
Yeah. And RTGI India, I mean, stuck in an awkward position at
Yeah.
this point because we saw them at least till yesterday. We were quite hopeful that, all right, maybe a comeback would be possible. But even yesterday, the struggles continued. And I think today it's pretty much over. The final nail in the coffin is already gone.
And even for Galaxy Esports in quite a critical spot in the top 8, right? The previous game was decent, yes, understandable, so you can't say they have pretty much cracked on forward towards that boundary. But now moving on forward, knowing the fact that even Galaxy Esports is going to be out on the hunt, it's not the first time we'll see them doing so. If Galaxy Esports, they do decide to go out on a hunt, it will be super fun. Imagine there's going to be 4 hunting parties, including Prime Esports.
I think Galaxy Esports might actually do that. So I do agree with you on that because they are not too far away. We decided, like, all right, maybe the safe position to be in is anytime you cross 100 and 506 points, you are safe. And Galaxy Esports are not too far away from that threshold, right? So they will try to secure those points as quickly as possible. So then moving forward from there, anything else that they get inside of the game, that is just bonus points from them.
Now, we have known the hunting party. Let's talk about the victims.
All right.
Entity, 8-Bit are also going to be on the receiving end. Even Reckoning Esports, RTGX IND will be there too on the fray. And knowing the fact that all these teams are so closer to that qualification mark, right next to Inferno Squad as well, these victims, they're not going to be feeling good if they do get targeted. Just imagine the feelings.
I mean, of course, the feelings are going to be shattered. Their hearts are going to be broken.
Yeah.
And I think you missed out on a few names. HYDERABAD Hydras, I think they are the ones who are being hunted down the most this time around. And through no fault of their own as well, just too passive, even in the previous game, just too passive in the fight, allowing the opponents to close in on their position, and HYDERABAD Hydras just getting absolutely sandwiched. They tried their level best to take on the players of Reckoning, but by then, it allowed 8-Bit to push in towards their direction. But let's see, it's a new game of Wrangle. Maybe the team can recover over here.
Maybe you can't save in the side of Team Insane will be hunted down, right? Knowing the fact that Insane, too, they're way too close to that qualification marker. Anything can happen. It's so unpredictable. We've got so many teams on the verge of being qualifying. At the same time, so many teams can be kicked out as well. The plane fly path now starting all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Severny. This really allows the teams who will be the victim to move on forward and change their drop location towards the isolated spots.
Oh, of course, but as we were talking about Stalba, Lipovka being the drop spots for the other teams to use to try and have a safe option, safe start to the game. Well, those are the locations that are furthest away from this flight path at this point. So this is going to be a little bit of a struggle for anyone heading towards that eastern shoreline. But we all know Mogo is going to be there, Inferno Squad is going to be there. And that means we are going to keep our eyes pinned on that military base, at least for the start of the game as well. And 8-Bit moving out as well, taking control of Feripia Primoso. It is the dream flight path from the perspective of at least these 3 teams and anyone else who likes to play from the western half of this map of Wrangle.
Mogo Esports in that military base looking really good. You've also got Inferno Squad now moving in towards that Norapnoy area. You can't say still in the good shoes, knowing the fact that they're not really getting capitalized just yet. I just want to see where Entity Gaming is dropping down because you do not really see them towards Pachinki. That means we might see the drop change coming through, but no, they're still over there. They are inside of Pachinki. They were just you can't say shadowed over the other teams, but yeah, now they're still dropping in towards Pachinki. There's not going to be any of the collisions just yet, knowing the fact that there's no CG and there's no other team's inspiration that's going to be trying to take them over.
Oh, but look at Limra. They're dropping quite close to the players of Team 8-Bit, and I mean, I wonder if their intention is to try and pick an early fight. It's too risky for both these squads. Both of them quite close to each other in the top 8 bracket, and if a fight actually breaks out between 8-Bit and Limra, I think whoever wins just gets a bonus on the leaderboard itself because you have just taken out the competition that is closest to you. No one there to chase you down after that.
Pretty much. You've also got Team Insane moving in towards that farms area. For 8-Bit, yeah, Team Limra is still a little bit far away. 8-Bit, knowing the fact that Limra likes to drop over there, they would know the escape route, so you can't say still you can give them that leeway. But you never know. Anything can happen at any time. Entity as well, they are a little bit scattered around. You can see the players. They did try to get their hands on the vehicles, and now they're once again moving in towards the Pachinki. So all the 4 players, they will be reuniting inside of that city. And looking at the zone, too, just forming down south for Mogo Esports. If they want, they can definitely go on the hunt, but now they're pretty much going to be camping the bridge lines.
Well, let's see Mogo Esports. It's never easy for them to move out, but as you mentioned, LOC against Galaxy, and Galaxy Esports. Saurav is going to be the first man to hit the floor. LOC, brilliant way to kick things off. They're looking for the second, but instead, it is Sketch who is there to trade things out.
We forgot to mention LOC, the naughty bunch in the list. And once again, they kickstart things on the aggressive note. They like to go for these top-of-drop collisions, and they do so once again. Just gotta love it. The players of LOC not doing too good on the board, but still they're going for the fights, and you really gotta respect the players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this time they kind of outsmarted the players of Galaxy Esports, by the way, because instead of dropping directly towards school like yesterday, this time they went for Rozok and then came in towards school to try and pick off the players from the side of Galaxy Esports. They have gotten those 2 finishes, but now the question is, do they press for more? Because it seems like they have an inkling of information that the other 2 players from the side of Galaxy Esports are in the school apartments. And they have an opportunity to go for a hunt as well. But LOC, they just back off instead.
Galaxy Esports, they do spot the players just move away from that spot. And knowing the fact that LOC's on a run, Galaxy Esports, they will definitely start to feel that sigh of relief. But there's still Entity right in the mix. And Entity, I guess, this time they're the one on the hunting party. They want to be a part of this fight. They definitely did hear the gunshots. Not contributing just yet. Knowing the fact that it's quite silence all across the board for now in this area. Entity Gaming, they're definitely lingering around somewhere.
Oh boy. I mean, had the fight continued between Galaxy and LOC, Entity would have definitely had an opportunity to go for a third party, but now I think instead just moving towards Rozok. I think they are out on a hunt, Necro.
They are.
It feels like they are looking for people to take down, and LOC are going to get spoiled out. Gamla Boy Prones down is looking to time his spray, and together they pull the trigger. Grind, lot of damage is out, but what is that? Clip goes to 0. Entity, not enough time spent looting. He has no ammunition left on that Scarel.
What a big blunder that was, Entity. I mean, you guys are out in a hunt, but then you cannot miss on shots like that. And you've got Gamla Boy pushing up close and personal this time. Entity, all they can see is blood. And they do want to execute a couple of more players in the front. LOC, they will be on the receiving end of things as Entity, they keep on pressing up the charge. And Gamla Boy, he straight up crashes a vehicle on top of the players of LOC. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for them, but for Entity, this seems pretty unplanned. They are straight up moving in, and Entity, they're definitely taking a lot of that damage, but they're still somehow coming out on top in this duel. UMP-45 in the hands of Pucar as he pushes on up a little bit more, and Pucar's got another man, but he goes for that thirst first. And Entity Gaming, they do sort of come out on top in this duel, but Gamla Boy, he's way too low. He still finds the knocker.
And there it is, Entity with the upper hand in this fight against the players of LOC. Fragger in the backlines is trying to crawl towards Grind, but it's just not going to work out. The only problem for Entity is the fact that they have nothing to replenish their health. Not enough ammunition to just blindly shoot in every single direction, whichever way possible as well. Grind, he needs to be careful with how he approaches this one.
I'm not even sure what Entity's doing at this point. I mean, such an unplanned push. If you are trying to go out on a hunt, at least make sure you're not missing those shots. I mean, there was a clear-cut chance to get the knockout as well, but unfortunately he whiffed everything. And that's why he could not even come up with that knocker. And now looking at Entity, in a really uncomfortable spot. Utilities being tossed in the front too. Grind just tucked in a corner. Yeah, it's going to get the confirmation rolled up. Entity, they do prevail in this duel. But looking at the entire battle, Entity, they did lose out on Troy.
Yeah, it was a scrappy fight. I mean, the way they pushed, and I think... do we want to blame them for this? Because they did not have enough of anything when they came charging.
I mean, it is their fault to not have that, right? At the end of the day, they did find the entire Pochinki city to themselves.
Yeah.
If they wanted, they could have looted up a little bit more, maybe 10 or 20 seconds more, and he could have still found a better loot. And as the players were on the hunt, missing those initial shots, they were just not helpful.
What's happening on the military island, though? We see Insane, they have crossed over. 8-Bit taking control of the southern shoreline of that military island. Do they expect the circle to take a sudden shift?
Yes. And I think so it will too. 8-Bit down south. Mogo Esports, they're camping the bridge, still hoping that the players of 8-Bit, they're going to be on the opposite side. But 8-Bit, they're just way too smart.
I hope that's what they're thinking.
Yeah, that's what they're thinking pretty much. 8-Bit, they're on the smarter side of things though. They already rotated down south, knowing the fact that Mogo will try to do this.
And from Mogo's perspective, this is the best move, but As you mentioned, maybe they have been outsmarted. The only thing that can happen is someone other than 8-bit shows up, Mogo secures the points, and they just continue moving inside of the game. I think that is what Mogo Esports might be thinking, just a general bridge camp to pick off anyone who heads their way.
There we go.
Look at this. Hyderabad Hydras put under pressure. In fact, being chased by the players of Limra Esports.
In a world of trouble, Hyderabad Hydras, the backup's going to be there, but the man's out in the open, and I don't think he's going to stand a chance at this point. They're getting circulated. The man gets choked to his death as Smokes is now knocked out. And for Team Limra Esports, this is exactly what they needed. Already the game's being spoiled.
Yeah, the game has been ruined a little bit. Crypto in the back line's extremely low. It's not going to be easy for them to try and recover from this as well, considering it's an open field. So Team Limra will have clear vision whenever Hyderabad Hydra moves around. And this is what they wanted. The players baited out. Information gathered by the players of Limra Esports. And of course, one player from the side of Hyderabad Hydras under pressure from Magnet Esports. So this was a third-party situation, kind of, from Magnet, but I think it's much worse from the perspective of Hyderabad Hydras.
What a beautiful nade that was. IGL gets the knockout. Hyderabad Hydras getting hunted down as well. The Dragons this time not able to prevail, as they're straight up being eliminated from this entire game. And now Hyderabad Hydras just down to that one last man, that last glimmer of hope. For how long he can keep on running away, that's the question. Insidious crossing his fingers, because he knows there's still a chance for Hyderabad Hydras to make on forward in that top 8. And if Insidious manages to squeeze any sort of points, things can be better. Even RTGX IND still on that northern side, going for that late game rotation as the zone shift down south. 8-bit, they will have a chance to hit back the players of Mogo Esports, and this will be a surprise Mogo will never see coming.
Oh, of course, and Mogo Esports at this point with nothing to lose as well. I don't think they are going to be too upset with their plans being ruined by the side of 8-bit, but I think I want to see what that cluster towards that Nova Employee Bridge actually builds up to. You have Reckoning Esports over there, Inferno Squad crossed over, and Insane as well. If these teams stick around the shorelines, it can lead to an awkward third party, but looking towards Team Limra again, still in the blue, having picked off a few individuals from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They are looking to move towards the northwestern edge of the circle. And of course, look at that entity. They are also back in Pochinki. I think finally decided to loot the city they call home.
Yeah, I mean, knowing the fact that they do not really have a lot of that loot, they thought taking down the foes might just give them their loot, but even the foes did not. Yeah, even the foes did not have anything to back themselves up. So entity once again back to square zero. Looking at Prime Esports, even they're on a move, they straight up take a dive in the water, and now they're swimming their way down south. Team Insane in a really good spot, in my opinion, just trying to play for the chicken, aiming for the grander scheme of things.
Yeah. And I think it should work out for Team Insane as well. We've seen incredible performances from Team Insane, but only on day one, of course. Other than that, I think day number 2 did not really go well for them. Day 3, they tried their level best to recover, but I think at that point they were too far behind to make it happen. Reckoning Esports, that man is standing not on the bridge, on top of the bridge.
Yeah, he's once again doing the same thing.
Spider-Man.
The last time he tried to pull off the same thing, he got spotted and he got sprayed down. And now once again, seems like he hasn't really learned from his mistakes. But he does climb down.
Yeah.
Fine.
I mean, he did, I guess. Does not want to risk it this time, just backs off completely. And I think he's going to try and join his teammates now.
Reckoning Esports, a couple of fights happening around them. Or maybe, I guess, it's just our heads messing with us. Because even the players, all they can hear are those gunshots around them.
Yeah.
It's been quite aggressive off the rip. It's been quite fiery.
For a few seconds, even I was paranoid, like, all right, where? I'm pretty sure it might have happened to the players of Reckoning as well, but it's fine, I think. As long as the shots do not hit their body and they do not lose out on HP, they do not panic. They really want to camp this bridge, don't they? They've been readjusting this again and again. This is the 3rd or the 4th setup change we have seen from them on the same bridge camp.
Hey.
Yeah.
These are free points that will funnel in for Reckoning in the future.
No one has showed up in the last 10 minutes, Necro.
Yes, but they know someone will, considering it is a Southern Circle. And knowing the fact that Reckoning Esports, they're quite desperate in the overall standings, they will take any sort of points that they can. And these scrappy points, they will really grant them the lifeline.
Very true. And I think the next team that's closest to the bridge right now, the No Ripnoy bridge in particular, is Kemenex Venom.
Oh, no.
Galaxy Esports, we were looking at them. They were just behind Kemenex Venom, but there it is, Magnet Esports, the lineup. They've lost one player, Sarwar, early in the game. 3 players still left standing, and a port rotation to try and breach the zone from the southern edge. And of course, the southern shoreline of that military base, military island.
One of the most common rotation routes.
Yeah.
Trying to stay as far away as possible from the edges, making sure that you're not going to be in that render distance.
Oh!
And wow, Galaxy Esports pulling off some shenanigans. I like this. Knowing the fact that the bridge is going to be camped. Evil, calm down, my friend. What are you trying to do?
I think they want to go as high up as possible, maybe just try and scout for information. It's a good idea, but it's very difficult to execute. With all of this altitude, you are going to get spotted out.
You will, but at the same time, I don't think so he will try to move in from the bridge lines, right?
Yeah,
he will try
I
to
think
move
so.
in from the extremities.
I agree. I think he's just trying to get enough altitude to just go all the way and not get shot at the same time as well. Because look at that. The players from Kemenex Venom, they are just on the edge of the bridge, close to the gas station. And there it is. Viper goes up ahead again to scout for information. And I'm pretty sure Altu is spotted now.
He's not a Viper. I'm not even sure what he is at this point. Viper can climb up. But yeah. Spots out Altu. That's a free knock right there. Oh no. The man is quite mobile though. He's waiting for Altu to just stand still. And as soon as the first knock is going to be granted, we know Reckoning Esports, it'll all fall into piece. Altu still right underneath him. It's taking a sweet little time to try and capitalize on that, man. The spray comes through. The knockout's going to be there, too. The man's knocked out. Now it's time to reposition, Viper. You cannot be in that same spot.
And look at that. Trouble in paradise for the players of Kemenex Venom as well. They did try to pick a fight against the players of Galaxy Esports. In fact, they did end up taking them out, but there's Entity right behind them. And Reckoning in the front. And of course, the shift of the circle, look at that. Right next to the No Repnoy bridge as well.
Exactly. Now you can say Reckoning Esports, they've got a good spot.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But they can also go for a 2-2 split. 2 players on top of that satellite tower. All the way back on the high ground.
Yeah.
And that can grant them so much vision that's needed, right? And 2 players, they can play somewhere closer to that area. Reckoning Esports, so many possibilities now open, but Inferno Squad are the first one to try and capitalize on that.
All right, so as we were talking about Reckoning Esports, right? Mogo Esports, they've been waiting at their own bridge for the last 10 minutes as well. And again, I feel bad for Mogo Esports as well. No one has showed up yet.
There's still 4 teams around the corner. If you try to consider Hyderabad Hydras as well, it's still in it. And Sirius is the only man left over. Lightcraft, they're on the pounce. They definitely do want to make that. But unfortunately for them, knowing the fact that there's going to be a couple of more teams moving in from the back lines, you just never know what the good call is going to be, because even RTGX IND, they're quite thirsty for points. Team Limra, they've got nothing to lose. They will definitely try to go inside of that fight.
Well, it's not going to be easy as well, because the teams pushing in from the back lines do not really care. They have enough points. They are in the top 8 already. But for Lifecraft, I think it is going to be worse. Team 8-bit. Finally inside of that military base, just parking their vehicles, trying to stay safe inside the circle. Staying away from conflicts and staying away from the action as well all this time inside of this game.
8-bit. This should be the main pathway to play as well. Knowing the fact that the lobby is being way too fiery, you should try and take things a little bit cool. You need that calm, cool, collected mindset. And 8-bit, they're currently bringing that to the table. Looking at Team Insane as well. Once again, the adjustments looking quite fly. They've got themselves in a really great spot. But just need to make sure that the compounds they're holding, they're not going to be contested in the future, but because they're quite exposed.
Yeah, there's one of the players from the side of Team Insane who is playing the shoreline, so I believe that is the insurance policy for them, just in case everyone gets
There we
taken
go.
out. But Entity is still on the hunt, looking for the players of Kevin X Venom. And Fury, I believe, has been spotted out because Pukhar and Gamla Boy just came charging towards these houses. Now they actually leave towards the eastern edge of the main island, towards the shoreline.
Yeah.
They might be looking to swim across.
I think so. They're trying to find some boats as well. At the same time, maybe try and claim some elimination points if they are lying around. And considering it is the players of Kevin X Venom too, they've got nothing to lose, man. They are definitely going to try to make some psychotic moves. There we go. The trap now from Mogo Esports. It swings back to life.
Yeah, but I think it might be a one-off situation because Lifecraft, as soon as they lose out on their player, instantly just back off, and now they are going to look for some alternative to cross the river, make it to the military island. But Fury finds an important frag for his team, takes down Puka. Unfortunately, will not be able to secure the finish, but the remaining players from the side of Kevin X Venom, they show up. The backup has arrived, but will it be enough? That is the question. It's a 1v2 for the lad up here.
Oh, the man's taking too much damage. One more shot from the shotgun will seal the deal. And Somraj claims those points. For Entity, every single player needs to be back upon his feet because they've still got one more chance in this game itself to qualify. And that's why Entity's trying to rack up as many points as possible, knowing the fact that the qualification's on the line. And look at the zone right on top of Team Insane. The stars are now aligned, but at the same time, they're going to be under a lot of that pressure. They will be in the main limelight.
Yeah, this is their game, their name written all over it. And as you mentioned, all the limelight is on them now. Can they take this win? Can they move up into the top 8 again? Reckoning Esports, another team desperate for those points, right next to them as well. But looking again towards that military bridge, Mogo Esports, they are stopping Lifecraft in their tracks. And we all know Mogo Esports, they've been doing very well for themselves on that overall leaderboard. So they're definitely not afraid of losing their lives in this fight.
Yeah, those shots are now starting to hurt for Lifecraft. The players are slowly and steadily just ticking away to death. That's Mogo Esports. They've got so many more of these off angles. They can keep on firing ages. Too many bullets as well to try and spare in this fight. Mogo Esports, they're looking really good, be it in the overall standings, be it in this game as well. But looking at the zone, Team Insane in the prime spot, knowing the fact that they're also going to be in the center of attraction. Team Insane, let's see how well they can keep up the defense.
Well, it's all about that defense now from their perspective. RTGIND still towards the lighthouse, close to the military bridge. Team Limra still lurking in the back lines, but I think we are used to seeing Team Limra play exceptionally slow as well. So it's not going to be a problem for them. RTGIND though, what are they looking forward to? They will run out of first stage eventually.
Yeah.
Stage 4, 15 seconds left before the blue zone starts to close in.
Team Limra's on the trail. It's not looking too good. RTGIND in the front. It's Lifecraft and Mogo. And now on the trail is going to be Limra. Where can they go for Pasha? A moment of strike and he finds it. The knockout's going to be handed out. And Pasha is, of course, here to try and spoil a couple more of these games. Does realize there's another man in the back lines for RTGIND. This is really important. Before RTGIND, there's also Limra moving in from the back. And what a heroic entry that was from Ralphie.
Yeah. What a beautiful, beautiful jump shot over there. Lifecraft taking an exit in this game on the 13th position. We're down to 12 teams, 34 players alive though. There was Hydras, Kevin X and Magnet down to their last player. Entity as well down to their last player. As Pukhar gets knocked out, although they did take a trade from Reckoning Esports. One last survivor from the side of Entity. That is Kamla Boy. Let's see how long he stays alive. In the meanwhile, all of that commotion up on that military bridge. Mogo Esports, they've moved out. And Team Limra, as we say, they always like to take their sweet time with their rotations. They have finally crossed the bridge and are on that military island.
I mean, it's the stage 4, and you can already see the teams in a massive panic state. RTGIND, Lobster's way too low as the man just keeps moving away. And RTGIND, all three of the players, they're way too fragile. Knowing the fact that they've taken too much damage while they try to move in. For Mogo Esports, they're ruling this edge line. No one's going to be able to take this away from them. For Team Insane in the prime spot, all they need to do is just keep on defending that line. For RTGIND, 3 players still up and alive, and they've also got a chance to qualify. They need this game in the bag.
Well, and they can grab it as well. Decent position, still players alive to take the fight, but they have to be careful. In the meanwhile, 8-bit, they find themselves colliding against the players of Inferno Squad. Nades lobbed out, no damage dished out to the opposing players, but still looking to find that opening knock. Both of these teams, they need to be careful. Both of them close to the blue. This time the zone damage will be quite significant. It can be a game changer. 8-bit with only 1 point in this game so far. I think they definitely do need to secure a few extra finishes already. We just have 25 players remaining in this match.
8-bit at the top. RTJ XID on left. Lobster, another man, Radion right behind him. Team Insane still in a really good spot, in a dominating spot in my opinion, considering they've got the cover to play with. Reckoning Esports around the edges, still fighting their way through, considering they've got 3 more players up and alive. That's really impressive. Gravity, he's got a compound of his own, and Reckoning Esports, they keep on moving up slowly and steadily.
Well, Reckoning Esports, 5 elimination points already secured in this match, and Shikari Jaw doing a brilliant job so far. Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, when the game began, we thought they were done for, but Insidious, brilliant job done. Still survives till the top 8, at least has secured 1 extra placement point for his team already.
Look at the way Insidious is trying to move up. And this is one of those techniques to make sure that you're not really giving away a lot of those footsteps, where you just try to tap on the movement button. But as you've got Insane Spy knocking out Lobster. RTJ XID, they're down 2 players. Team Insane, as I mentioned, they're going to be in the limelight. But now 8-bit, they're taking a lot of that damage. 1 single nade sails in, and Team Insane, all those eliminations will be collected. Shadow, what a beautiful nade that was.
Yeah, definitely it was wonderful. And Shadow grabbing all of those finishes for his team. 3 points secured over there. And they are going to look for a few more. Team Insane definitely looking quite solid in the bounce back of theirs. We're down to 7 teams, 20 players still alive. Inferno Squad, the next in their sights.
Insane being graced with the position, looking good as the nade sails in now and finds Hunter. Reckoning Esports in a world of discomfort. As now Mogo Esports, they will try to press up a little bit more. Gravity Jawed, he leaves that position. Reckoning being chased down by the entirety of Mogo Esports. And for Mogo, they're feeling a little bit more hasty. They're trying to straight up stop right next to the players of Reckoning. And Reckoning, they might just face the elimination, and they do.
Reckoning Esports, all that time spent waiting for anyone to show up in their direction on that Novorepnoy bridge. Well, now it's Mogo Esports, the ones that were waiting for a similar position on the military bridge, who end up eliminating Reckoning, looking for a few extra finishes. And Destro, he's on fire now. 8 eliminations secured by the side of Mogo Esports, 3 on Destro, 4 on Delta. But with Delta PG knocked out, can Mogo Esports recover? Will Destro go for a revive, or are they just going to go all in? Inferno Squad eliminated from the match. Insane still alive though.
Yeah, Insane on a run towards a little bit of that readjustment. Inferno Squad still in that same spot where 8-bit got knocked out. And now they're trying to hit back the players of Team Insane. I'm not sure how well this is going to be panning out for them, knowing the fact that for Insane to chuck those nades in that window will be much more easier. And there we go with that nade. He finds the confirmation on both those players. Insane, 1 player is knocked out, but it's completely fine. He's still in the safer shoes. As now Insane, they would need to force a fight against the players of RTJ XID. This just keeps them getting even tougher.
Well, it does, but look at the back lines. Insidious, how is he still there? How many first aids has he been picking up? This man, and he's gotten 1 finish as well now. So incredible recovery from Hyderabad Hydras, but this is not going to be enough. They need to have that 1 big nuclear performance to safely secure a spot inside of that top 8. Slowly and steadily he is moving forward, goes back a little bit to try and avoid the line of fire from any of these teams. But unfortunately, I don't think there are any more crates left around him to look for first aids. Destro from Mogo Esports still standing, still fighting. Finds 1 more for the side of Mogo Esports.
Yeah. Mogo Esports Now they're going to try to close on in towards the players of RTGXI and D. As the last man from the side of Magnet Esports gets spotted, Bajoy down and dusted. Mogo Esports, they're definitely starting to feel the heat now. They've got RTGXI and D on the right lines, and Destro all by himself. Needs to take care of the entirety of RTGXI and D for Team Insane. The stars don't line. Util's being tossed to perfection. RTGXI and D nowhere to go. They're taking a lot of that damage. Destro, he strikes back. And this man is now injecting all that venom against the players of RTGXI and D. Insane, they start to make that move as well. And RTGXI and D in a big sandwich situation. As Shadow, he ejects out against Destro. He takes those shots. Shadow is missing those, but it's completely fine. Team Insane, it is their chicken dinner, and no one's going to be taking it away from them. And Radeon right now in that bush, but his position gets compromised. Wait, hold on, not yet. Radeon, he can at least try and take away one of elimination points, but no, in the end, he gets spotted by Spy.
Yeah, his feet were spotted, and Team Insane walking away with an incredible win. And of course, this was needed from their side as well, especially considering still in the fight for the qualification. I mean, this can help them recover at least something on that overall leaderboard, but maybe one more game like this, and that propels them inside the top 8 comfortably.
Oh, definitely. For Team Insane, this is going to be a major recovery. Maybe they might as well just make it on the 8th spot in the top 8.
So, yeah.
Definitely a chance, but who have they kicked out?
The problem is even 8-bit did quite well for themselves in this particular matchup. Hyderabad Hydras also ended up doing decent, all thanks to Insidious. And by the way, Insidious is the man who ruined the game for the side of Mogo Esports. He just got up in the end, knocked and finished off Delta, and Destro just started to panic after that.
8-bit, how many eliminations they had? Because from what I know, they did not really gather a lot of placement points.
Not a lot of eliminations. I think they might have to survive with... I think they had like 3 or 4 eliminations.
Okay, so that's still not a lot of points, right? 5 to 6 points in this game. That's not enough to keep yourself pinned down in that top 8, right?
True.
And knowing the fact that it is Team 8-bit, there's a high chance now Team Insane, as they breach inside of that top 8, someone is going to be kicked out. For Reckoning Esports, things just keep on getting even worse.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports as well. I mean, that early exit was not something they were hoping for, not we were hoping for. The bridge camp was perfect, by the way. I mean, the strategy was perfect, but if you wait 10 minutes and no one shows up, you have to start moving as well. You can't just sit there and do nothing. It compromised their positioning in the mid-game.
I mean, we saw Galaxy Esports take that flight, but then what exactly just happened?
So, you know, when we were talking about them, all right, they are going to try and just glide all the way to the other side. They got close to the bridge, got spotted out with the players of Kemenex Venom, and it was duck hunting season.
That's the main concern, though. Why would you even fly closer to the bridge when you know it's getting camped by teams? You can just try to move in from the extremities, man.
Just because.
Galaxy Esports, I mean, they are inside of that top 8. They're looking decently comfy, so I guess they can go for those type of risks, too. They had the last 2 remaining players, and at this point in time, a lot of these teams are just having fun. Mogo Esports, though, still that poker face is on, I guess.
Yeah, Mogo Esports, I don't think so. This is the conversation me and Fixes were having. Mogo Esports, Carnival Gaming, Kemenex Venom, they don't care about anything now. Full freedom, full mental freedom inside of the game. There is zero pressure on these players, zero pressures on the IGL. And in a situation where you know that, all right, we might have already crossed the finish line, everyone else is behind, you look over your shoulder, it is very easy to get into the mindset of let's trip someone now.
You know, one team that hasn't changed anything from the start till the end, that's LOC, man. They're always just going for those early game fights. They do not really care what the outcome's going to be. They just want to force a fight. That's it.
They go for the early game fight. They do well in that early game fight, and then they vanish. That's the story of LOC.
That's been the main key of concern, right? If LOC, you do win that first fight, you've got those 4 points to play with. Why do you need to move on? Yeah, I mean, why would you need to move on forward and maybe try and force some unorthodox rotations where you just get caught from?
I would say, I mean, LOC, just the fact that they can win those early fight means, I think within the first 10 to 12 minutes, LOC needs to go on a hunt.
Yeah, but that's the main concern, though, right? Considering the fact that LOC is taking those early game fights, that means they do not have enough loot. And even the opponents that they're eliminating, even they do not have enough loot.
This is where the prep comes in handy, right? Then you need to find a drop location where you know for a fact that there's going to be like a cluster of 3-4 teams within like 300-400 meters of each other. You take the first fight, you win that fight, get some replenishment on the loot done, move on to the second and try and grab some extra points. I mean, a perfect example for this is when we usually see teams drop on Military Island itself. normally, I mean, it is Mogo. Imagine in this situation, Mogo towards a military base, Inferno Squad in Nova Repnoi, and then you would have this one team that drops either to the village next to the military bridge, or it's going to drop to the small town right next to the Nova Repnoi bridge, loot there, and then try and pick those early fights. But moving forward, match MVP, and it's Delta PG.
Delta with 5 eliminations and 577 damage dished out with 3 headshots, and the healing done is going to be 245. Mogo Esports, of course, doing phenomenal for themselves. Moving in towards the top 5, and this is where things will be even more interesting because Delta will be there, but then you find Team Insane's Afu. Destro is right there too, considering he was the man who was surviving for a longer time. You can see the damage number, 917. You've got Shadow from Team Insane. With that one single nade, he wiped out the entire Team 8-bit.
Yeah, and I mean, Entity, I think I expected a lot more from Entity, but I think the struggles are going to continue for them as well. Insane, again, even during the mid-game stages when we saw them on the shoreline, we knew Insane was going to do well. It all depended on the other teams around them, whether they won the chicken or no, but towards the end, that move from the side of Insidious did help them secure that lovely chicken dinner that they wanted so much. And of course, Destro, one thing is for sure, ever since Destro started firing on all cylinders, ever since he has been the man leading the charge from the front lines, Mogo Esports, they look like a completely different team.
Hands down. I mean, Mogo Esports, the game strat that they've been trying to work with, it's been working out pretty well. Right at the start, of course, we had our own concerns. We saw Mogo Esports playing the grind itself, and we knew the strategy was not working out because every single team was trying to contest that center. But then later on, they started to refine that game strat a little bit more, and Mogo Esports is this playing strategy. It worked out quite nice.
Yeah, I mean, it has been working out quite nicely for them. But look at the match summary, man. Only 49 finishes in this game. So that means a lot of the teams were suffocated for those frag numbers. And of course, in a game that does not have that 50+ finish number, we have 7 grenade finishes. Quite interesting. But I think now I want to see how many points the teams actually got.
I guess all thanks to the zone, right? Considering a lot of those teams got eliminated by the play zone, and now you've got the point standings. 21 points from Team Insane. That's a nuclear performance, because this is something that's going to propel Team Insane in the top 8 hands down. No one's going to be stopping them from breaching in over there. And then the point standings on the latter half of the board. You see Mogo Esports with 15. It's completely fine. Hyderabad Hydras with those 8 points. Insidious. All thanks to him.
Yeah, and it is going to be exciting to see how far they can take each other. Hyderabad Hydras, I mean, 8 points does put them in a much better position, but I think at a 20 bomb, get that safety cushion as quickly as possible. Not a lot of games remain now. In total, I mean, in the semifinals itself, we just have 3 matches left now.
Yeah, I mean, look at Team Entity as well with just 7 points. Reckoning Esports with 7 too. For Entity and Reckoning, this game was really important.
Oh, no.
With the fact that they've only just gotten that mid-pack for themselves, yeah, I'm not really sure how to feel. The overall standings now are going to be way too fragile.
Same here, man. Even Limra Esports, I mean, I was expecting Limra to do well and move up in the rankings, but we all saw that late rotation coming in from them. And I think there might be a small little drop from Limra, but yes, they will be in a comparatively safer position. Kemenex Venom, 2 points, just bonus points at this point for them.
Inferno Squad with just 2 points. Inferno Squad still in that contention. A big mishap from the side of Inferno, and this might just be costing them their life. Moving in towards the overall standings, this is where the real board is going to be cleared up. Reckoning Esports still barely making it on the 9th spot. Team Insane, as I mentioned, it will be a major leap as they move in towards that 7th spot. Rivalry Esports on the 6th. You've got Galaxy Esports slipping down a little bit. Limra still in the comfy shoes. Latter half of the board. Inferno Squad, as I mentioned, the previous game was really crucial.
Oh my goodness, Entity is so far away now. They are 20 points away from that 8th position where Reckoning is. Godlike, yeah, that is a lot of distance to cover up with just 2 matches left for these teams. It is such a tough position. I think the curtains can be called for anyone with less than 65 points.
Pretty much.
Do we go 70 points or 65 points?
I mean, just say the teams on the last page, the curtain's closed, pretty much.
Not just the teams on the last page. I think Voltex, I mean, it's going to be a struggle for them to make it through. They need 30 points.
I mean, Godlike and Voltex pretty much on the same page, right?
Yeah.
We've already given up on Godlike, so you might as well just give up on all the other teams that are there on the latter half of the board. So yeah, it's pretty much done for. The last page in front of us, these teams, they've got nothing to lose now. They can just move on forward, considering their backs are against the wall, and just try and hunt down a couple more in the lobby, because Magnet Esports is definitely doing so.
Yeah, Magnet Esports is just having fun now. Lifecraft, that is a big surprise. Necro, just a few days ago, Lifecraft was playing so well.
Yeah.
And the drop did not stop until, I think, they are on the 18 now. I wonder if they can go any further down. It's not even going to matter, but I mean, this is not what we expected. Lifecraft, I mean, they started off on such a strong note. I had so many hopes from this team after the way the first day went for them, but now I think, yeah, it was way over. Now there's just a flat line there.
And now the upcoming map is also going to be Weekendy, so you can't say another off map on the way, and knowing the fact that no one's going to be able to sort of squeeze in that chicken dinner guaranteed. So anything can happen. Things can be way too random on the upcoming map of Weekendy. But you know what? What cannot be random are the elite passes that are up for grabs, because there's so many perks available. You will also have the premium seatings. You will have a chance to have the meet and greet with the famous stars inside of BGIS, and then moving in towards the premium merch that you will be getting for yourself, the exclusive premium merch of BGIS 2024, and also free meals and snacks. So what are you waiting for, man? Just move on forward towards the podium inside of the link is down below in the description.
Yeah, the link is down below in the description. Do go ahead and check it out. And of course, if you do drop by at the BGIS Grand Finale, drop by and say hi as well. It's going to be an exciting matches there. Of course, 3 matches to go before we actually find out which teams qualify for the Grand Finale as well.
I mean, for Grand Finale, as you mentioned, 3 more matches to go, and the upcoming one is now going to be the map of Weekendy, Reckoning Esports on the cusp. You've also got Team Insane still not solidifying that spot yet. Anything can happen, man.
Anything can happen. Anything can go wrong for a lot of these teams. Anything can go right for a lot of these teams. And of course, imagine the awkward position you have to be in if you are right now on the 5th, 6th. All right, 5th is, I think, kind of safe. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th position. These squads need to be so careful, because trouble will be caused not just by each other, but majorly by the teams at the top, because they have already qualified, and the teams at the bottom, because now they are not making it through.
I mean, so many teams looking forward to play that spoiler, considering they've got nothing to lose. But for now, let's move on and look at this short promo.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Weekendy on the horizon, and things are still way too unpredictable, and now teams are way too sensitive as well. Knowing that a lot of these teams, they've got nothing to lose, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of drop collisions, and one thing is for sure, this will be the first Weekendy in BGIS 2024 to start off with a fiery note.
That is very true. I mean, this is the one Weekendy where everything just melts right off the bat. You never know what's going to happen. And of course, as you mentioned, I mean, for a lot of these teams, a lot to lose, but that is, again, we've decided it's just the middle pack that either loses everything they've worked for over the last month and a half, or they qualify for one of the biggest events in the country.
And now, just to give the heartbreak once again, Carnival Gaming's back in action. And we saw what happened when we saw Carnival Gaming play the previous couple of games. They were just going all ham on the lobby.
Yeah, you and I enjoy that action, right?
Of
you
course.
And I enjoy that early shenanigans. So it's not a heartbreak for us. It's a heartbreak for the teams that are struggling to qualify.
Of course. And even for the fans, man, it's going to be a massive heartbreak. And now you've once again got Inferno Squad moving back in the fray. They've still got a chance. I'm keeping on mentioning this over and over again. Team Insane, yes, they have cracked in that top 8, but you never know. They can be kicked out in an instance, too, because teams like Team Limra, Mogo Esports, and even THW Esports, now the fact that THW Esports 2 is way too close to that top 8, for THW, this upcoming game can mean a lot. And now for CG, if they want, they can move on and target THW 2, considering in the previous game that we saw them play, they targeted Entity. Fixes?
Happened before. Round number 4, when Carnival Gaming were about to qualify, Entity did drop on them. They chased down their players, and this is where they're getting the sweet revenge. And we love it how our viewers are watching the game so closely. They've been following all that storylines, us missing out something here and there, the reminders of that, and now it is getting oh so exciting. I think for Entity, somewhere down the line, I think the sun has started setting on the horizon, but for Insane, this was a comeback and a half, especially with THW. I'm starting to get more concerned because they've been wiping out Carnival Gaming twice already. So Carnival Gaming, I'm pretty sure they're going to go after them.
Oh, yeah, this is what I mentioned too, right? When I was having a conversation with Johnny. THW is still on the verge of qualification, and for CG, this is going to be another go call. Like, yes, move on and try and take a fight against THW once again, but make sure that you're not really feeding them points too at the same time, because as you mentioned, THW, they have been wiping out CG back-to-back.
Yes, and for THW, I think that was the kind of mentality you need to come up with. What Insane are putting up on the board, THW also, and in fact for Hyderabad, Hydra's Insidious, the man refused to die. Even when he went down, he ensured he got a Delta PG also. So many of those finish points secured and those extra position points still keeping dreams alive for Hyderabad Hydras. But for now Reckoning Esports, they are somewhere also in the thick and thins of it. 8-bit, it has been a huge collapse for them. Same goes with RTGI Indy.
A lot of these teams are not able to keep up with the pace, man. For some reason, we're seeing those collisions happen. For some reason, we're seeing those collapses as well in the overall standings. And now we also have a little bit of a sub coming in. Robin's going to be the man to play this time, as Destro will be the one to take the back seat. So now the coach is the one to be in the driver's seat. I'm loving this.
Hey, don't forget that he's the kingmaker.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's been coaching so many of those players. He's been there. He's been the IGL. He's had a competitive run. And yeah, the Prince of Rajasthan, my very close friend Robin Sai, what I love to call him. So he's going to be out there. And for Destro, I feel it. I mean, this man was never mean, okay? Every single time you go and talk to him during LAN, he's going to like, you know, this is Bhaichara on top. We're not going to target anybody. We're not going to hunt down. We're going to do our own thing. But today, Mogo Esports, are you watching how they're playing? They're on a hunt, man.
I mean, now the fact that even Robin's going to be in the playing field, we know what's going to happen. Robin is definitely going to take the boys on a big cruise. And knowing the fact that Robin likes to start things off with quite a fiery note, as I mentioned, this will be the first weekend in 2024 BGI so far that will be starting off with the aggressive bunch. Now, moving on forward, we have also got Voltex Gaming, who has pretty much given up on the hopes and dreams of qualifying.
Yeah, for Voltex Gaming, it feels bad, to be honest, because this is one of those teams that was giving us those hopes. Same goes with Magnet Esports also. Every single time they come in, they get that one-off good game. And then we were like, yes, this team is in the race. And suddenly, just to break our hearts. But at this point, man, so many of those big names going out, that's hurting. But at the same time, on the other side of the coin, got so many new teams going to be playing their first BGIS LAN. That already has my heart throbbing.
Team Limra is going to be one of those too, and the fact that they're made it is really something that is sort of a big surprise to me as well. But the fact that they've been able to put off such a great performance on the board, so consistent every single game, you see Team Limra at least squeezing those 8 to 9 points. They've found that perfect balance.
The previous game did not go well, but
I mean,
a good thing
they've already made it.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they've almost already made it. Yeah, at this point you can also say. But for Galaxy Esports, I think the question marks are still there. They're literally on the edge, literally on the precipice. Because I'll tell you why. They're around 102 or 103 points. The previous game did not pan out really well for them. And now a lot of these teams are actually starting to catch up. Now, Insane, everybody is entered past 96, 95. So who knows, one more good game. And this time in the Frozen Tundras, a lot of hearts might break once again. Stone Cold Murderers are already inside of the lobby. They're all going to be out on hunt. And like Necro said, this is going to be quite exhilarating weekendy. So again, folks, fasten up your seatbelts as the flight path trajectory all the way from Winery towards Dobromesto. And we're all eyeing out for that circle.
My eyes are also going to be pinned on Mogo Esports, considering we've seen that switch up coming through. The IGL's taking a back seat, and now Robin's going to be the one to take that shot. And moving on forward towards Mogo Esports, I mean, yeah, one thing is for sure, we were having to talk about how the players are playing a little bit too passive. Now Robin's going to say, it's okay, let's go on the aggressive bunch this time.
They've pretty much been hunting down, and Robin is like, what are you doing? We're not supposed to do that. Because even I had this conversation, like I said, right? Why aren't you going down, targeting teams, hunting them down? And Destro had this one opinion, which I kind of understand, that if you're doing this to somebody today, somebody might do this against us tomorrow. And this is a tough pill to swallow, but I think Entity are starting to feel the brunt of it. Even for the likes of Godlike, they've been constantly being hunted down by teams. Inspiration literally breathing under their necks, and LOC this time time.
Of
Again
course.
after Entity. But let's not forget, Insane is also in the hood. So who knows? They might also chime in.
Yeah, but Insane, they've got their hands on the vehicle, so they're instantly going to be on the move. And Godlike getting drop collided this time. As Chico, he already finds the opener. Admino taking down the main performer, not in the game anymore. Godlike down to a 3-man squad, and what can they do to try and stand their ground? The man's out in the open, and look at the shot on Jonathan. Jonathan was way too low, but then he instantly capitalizes, strikes the man back for inspiration. They've got nothing to lose, but for Godlike, everything is still on the line. One single good game can still bring them back in the race, but now that they're taken down to a 3-man squad, I think the fix is we can close it off.
It has already been closed off. If there was any hopes remaining, this was literally douse the fire. But for Godlike, still, they want to fight back. They do not want to go home. And at this point, you could see the despair. You could see the tears of all the supporters and the fans. And for Godlike, a little bit of a reset there. But INS, this time, they want to do it right. Previously, just walked in with blinders on. Was slapped back by Jonathan. But this still could be anybody's game. A 3-on-3 situation. Jonathan having a very crucial angle. Aryan needs to be watchful. But same goes for Godlike as well. If INS decide to shift their attention on Jonathan, he might get isolated and picked off.
Hey, Jonathan's already got that new set you were speaking of, right?
Yeah.
So I guess maybe it's that little bit of a buff that he's getting, but inspiration. The entire squad, as I mentioned, they've got nothing to lose. If they want, they can straight up just make that push. But still, they want to make sure that they're taking down Godlike to their knees. They're here to get that limelight. And Starboy already starting to stack up on that loot. He's looking pretty good. Look at this off angle he's trying to make now. Just trying to squeeze in from the right side. Surprise Jonathan from the back. Inspiration. I like the spread too from them. For Godlike, it's not looking too good.
It feels like Inspiration have made their life's mission to go hunting after Godlike, because ideally you do not see Godlike dropping down at Goroka quite often. We've seen them go to where's Cosmodrome. Yeah, this is their plan B. And for Inspiration to read the flight path trajectory so well and to understand that they might be dropping down here and coming down to hunt them. And that is where not the trouble really ends, because a lot of those teams are hearing those commotion. The moment you get those finishes, you know that Godlike is already 1-man down. So who knows, even Voltex, they might come chiming in. Even for the players of Inferno squad, they also might come hunting down. But for Team Entity, they survived that onslaught.
Yeah.
They managed to take down LOC, I believe.
That was a flawless fight.
Yeah.
All 4 points accumulated, so you can't say for Entity, that's a great start. Hold on, still a chance for Entity to try and make the bounce back. Johnny said Entity is going to be giving up on them. He doesn't think they're going to be qualifying, but there's still a chance. There's Chicken Dinner, Entity, they grab it. They will instantly catapult themselves somewhere closer to that top 8.
Yeah,
Inspiration from the top. Starboy, he wants that drone view now. He wants that information to play with, and then he's going to be the one to drive the team inside of the city.
Somebody needs to remind Johnny of how Entity performed in that final day of the wildcard, that game of Miramar. 18 finishes, and they came swinging right back in. So at this point, for Entity, it could still be up there. I'm not going to root them out yet, because Miramar, one of their strongest suits, but for now, considering how things are, Starboy's got a really nice angle. But at this point, THW, they're in a little bit of a mix though. But still, they know how to fight. They know it has to be their day, and they're making it theirs.
NIY, they've never been a stronger bunch in the early collisions. And now the util's being tossed away against them for Ninze. This is the exact moment he was looking for to strike. For NIY, it's not a great start in my opinion. The points now just being given away to the side of THW. And THW, if you give them time to breathe, they will come out on top. They're quite tactical in those manners. And you can see slowly and steadily the players are getting dismantled. It's a systematic dismantle too.
Oh, it is, indeed. But THW, moving in like a whole unit. They know what they're up against. Very injured NIY, very scared NIY. Luke, he's counting those minutes, he's counting those seconds at this point. He's still got the DBS though. Can dish him a lot of damage over here. But for now, he's just going to wait it out. THW, they're not heading in with blinders on. They want to ensure they try to flush their enemy out. But these are those compounds which are quite complex to really approach, especially when your foe has got a DBS on him.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, right? THW, they need to be a little bit more watchful. Knowing the fact that they've got everything to lose, they need to do this. NIY, Sam is in the back. You've got Luke in the front, and THW, two of the players. They do make that pounce, and they actually do find it too. Pio is going to be the one to stop that, man. But then, unfortunately for THW, they've lost out on Insei. He just needs to make sure it's not going to be confirmed. And this one single man from the side of NIY is hitting back hard. Sam, once again, single-handedly doing so much damage against the foes of THW. As now it's all down to that one man in the front. And for Sam, if he does deal with this foe in the front lines, then he will have so much more time to reposition. THW, all the pieces on the board, they start to collapse. What just happened? A 1v3?
And he's done this again. Yesterday also, if you remember, Sam around that Miltapar area, he did something similar. Eventually was taken down though, but this time THW, after such a nice run, almost on the verge of a major upset. And this could change almost everything over here. Sam against the world, they were sleeping. And what a time to come alive for NIY. As now THW still to have two men in front of them. And at this point, it's all about the patience game. But you've got a DBS on you, you do not want to take those fights. Sam literally has nothing to work out. It's just that one little smoke grenade. But for Godlike, the curtains are also starting to fall. They've been hunted down by Voltex, and even Livecraft decide to chime in inside the party.
All the four players, they push up close and personal. Jonathan left all by himself in that room. The reposition comes through. I'm not sure how big of a fan I am going to be of this. Molotov being tossed. The floor's going to be lava. Godlike, they've got nowhere to move, but unfortunately for Livecraft, they do eliminate themselves. Or at least one man gets knocked out, and then the nade's going to be placed to perfection. Simp, it's all going to be up to him, and Jonathan slowly and steadily, he gets eliminated from the game. It's all down to Simp now. A 1-on-4 in the makings. All the four players from Livecraft, once again, they're up and alive, as now Simp, he moves out from that house, jumps down, and he will be instantly evacuated and taken down. That's it for Godlike. They're not going to be making it to the grand finals.
If there were any hopes, I think that is how you douse that fire. That is how you shut it down. Not just one, but it was 3 teams that really collectively pushed in. Initially, it started off with INS. Godlike somehow survived the onslaught. Jelly gets picked off by Hemo from Voltex. And with just 2 players, they wanted to run for their lives. They were screaming. They were crying. It was Livecraft showing no mercy. And for now, still a little bit of a stalemate in this particular fight because THW, now the nerves are starting to take over. They started off really well in this fight, was quite flawless till the point Sam, he did it once again.
A lesson to be learned. THW, greed is not good. Sam, the last man, they should have just let him go, I guess. For NIY, though, I mean, once again, this is sort of like that limelight that's been given to them, the focus. And if Sam does manage to clutch it out, it'll be an incredible clutch. Sam looking forward to reposition, knowing the fact that the opponents are emptying out the chambers. Look at this off angle. The man's coming up with, oh, what a knockout that was, Sam. This off angle works out perfectly. And now NIY, once again, this bring back to life. The man underneath, he can start to feel that panic. Kyo Lamau. This man has set some records in the past in the previous stages, but now it's time to perform. Kyo, he pre-fires around the corner, 3 bullets in the chamber. Sam, he needs to be precise as ever before, as now Kyo is holding that off angle too. And Sam, he's just moving up close and personal slowly and steadily. He knows what the man in the front's trying to do as well. And Sam, once again, just forces him off that revival, and he pushes up once again, and he connects the bullets! THW, the happy 1v4 by Sam!
What a major upset that is. What a flip in the overall storyline. The dreams of THW come crashing to an abrupt halt over there. Sam, he was almost there yesterday in that game of Wrangle against Voltex. He had almost 3 players pinned down, but their numbers still overwhelmed him. And today, showing no fear, no remorse, he swings through, but now Team Entity against Mogo Esports previously, that did not went well. But Entity know what they're up against. At this point, they need to survive, they need to breathe. They've got a really good start, Necro. But Mogo Esports, do they have anything to lose at all?
I mean, CG, once again, they wanted to take down Entity, and that's why you see them around that cement factory area. But now the fact that Entity's already moved away, CG, they're going to be on their merry way towards Entity. One thing for sure CG will have the information on is that Entity will be playing somewhere around Mount Kresnik. But still, CG, they've got their own doubts. Now, if you remember the game strat of Entity, they usually do like to tank a lot of that damage in the map of Vikendi just by staying on that drop spot. And this is why CG's still moving down south towards Hot Springs, just to make sure that Entity is not there.
Very important point brought up, an interesting one at that, but look at this. Mogo Esports, they come hunting down after the players of Team Insane. A grenade flung over, but Robin is starting to lead the charge, but suddenly he gets picked off, traded right after, and Insane will finish him off, and suddenly even Delta falls. And at this point, Insane seem to be in the driver's seat inside this particular fight, as now
Oh my
Mogo
God!
Esports turned into ashes as they get eliminated on the 11th spot. And Insane, the momentum train that they are on, the dream's still alive.
Yeah, you blink it and you miss it. That's how fast of a squad wipe that was. But once again, for Mogo Esports, do they really care? No. I just love that aggressive footing, right? Mogo Esports, they did try to punish the players of Team Insane, but now ended up feeding them the points. And for Team Insane, it's just looking way too good. Evil right there too. Insane claiming those 4 points. Now all they need to do is just stay put in that spot. But yeah, once again, going back towards that conversation, right? This is how Entity really likes to play. And the fact that the players of CG are moving in from that bridge too, that's how Entity likes to rotate as well.
Somebody needs to tell them they need to get better at hunting at this point. Those are not the blood tracks of Team Entity. And at this point, you know, very interesting point, like you said, right? They kind of tend to rotate late, and this time Entity, I'm starting to wonder if they have their insurance policy ready. Because we've also seen Entity, they've gone down even to those heal battles. Considering they've rotated early this time, certainly would be missing out on some. But they've set their eyes clear. They know they want the chicken dinner. They want to stay around the center of the circle. It's not going to be easy because Lifecraft, they're also on the hunt. But seems like Ryzen has been picked off by Shadow and Insane. They're starting to manifest. They're starting to channel their inner demons. And look at this. Lifecraft still after the players of Team Entity.
You gotta love it. Now you gotta call them the real Bloodhounds, but unfortunately this time they're the one falling prey to the Hunters. That is going to be in the name of Entity. Bloodhounds, unfortunately, did half the tracks, but Lifecraft, they could not really come back to life in this fight as they do get eliminated from this entire kerfuffle. And then you've also got Team Insane putting that final nail in the coffin.
And look at this. Carnival Gaming, they've heard all that commotion and they are approaching their directions. They have set their eyes on Team Entity. And it's just a matter of moments. But they also understand for a fact that Team Entity, they haven't lost a single player. And it's time enough for them to recuperate. So Carnival, they really need to start counting their eggs at this point. But for Team Entity, it is a spectacular start. 6 finishes secured already. A little bit of that assistance coming in from Team Insane. That was enough to take down the players of Lifecraft. But as volatile as this overall standings look, it gets so unpredictable to say what will happen of all these teams right now.
Entity, all the 4 players just playing put. As you mentioned, it's indeed a spectacular start. But for Team Insane to keep up that pace, I still think it's going to be way too tough. Voltix once again playing from that center to center. They like to play things that way. You've also got Inferno Squad still pinned down towards Gorka. Sam all by himself from the side of NIY after pulling off that clutch against THW. It's all looking good in the hood for that man. You've also got 7 Shores on the southern side of Gorka. For Voltix, yeah, I mean, towards that spot, they're completely fine.
I mean, at this point, so many teams have been taken down. Look at this. These are the early stages of Vikendi, and we just have 9 teams remaining. And so many finishes already accumulated. For THW, it has to feel quite gutting. And they knew what they were signing up for, and they were doing so good. That little moment of complacency setting in. One player gets knocked down, the other getting over-eager. Can't really go on to blame themselves. But right now, Entity, this is a very critical split. They are following a 2-2-1 at that. And this is not going to work out if Carnival Gaming get a slight idea that their players are separated from each other.
Rivalry Esports. I mean, just looking at this replay once again, right? godlike how they eliminated the likes of Inspiration, and then later on you saw that pounce coming in from the side of Lifecraft. Look at this bounce on the nade. To have such sort of a knowledge about the player and knowing exactly how the house is structured, this is incredible. He bounced that nade off the window, off that frame, and he knew exactly where it's going to be landing. It lands on that staircase where Jonathan was playing.
And to be honest, this is one of those conversations I was having with Johnny also. Look at how the times have changed, Necro. There was once a time when this squad got like, when they were part of TSM entity or whatever it was, you know, they were the ones causing all that havoc, all that wreckage. They were the ones hunting down teams like that. Everybody used to just start stuttering the moment Godlike arrived. And now, it's just anybody going out hunting them down. Is it something, is it all coming around for Godlike in a full circle? What is up? You know, I would love to know your opinion.
I mean, all that past is fine, but at the same time, you need to remember, you're currently in the present. Yeah, just looking up to the past glory, understandable. Yes, you've pulled off a lot of those things, but at the same time, you're playing a tournament that is in 2024, and you're right now in the present. You need to adapt accordingly. You need to shift your mindset accordingly. And that's where it feels like the players definitely have failed. The adaptation hasn't been too good.
Somewhere coming down, biting them back at some point or the other. But for now, Carnival Gaming, look at them. They're just trying to gauge the situation. They know it is entity in front of them. They've heard all that commotion of that previous fight against Lifecraft. It's all about whether Team Entity know that they're in the crosshairs already. And they're starting to set sail, and in the next couple of seconds, we will have that next circle shift. Still on Entity though, but Voltex, they have a really good position. Same goes with Team Insane. But Carnival Gaming, still looking for some blood. They are just hoping that somebody just rams in on Entity and they come hunting them down.
Entity, 4 players, once again, just pinned down in that same spot. They do not have any intentions of moving away from that area. And looking at Team Limra, what are they even doing? They've already made it. Still taking that late game rotation. I'm not even sure what Limra is trying to pull off there. I guess still trying to go for that med strat. But Entity Gaming, they start a hit back against CG as Goblin gets knocked out. But it's fine for CG. Once again, they've got their own safety distance.
But now I think Entity knows that it is going to be
another 1v4.
Carnival Gaming. For Sam, yeah, he's on that choo-choo train. And this time against Inferno Squad, who I feel are well prepared. The big question is, are they aware it's just that one man? Still will do their due diligence. Try to toss in that grenade, still misses its mark though. But Sam, he's a warrior. He's been a fighter.
Yeah, you got to give it to Sam, though. Always making the right calls in such 1v4 situations. But this time, the call's not going to be too right, as he does take that chip damage from the nade. And the pre-fire this time is going to be catching Sam. Not against Inferno Squad, my friend.
Not against them. They're also the Hounds, right? And the clock almost striking 12 when everybody started to go out on the hunt for Inferno Squad. Has been such an amazing journey in the BGIS so far. And now Carnival Gaming, have they recovered? Yes, they have. They've gotten the rest back up. But look at Somraj. I mean, would love to see if the map feed does come in front of us, because Somraj has made a very, very risky maneuver.
Team Limra towards that southern side. Now you've got the players trying to reposition themselves, just playing on the edges. Team Insane in the smack center. CG right next to him. For Insane and Entity, this game is definitely quite meaningful. Before teams like Rivalry, even there's a chance they can be kicked out. Inferno Squad still on that hunt for the top 8. And CG's there to try and spoil all the hopes and dreams, as now the circle's going to be moving in a little bit more on the right side. Team Insane, they do find themselves in the spectacular spot. Before Team Entity, it's the time to move.
I think they still will want to hold on to this position. I think the idea is to try and squeeze in as many points as they can. And they've also understood that not a lot of players are surviving. So not a lot of points up for grabs though. But even if they can somehow get around 20 points, they will also be back into the race. And for now, Rivalry getting the better out of the players of Voltex. He moved out in the open, caught napping, instantly put into deep slumber. But Insane at this point, they've got such a nice position for themselves. The two Erangel games they played, they were quite consistent. The previous one, getting a chicken dinner. They've also been staging that comeback. Something they missed out, Necro, on the first week of the semi-finals.
Pretty much. CG, the fact that they're right behind the players of Team Entity, I know it is their evil strat. They're doing it on purpose. They're not leaving that track just yet. They know if they straight up try to ram their vehicles, they will end up feeding those points. That's what they're waiting for Team Entity to make that rotation outside of that compound. As soon as that happens, CG, they will give the execution to those evil plans. But for now, Entity, even they need to realize the same thing. CG's on that trail. They're not moving too far away. They've got the players locked in the sights.
It's not for the faint of hearts. Considering how things are really going around, the tension really starting to build up. I really feel Carnival Gaming, they don't care if they have to tank the blue zone damage. They will just wait for Team Entity to pick a fight. The moment a single player gets knocked down, Necro, I feel that is the golden window that Carnival Gaming are eyeing out for, because they've got nothing to lose. But if they take down Entity at this point, then this could cost them the ticket for the Hyderabad LAN finals.
Hands
As
down.
now Carnival Gaming, this time, they've got the players of Team Limra pinned down to one corner. Gokul has been taking some massive amount of damage. Another grenade could just do the trick.
Man wants to blow the vehicle up. That's why he's constantly spamming that area. But the vehicle's taking a lot of that damage. Eventually, the man does get knocked out. CG, they're taking a fight against Team Limra all by themselves. There's not a lot of that cavalry available, even from the side of CG. Now, finally, they do start to stack up on that area, knowing the fact that Entity isn't going to be leaving that area anymore. That's why they just leave one man in the back lines, pinning their eyes down on Entity, while the rest three players, they challenge a fight. They force a fight against Team Limra.
Taking fights on two different fronts. Carnival Gaming, they can clearly afford this at this point, but now Team Entity, they'll have to be on the move.
Look at Neo. He moves back towards the compound because he knows Entity's now going to move out. Neo's going to be the main communicator here.
Yeah, and imagine whilst Team Entity are rotating, he gets two players down. And let's not forget, Neo is capable of pulling off such wonders. He's done that in the past. He's done that even today against Rivalry. Who knows? But throw a spanner to the works of Team Entity.
Look at Entity, all the four players getting ready. They're definitely in a state of that discomfort. Try at the top of that house, just iron out a couple of more things. Entity definitely starting to feel that pressure around them. Ooh, look at that Bentley. And look at the two remaining players of Team Limra just hiding in that shack. It is quite evident that there is someone in there, but luckily enough for Team Limra, the first util that's going to be tossed, it's not directly going to be tossed in. But if the first util is Molotov, and then the second util is Nade, then these two players will be locked in that shack.
Just one Molotov will do the trick, pretty much. The moment you throw that, the door breaks open and there's nowhere to run, right? So somebody tossing that molly there will get the job done. But now I have my eyes pinned at Entity at this point. And I want to see how Entity really makes that movement. What decision does Somraj take for his team? Because Kamla Boy on the horizon, he did take some damage. Was it Neo firing those shots, or was it the players of Rivalry taking a dig at them? Team Entity, they're starting to fight back, but at this point, with Entity having so much to lose and Carnival Gaming so much revenge to gain, at this point, it's so difficult to comprehend what's going to happen next.
Oh my god, Entity, they're pulling off a 200 IQ move. They're moving away from that spot, knowing the fact that CG is right there in the front. They just want to keep their safe distance against CG. But they do move in towards that other side. And now looking at Team Insane, yes, they have wiped out the entirety. Voltex is completely fine. Insane on that rampage, and they need all these points too. Team Insane performing when it's needed the most. And now look at Rivalry 2, unfortunately losing out on the man number. It's not looking too good. Bitchly knocked out. Artos tosses out those smokes to get the revival back up on the fallen player. But Seven Shore, not looking too comfy in this spot. As Toxic, he tosses out the smokes once again. And Team Insane, now they make that pounce against Seven Shores. Because Team Insane, they can start to feel that heat. They are feeling that confidence oozing through. They can feel it coursing through the veins that they can shut down Seven Shores.
Seven Shore again tossing their hat into the ring over here, but Team Insane still fighting strong. Already 8 finishes secured, but now look at this. Inferno squad getting the better out of Team Entity and Troy. He's fallen down to the play zone as well. But for now, considering how things are we calling down on the curtains? Yes, Team Entity, they have been wiped out. They ran away from Carnival Gaming.
Entity, they just pulled a godlike. A complete anonymous rotation, not knowing exactly what's going on the opposite side of the map. They still went over there and then just stepped in the uncharted territories and got wiped out by a multiple of those teams. If they would have just stopped at the northern side and moved in from that area, considering they had the information to play with as well, but Entity, they just overcomplicated things. Now you've got Seven Shores on the receiving end of things once again, as I mentioned. Insane, they've got to know in the fact that they can be the one to win this fight. They can feel it coursing through the veins. They've pretty much got it in the bag as well.
Yeah, for Insane, they've got their blood pumping, the adrenaline shots already there. Shadow gets away, Tiger. 11 finishes so far secured, made it inside the top 3. 16 points confirmed for Team Insane. How deep can they dig? That's the big question. Carnival Gaming smiling their way inside of top 3. They've got that wry smile on their face, that smirk. But for now, Team Limbra still consistent, still inside the top 3 this time. They're also going to toss their hat. And Shadow is waiting with open arms, embraces Dragon as he has been shown the doors of the hell. As now even Poco falls down. Team Limbra reduced to their final man, who apparently is Hesperos, but he's healing.
Team Insane, phenomenal positioning inside of that compound, knowing exactly what angle to hold and what not to. And look around the compound too, they've got so many more smokes even looted up from the death crates. They can keep on tossing out those smokes all across the day. CG, they've spread themselves out so wide apart, knowing the fact that Insane, they're going to be funneling in from that same direction. CG, they can easily capitalize and win this chicken dinner. But for Team Insane, they've already done it, Fixes.
Yeah, they have. They know it. They're starting to feel it. It's all about putting a ring on it at this point. But Carnival Gaming, that spread is beautiful from their side. Insane, they know they're boxed to that one corner. And only a miracle might help them out. But Afu getting taken down really does not help the endeavors of Team Insane, what they're trying to accomplish over here. As now they're also starting to kind of burn. Drop and roll is going to be the call. But Shadow somehow gets some respite. Gets another finish tucked in. Goblin getting taken down. The rally on Team Insane keeps on increasing.
Yeah, but the barrage of Utils is constantly dishing out the damage. And now for Team Insane, it's all down to Shadow. But he's still striking back a little bit more. Omega down and dusted. And now you've got just the last man of Team Limra Esports, Hesperos. He secures that second spot for the team. And with this, even Team Limbra, they nailed that spot down in the top 8. You've got 2 more teams entering in the grand finals.
Yeah, for Team Insane, surely they do. They've gone past 100 and with flying colors. Carnival Gaming had already set their foot there right from day number 3. But for Team Limbra, now this confirms it. There's no chance on earth that anybody is stealing their spot. And there you have it. A case to all their fans, to all the supporters, saying that see you on the LAN as Carnival Gaming. They did not have any intention of getting a chicken dinner, still came away with one. And now, look at that script changing. Team Entity, they had a lot of finishes, but that one journey inside the unknown, changing it all.
Team Entity, they've only got one more game to go in today's Day Fixes, and I don't think so anything can be done with that one single game left over. So for Team Entity, it is done. They're now once again in the grave. For Godlike, yes, a lot of the heartbreaks. We knew this was going to happen, but now this was just the icing on top of the cake that every other person needed just to make sure that Godlike is not going to be moving in. And now moving on forward towards the team that barely did squeeze in, right? You've also got some of the names like Team Limra, who've pretty much nailed that spot down. Team Insane as well, squeezed in at the final moment and pretty much now nailed that spot down as well in the top 8. You've still got more teams like 8-Bit and Reckoning on the horizon.
You had to bring that up already. If the tensions weren't still too high,
Yeah.
I mean, the roof's gonna blow over at this point. But yes, coming back, Team Entity, I want to see where they stand in the overall standings. Do they even have a fighting chance? A little bit of that copium coming in. But yeah, a lot of copium for the Godlike fans also were hoping. Because in the wildcard, they did the impossible, right?
Yeah.
3 back-to-back really good games. The zone really helping them out. But today, nothing has worked. Nothing really. What they thought of, what the mentality was, they knew that they're going to be targeted. That happened. And to make matters worse, this time there were 3 teams hunting Godlike down. So that is all there. Godlike, I think their dream run has come to an end. But for THW, after that beautiful start against the fight with NIY, but Sam, he just doused all that flame in their heart.
That 1v4 from Sam to just shut down the hopes and dreams, even from the fan of THW. And for THW, knowing the fact that this last day could have been a big saver for them, now they've only got one more game to go, and the only way they can make it in is the 30 bomber. And also hopes and dreams that maybe the other teams who are still in the top 8, at least at the bottom, they mess up. Maybe Reckoning, that's what they're going to be praying.
Yeah, Reckoning I haven't been having a great day. Same goes for RTG Indy. 8-bit, despite having such good positions in that inside the circle, they're starting to bottle it down. So for 8-bit, even I'm starting to feel worried about them. But at this point, Reckoning in the previous game of Wrangle, they did get around 7 to 8 points. Hyderabad Hydras, they're also in the race. Insidious, he's been carrying that torch ahead. What is going to happen in the final 2 games remaining? Because for certain groups, I think the next match is going to be the last game for teams from Group B. And whatever needs to be done has to be done there. I'm talking about Entity.
But can you forget Inferno Squad too? Even they're still in the race, right? The previous game was quite decent. They did manage to survive to the late game. So even for Inferno Squad, still there's a chance to move on forward and qualify. The overall standings are still unstable, my friend. The teams all the way from 7th till the 8th spot, there's a high chance both these teams will be kicked out. And the only way you can have that cushion if you move inside of the top 5.
This is where teams like Galaxy Esports need to realize they
yeah.
cannot get complacent. Yes, they've crossed that 100 marker, but considering so many teams from the bottom have already crossed 100 right now, the overall standings, like you said, has been quite volatile at this point. And who knows, in the final game, everything could change.
But after this previous game, just imagine how many more teams have given up on the hopes and dreams. Even THW can be on the same pathway. Already the latter half of the board was there, but now you can start to imagine that even the teams on the 13 to the 16 spot, they've given up as well.
I think for THW, there's still something to latch
30 bomber, man.
Little
really?
bit of that thread. No, I mean, I think 30 bombers is too much. Still a 20 bomber is enough.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess you're so hopeful for THW then moving on forward in the upcoming game. If they're able to pull off something, that's definitely going to be incredible. But if they don't, well, then it's something that I saw coming. Because 20 bomber, I still feel like they need at least 25 points, man.
I mean, once the overall standings come out, you'll have it in front of you. But a little bit of a look on the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. And yeah, I think Insane was just boxed into that corner. They were quite helpless. Carnival Gaming, they wanted Entity, but they're going to settle with getting Insane out of the picture. But yeah, this is one of those fights that they wanted to take because they had to get the chicken dinner. They had no ill intentions, nothing malicious over there. But for Carnival Gaming, what a run has it been. And for Team Limra, Hesperos, he's been the hero in the past also. I think the way he's clutched out, but this time, acting the role or taking the role of being the survivor, being the heel battler, he's done it all. So what a complete journey of BGIS has it been for this lad.
It definitely has been. And knowing the fact that now so many teams are not going to be making it in the grand finals too, it'll indeed be the confirmation, the nail in the coffin that some of the fans needed, right? And now moving it forward towards the leftover 2 games, still you've got so many teams on the desperate verge. But the main concern here is that there's two less of a desperate teams than there's 2 more of those teams that have already given up. So imagine the hunting party. It's going to be doubled up now. There's probably going to be half of the lobby on the hunt. As we move on towards the match MVP, it's going to be Shadow from Team Insane. 1,098 damage dished out by the single lad.
He was on fire, pretty much on a rampage. And yeah, this could have been a back-to-back chicken dinner also for Team Insane had Carnival not really spoiled their party, but it's okay. Something they can live with. All that matters right now is the doors of qualification opening up for Insane. And for Inferno Squad, like you said, Owen played quite a crucial role in the demise of Team Entity over there, because Entity went with their blinders on, had no idea what they were really signing up for, running away from Carnival. I get it, I get the mindset, but yes, it is what it is. It really gets tense towards the end. The point standings is what I'm really eyeing out for. But before that, few more look at those facts and figures there. Anything that stands out?
Nothing really. I mean, the match summary is right here. It's pretty much just basic stuff. Nothing really over here inside of the match summary. You've got 353 longest finish to 39 rescues, just 4 grenade finishes. Knowing the fact that we saw so many knockouts with that grenade. But as we do see the point standings, yes, CG with the chicken dinner, but then look at Team Insane, 19 points at the top. Yes, they've definitely made it. No one's going to be stopping them now. You've also got Team Limra with those 7 points, just pinning the spot down, but Inferno Squad, as I mentioned, still in that race.
Rivalry has had decent day so far. 5 points. I want to see where they look and where they stand at as we head on to the second page. For a lot of those upsetting names because LOC, they tried to be aggressive.
Okay.
Were slapped on their faces. 3 points for THW. Voltex, 3 points. Alright. Godlike, it's not going to lead them anywhere. Inspiration, just 1.
Now, knowing the fact that THW does not really like to play too aggressive in the lobbies, they like to play way too safe, do you still think they can pull off a 20 bomber or a 25 bomber? Because THW, they like to play from edge to edge. They like to avoid all those fights. And to pull off at least 10 eliminations in that game, that means THW, they will need to start charging into those fights too.
Just 1 more game remaining, and considering where we are right now, 102 points is the threshold. So, still, if they can get a 20-pointer, I mean, we have to be hopeful. Because before the start of the evening, we had pretty much given up on THW. Till they fought back. They've won fights against Carnival Gaming. We cannot take that away from them. And they did that twice. This time, they could have also clutched it out against NIY. They fumbled. But it's okay. 1 more game remains. And who knows, they might qualify.
Now, they would just need to cross their fingers and hope that Galaxy Esports and Inferno Squad do not really play good in their upcoming games.
Same goes for
That's the only way they can try and make it in. For Reckoning and 8-Bit, if they do get a chicken dinner, they directly propel themselves on the safer cushions. Before teams like THW, if they still want to move in, they would need to hope that these teams upper them or above them, they do not really perform well.
And to make matters worse, Group A will be coming in the last game. And we also need to consider the fact that Group C have 2 more games to go. At this point, so many of those big names inside the race for qualification, Reckoning, Hyderabad, Hydras, 8-Bit, anybody could go in. And that is going to shoot that overall standings, in fact, the threshold to much higher. Now we're looking at the 110 points marker also. 2 games, anything can happen. And this is as close as it gets. But for THW, gotta have that little bit of that copium, have my fingers crossed that something good happens for these lads. Yes, they should have done the heavy lifting in the earlier days, but yeah, they're taking that last dig, and I love that effort.
Now, if you're still hoping for THW to move in, you can still say you're hoping for RTGX Indy as well.
Oh, yes.
To move inside. And the only way, as I mentioned, they can move in is by hoping that the other teams do not really perform who are above them.
Yeah.
So the fans now, they need to come into action, right? They need to start praying that the other teams do not perform, and their favorite team, which is RTGX Indy or THW, they start to perform. Before now, you know, performing for what? For the grand finals that are going to be happening in Hyderabad itself. It's going to be LAN event, and all the elite passes, they're being sold out in rapid pace. So move on right now towards Paytm Insider and book an elite pass for yourself. And Fixes, would you like to touch upon the perks that you get?
Yeah, a lot of free snack meals for you guys. You've got that extreme, beautiful opportunity of meet and greet with your favorite content creators and your esports athletes. You've got the best view from the house, and then you also get that exclusive BGIS 2024 merch. And for all of that, you know, the price you're paying, all of that proceed goes for a charity, for a noble cause.
Someone in need will be helped out with this elite pass too.
Yes.
So yeah, what are you waiting for? The link is going to be pinned in the chat and also in the description. Now moving on towards the conversation, upcoming game, we know it's once again going to be the classic rounds where teams will have a chance to try and redeem themselves, or at least the teams from the 9th till the 16th spot, or maybe 9th till the 14th spot, they will have a chance to redeem themselves. And there's way too many teams that will go on the hunting party once again. So you can't say it's all about those 4 teams wanting to qualify while the other teams try to hunt them down.
Everybody's on the prowl. At this point, it's all out in the open. Still quite hard for us to decipher who's going to make it, who's going to not. So much of that storyline to be yet to be unraveled. But hey, folks, all after this promo.
रुक यार जिगल विगल करके दे दिया. Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंस से.
As we know, there's only 4 teams still trying to fight it out for that top 8, and then there's teams on the cusp of being eliminated or maybe kicked out of that top 8. So many hopes and dreams have already been shattered, but there's still a couple of those hopes and dreams that can be made.
Yeah, and especially when you are now a team from Group B, this is your final game that you're playing.
Yep.
It could be your last game of the BGIS. Let that sink in for a moment.
I mean, definitely open the door and let that sink in, but yeah. Moving on forward with the conversation. I'm going to stop with those lame jokes, but the fact that things are getting way too intense, we need to crack these jokes, right? Just to let the pressure ease off a little bit. And looking at you, you're sweating off, my friend.
I am starting to sweat thinking of what will happen to all these teams and their future. So much on the line. So many teams about to get broken after this. We're going to have that big transfer window opening up after the BGIS. And we're already hearing so much of that ruckus, so much of that rumors. And Necro, you're not on the same page with me, man, because now I've got Super Johnny chiming back in. He knows the tension that's building up because now Group C, they're back in the action, Johnny. Group B, their final game could be their potential last dance.
Exactly.
What do you have to say about this?
Oh, I mean, it is going to get quite intense, right? I mean, you have Team God like THW over there fighting for qualification. And, of course, everyone else looking to kind of ruin their day. Rivalry barely squeezing inside of the top 8. That is quite interesting. And, of course, with this last game of theirs, either they build a safety cushion or they leave the door open for the teams of Group A to chime in.
At this point, anything could happen because right now, the idea, the mindset that Galaxy Esports and Rivalry had come up with, all they were thinking is that maybe a couple of 3-pointers, 4-pointers per game is going to make the cut. Little did they know so many teams from down bottom would strike back. Now, this kind of takes me back to those days where teams like Gujarat Tigers, they needed a couple of points. Medal Esports, they needed a couple of points to make it into the qualification to the next round. They failed to do so, Johnny.
Exactly, and I think the same is going to happen today as well. It is not going to be any different because getting those points in the last few games is extremely difficult. It's a different level of pressure you're dealing with at that point. And of course, at a certain mark inside of the game as well, you are going to have that paranoia like, all right, we've been in this situation before, we messed it up. And then when the panic sets in, that is when mistakes are made. So this is a very tough position to be in, but it's also one of the most exciting qualifications we have had as of now, right?
In fact, you know, when you talk about all these groups starting to play in this one, it's going to be Miramar, and we've got some player substitutions being made. Blade goes out, Dagger Devil comes in. I think Johnny and I, we both are really happy about it. I just hope he gets an MG3. But now, bringing the discussion back to teams that have started flustering, 8-Bit being one of them, RTG being one of them, Reckoning being one of them. Reckoning, the first point, they could not get anything at first game, they could not get any points. Second game, yes, a decent performance. But 8-Bit, in that game of Miramar, you and we were both casting, and they had such a good position, and they suddenly just vanished.
I mean, just all of the players pushing into that one compound wasn't advisable, and that was the one and only mistake that was made from 8-Bit in the entire game, and it resulted in the whole team getting wiped out. Fortunately, I mean, they have one more map of Miramar right now about to take place, and I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how does this one fare out. Today, I think for 8-Bit, it's just been a very shaky ride, but at least they've kept themselves in check. I mean, one more match remaining. Either you go all in, get that big, heavy chicken dinner, right? I'm not talking about 20 points now. I'm talking about 25 plus points. You have to go big. Make sure that there is absolutely no way you slip out or miss out on that qualification.
The only good thing about 8-Bit and for Reckoning and the others from Group C is that they have 2 games, including this one, after this, the last one. So they have that little bit of a leeway. But for teams from Group B, THW especially, hey man, Necro was quite pessimistic. He thinks that they're not going to make it. But I think us, being the old guards, we have to be hopeful. We want THW there.
Yeah, I mean, we would love to see them there, right? I mean, this was a team that inspired an entire region to sort of be a part of the competitive circuit and step up more. And we would really love to see that. They're the torchbearers from their particular part of the country. And I would love to see, again, to see them on the LAN finale. But let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out for them, because this creates either helps them create history or it just denies them their destiny. Let's see how this game turns out. We have Miramar beginning, ladies and gentlemen. The plane is in the sky and the flight path is leaning heavily towards the western half of the map.
And we all know what happens first. Godlike Esports, they're going to be chased down. by the players of Team Inspiration, their last dance.
Yeah.
And we're here to witness it all. The flight path trajectory, like you said, quite towards the western side. So many teams into the mix. Let's not forget, we've also got the players of Keminex Venom. Now, this is one of those teams that we did not get a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
The Miramar game, I think, was pretty decent in terms of how they survived. But in the grand scheme of things, it's still unsafe that they haven't qualified.
I think one good game. Keminex Venom, the one push we saw from them on day number 2, it has raised a lot of hope for me. So I do expect this team to break through within the top 8. They just need that one amazing performance. But look at that right off the bat. Hyderabad Hydras taking an early exit. And they drop down towards Minas del Sur. And of course, what is that? Is that godlike in Valle del Mar?
Yes. They're trying to make sure that they have at least one good game. They don't get hunted down by Inspiration, because Inspiration, they're not showing any mercy there. And this time also, they headed off towards Picado. All right, the mischievous ones. Were they after Carnival Gaming?
I mean, I don't know. They are going to try and take out someone, and I think
Where's Carnival?
Looking at those parachutes, I think they are there with Insidious, maybe.
I mean, with Inspiration, I don't...
Yeah, it is Picado.
Yeah, but...
They're right underneath Insidious, I believe. Yes, they are. You have to trust me on that, Fixes.
All right, yes. Finally, that gets confirmed.
I know what I'm talking about, man.
All right, so, I mean, for Carnival Gaming, it's all right. They wanted to be the hunters, and they're starting to get hunted. That's fine.
It's not all right for Insidious, though, because this is not the team they were after.
Yeah, I mean...
They might just miscalculate things grossly over here.
Of course, I mean, for this moment, Akshat, he did not see this one coming. And at this point, the boys are starting to shake off a little bit.
Well, I mean, again, buying each other time. Goblin's position is perfect. They've already kicked things off, Carnival Gaming. And as I said, the position was perfect. You force the players into those corner rooms, and if you have another lad on the other side of the road, it becomes very easy to set up the crossfire. The nade can dish out a lot of damage, and in fact, helps them secure the knock. Omega does not even matter if he does not have any HP to work with. Neo switching to FPP might have been a mistake. They want to try and ban him, and they succeed as well. The last man getting whacked in the face with a piece of metal.
You don't do that to me, say Carnival Gaming. Dare you drop on us again as Inspiration Esports. Finally, their ballet gets over. Inside of the BGIS, they're done and dusted. But what a lasting effect they've had in the final day.
Oh, of course.
Inspiration are going to be inspiring a lot of those underdogs to pursue their dreams. And we're going to see more of them maybe in the next official tournament. But for now, look at Prime Esports. Who knows, these Apex Predators might finally wake up. That performance in round number 4, that game of Miramar, nobody has forgotten.
Well. I mean, this is going to be a revenge fight between these two sides. Prime and Keminex Venom. And for the side of Inspiration, as we spoke about them, I think, again, a big miscalculation. I think they might have assumed that was godlike again.
No, not this time. I mean, I think they've had enough.
That's the team they've been after all this time.
And yeah, they were smacked back. Let's not also forget. They were like, alright, we're not succeeding against godlike. Let's try Carnival. The best team possibly inside of the lobby, but Voltex, were those just gifts? The way they rammed in, and Arthur still fighting back, but Voltex still retaliate back. And for Rivalry, this is something they cannot afford to lose at this point, Voltex. Oh my god, those pans, those daggers, everything getting stabbed into their heart.
Yeah, big blunder from Voltex first, and then Rivalry, they repay them the favor. But Bijlu is here, he can definitely be... And he runs back. I was hoping he was going to try and pick a fight, at least surprise the players of Voltex, but that was impressive. Those opening knocks, had there been even just a little bit of suppressing fire, I think Rivalry just huddled up together. They definitely would have taken down the players, and in fact the entirety of Voltex would have been like an Amazon delivery. All of the weapons, all of the loot just right at your feet.
And Rivalry weren't really prepared. I don't know what the idea was, what the call out was.
Yeah.
Because Voltex V for sure, no matter what they try, how much they try, they're not making through. But Rivalry, they had a chance. And now the chances look quite slim, quite bleak. Reckoning Esports, another big name. They started off so well, and now they're starting to falter down. Tension really eating them up once again, and this has happened to them in the past.
Yep.
First week of the semis, the last day, Reckoning choked really hard. I really hope this time they've gone past their fears.
Oh, let's see. And they're still trying to take things extremely slow, and luckily for them, at least in this game, the northern half of the circle, and in fact the map is quite empty, so they have a lot of area to work around with. In the meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras, we have them on our screens finally. They're starting from Partona and Minas del Sur, the two isolated islands towards the southwest of the map. And I think the first threat for them has to be Team Godlike if they decide to cross from that Valle del Mar bridge. Otherwise, Partona bridge, it's quite empty. There's no one there.
Considering,
yeah,
we're Godlike, even if they get a 30 bomber, I don't think they will still qualify, right?
No. I mean, they are at 88, if I'm not wrong.
No.
Or maybe that's NTD.
Yeah, I mean, Godlike, I don't think they've crossed even 80 at this point.
Then I think they're at 78.
Yeah, so
30 bomb, that's 108. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
it's going to be a tough call, but still, so many teams, in fact, Group C, like I said, having that one extra game to play. And this time, at least, Godlike, they've been inside of the game for quite some time. In fact, the longest time, perhaps, but inspiration. The way they were whacked at Starboy, just having that Winchester. I love this monster truck.
Why?
Look at how you've got those butterfly wings, and suddenly when you press that turbo, you've got that nice animation. I'm pretty sure Jonathan owns this vehicle.
Yeah. I think I used to love the Bugatti he used to have back in the days. Not back in the days, I mean up until like a few months ago. And that Johnny 16 number plate.
Oh yeah.
I've always wanted that.
You also have a Bugatti, Johnny.
Yeah, I do, but I don't have the number plate.
We're gonna get that fixed for you somehow. We'll talk to the Crafton officials if that can be done.
That's not gonna happen. I don't have enough achievements.
Doesn't matter. You just need to have enough money.
That too.
You have a lot of that. You've been saving up for something else, but we'll not talk about our finances over here. But for now, getting back into this game, it's been a little bit of that standstill, but Godlike, real close proximity. The players of Galaxy Esports who have a chance at qualification, but Seven Shaw, they're gonna take a dig at the players of Magnet Esports. One of them taken down, Chandan. He's gonna try and trigger that revive, but I see Aru is already closing in on the distance.
Exactly. This is a very quick follow-up coming in from the side of Seven Shaw, and it's not just Aru, even Tiger runs forward. Chandan, it will be a very difficult escape, especially if that Lamborghini takes a lot of damage. I think maybe a tire has already been taken out, but look at this. Godlike up against the players of Galaxy Esports. Both teams right now desperate for qualification. And Jelly on that flank. He can turn out to be the game changer over here, swing the fight completely in the favor of Team Godlike, or just by being split up away from his teammate, it can result in Godlike getting completely wiped out over here. But initial engagement from the side of Godlike looks quite clean as they take down Nova 21.
Yeah, and now for Godlike, they need to hunt down the rest of the pack. Galaxy Esports, they also had their dreams, their hopes really high. They wanted to also attend the BGIS LAN, and I think at this point, Galaxy should back off. Because there's no point fighting it out against Godlike, because they're the hungry hounds, and this is exactly the kind of Godlike we wanted to see from day number 1 inside the second week of the semis. Finally waking up to their senses, finally trying to force these fights. They're getting that early success. But Galaxy Esports is one team that you can never write them off. They've also got those heavy hitters, always have been quite surprising. And let me remind all the viewers what happened to Godlike in that fight in Sanhok against Galaxy Esports.
Ouch. I mean, that was a tough pill to swallow, but I think this time around they have a clear advantage to work with, and they might really go hunt the players of Galaxy Esports down. At least Jelly with that high ground advantage is able to gather a lot more info. Evil in the back lines. Does he know where Jelly is? And yes, he does. Takes down the IGL of Godlike. And the playmaker, well, he won't be making any more plays in this game anymore. There's no way Godlike recover or get a revive on their IGL. And all of a sudden, the trade that Galaxy Esports has come up with, it can just help them turn things around. Saurav is being hunted by Admino and Simp. They stop in their tracks to pick off this player as well from the side of Galaxy. So one after the other, they do actually want to go for a hunt.
Yeah, of course. But at this point, you know, this knock on DP changes everything. Now Evil has to come close. Or we know he's a very good close range player. But against the demon himself, Admino, it is not going to be easy. And with Simp also providing that assistance, Saurav has to make the play of his life at this point if he needs to survive for his team. And now DP already done and dusted. At this point, Admino is getting oh so excited, and Evil from atop. He's pulled off a 1v3 also in the past, but can he do that once again? That's the big question. Godlike showing those intent. And for Jelly, again, those questionable decisions, Johnny, because this is something that you mentioned about while you were speaking, that he has a different flank angle. He did manage to fire those bullets, and he did not change his position after that, giving Evil enough room to squeeze in on him. Small little mistakes. Godlike having that fourth player could have still fought through.
I think a wrong assumption being made that Galaxy Esports won't react to that position and won't actually go for a slowdown, try and backstab Jelly, pick him off, and then turn things around against the players of Godlike. But apart from that one frag, I think this fight does play out in the hands, or in fact in the favor of Team Godlike. They have those 3 finishes secured. And Evil can't really do much now. He has to escape. He has to play for those points. In the meanwhile, look at this. THW uncomfortably close to the players of NIY.
NIY, especially Sam, he's been their kryptonite. But Evil did walk away. In fact, ran away from Godlike. Almost could have been walking to his own graves. He was right on path to meet the players of Hyderabad Hydras. That is something that had to be brought upon. But for THW, they're looking out for revenge. And we've been talking about this, right? This final game, they have to go big. At least 15 finishes and a chicken dinner to maybe still latch on to their dreams of qualification. But this is how the fight began. Rivalry were in such a sticky spot. Arthur just steps out, somehow survives. But then Voltex Himu comes in out of nowhere. And then you see, look at this.
Yeah. He taught them a lesson, didn't he? But it was
schooled them.
Yeah, schooled them. And then cooled them. But, I mean, it was an awkward situation for both of them. It was a 2v4. And after those first 2 knocks, I think the player from Rivalry just assumed that, hey, my teammate can pull off the same thing. But that wasn't the case. He just instantly hit the floor and resulted in a complete turnaround of that fight. And IY Ravan, that's a big mistake. And he still survives. That's an M24. I love this man. Do not drop that weapon. Please, good sir.
Why not? Why not if you're NIY?
Yeah, I hope he finds at least 1 frag off of that.
Get a Winchester.
No.
M2. I mean, get it. Come on.
Even
Johnny.
in the bold action meta, Winchester was useless.
But who knows? I mean, that's exactly what we're talking about. A gun that nobody likes to pick and imagine.
True.
He gets a knock out of that. What does he have to lose at this point? So,
very true.
Yeah, I mean, all right. I want to see what Ravan can do. Payo, don't stay constant. Don't stay still. At this point, for THW, they know what they're up against. Already Dagger Devil having been dealt with. And THW know that NIY, that the ones they cannot really underestimate. But Godlike really up close and personal against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. I'm pretty sure they might have that little sound cue to them. As now, slowly and surely, Hyderabad Hydras Moksha, the IGL, moving ever so close. Does he know what's waiting for him on the other side?
Well, I think he might. Or actually, he's being extremely careful with how he's approaching these positions. So, I think Hyderabad Hydra is just looking to stay safe in this game. And if this fight actually happens, I mean, I expected this to break out a long time ago. In fact, in the first stage itself, when Hyderabad Hydras was still on that Minas del Sur position. But let's see where the next shift of the zone takes us. Smack in the center, just west of Picado, south El Pozo, north of Laudriela. So it is a middle of nowhere position, but there is that one mountain range that runs all the way from Crater Fields into the zone southeast of El Pozo that is under control of Kemin X Venom right now. And I believe that this high ground advantage can actually prove to be the prime spot inside of this stage 3 circle.
No. That's too much out in the open. They do not have the cover. And even Kemin Venom realized that. So they want to try to close in and find some concrete grounds because Kemin X Venom still qualification is on the line. I'm still concerned about RTG IND 8-bit as well. They've made it inside the circle, but for RTG IND they're still struggling fighting against the blue, and the moment they try to creep through, they have so many foes to deal with. And for Reckoning, oh my god, if Akshat hears all that vehicle coming at his direction, I think he's heard it. Johnny, brace yourself.
For that,
hold on, let them cook.
Right, I'm gonna see what they're cooking. Because I don't think there's anything happening right now over here. Reckoning really do not want to take a fight.
Yeah.
And neither does Carnival. So this dish fixture is left untouched.
But look at this dish. Evil up against the world, against THW. He survived that godlike onslaught just to land himself in another. He's got those 6 bullets to work around with on that S12K. Oh, that was too close for comfort. But still, Lindsay, this time, he does not fail. Gets that knock, gets that finish. THW 2 finishes to their tally, but they need more than this, Johnny.
Yeah. 2 is not going to cut it for the side of TSW. They need that one big game, the 25, the 30-pointer right here, right now. And if they fail to get it, anything less than 30 points, I think their qualification is in dire state after that. And even with 30 points, I think it's just going to be a safety cushion big enough that barely keeps them on that 8th spot at the end of the day. But look at this third airdrop. P90 with an 8x. Yes.
So enticing. So alluring. Right in the middle, smack center in front of Godlike. And this weapon is actually a game changer. If wielded by the right person, it could shred your enemies apart. And we've all faced that. Everybody has been playing with the P90. We've been loving that. You've got that extra 2 times added up to it. Gives you that extra range. And it's an actual laser gun. Barely has any recoil. I don't remember last when I even had to move my gyro. But again, it's a bait. The moment somebody goes out in the open, 8-bit will say hello.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're holding on to that high ground quite close to where the airdrop is. And as you mentioned, Godlight right next to the airdrop itself. But RTG IND forced into a mid-rotation fight by the players of NIY as they were looking to close in towards that southern edge of the circle. And the third party from 8-bit as well on this fight, helping out the players of RTG IND. Raman knocked out, Luca knocked out by the players of 8-bit. And NIY, they're down to the last man who gets blown to smithereens. So a quick elimination, but Arif, he runs into the flames laid out by his own teammate, gets knocked out. I'm pretty sure words will be exchanged, but hey, no immediate threat on the players of RTG IND, so there is room for recovery.
Yeah, rub it off your shoulders and move ahead. They also know RTG IND. But to make matters worse, now everybody inside the lobby knows this is RTG IND. Carnival Gaming, they're already starting to pepper them down with bullets, even 8-bit. They're going to make their lives hell, especially the Mighty position that is held on by Mighty himself. How are RTG IND going to get inside the zone? But for Reckoning, the gods of BGMI have bestowed them, blessed them with such a beautiful position inside the circle. And look at that commotion happening around that northwestern side. So many teams into the mix. You've got Hyderabad Hydras right next to Prime.
Oh boy, Hyderabad Hydras against Prime Esports. Hyderabad Hydras also looking for those finish points. Did he just ignore the vehicle that came in a little bit late towards his left? Because Luffy was there. Crypto did cover up quite nicely. And Luffy does get finally finished off. But a little bit of a blunder from Hyderabad Hydras. Could have been much worse, but at least they are all still alive and still standing.
Admino, he's on the prowl. What is he doing? But we'll talk about that a little later because Madrek He's got one off on the players of Prime as now Seven Shaw go hunting down Voltex.
Wow.
Seems that like their smile is not going to last forever. 3 players picked down in a jiffy, and Admino, he is here to collect the spoils of war, but against an entire horde of Seven Shaw, that is not going to be easy.
Oh, it's close. Dishes out some damage, but look at Toxic. He's out on the prowl. One man from the side of Seven Shaw is knocked out already. Admino tries to back off. He's going to try and lure the players of Seven Shaw towards his teammates. But look, the follow-up from Godlike, it is looking quite decent. And that's some brilliant escape tactics, I guess, from Godlike Esports. They engage in against the players of Seven Shaw over there. Try and find a knock, and when they realize, like, alright, this is going to get very awkward, they just back off. But wait a minute. What is going on over here? You have Omega from Carnival Gaming going up against the entirety of Team 8-Bit. His teammates are a little bit far away from this compound, and there's a third party happening by the players of Reckoning Esports in the backlines, but the nade can actually help him secure the knock. No. In fact, Aditya takes down Omega, the knock and the finish, and Neo, who tries to follow up, also falls. Mac still prepared for the action. Carnival Gaming, they have dug their own graves over here.
Brothers outside the game, but inside they are the foes. And nobody wants to hold back. Carnival Gaming still fighting every single time. Now, 8-Bit having recuperated. Akshay takes a massive amount of damage. They need to get those revives ASAP. And to make things worse, RTG could be on the doors any given moment. Now, Godlike in real close proximity to the players of THW. Simp and Jonathan having that crossfire set. But are they aware of where Ninja is at this point? This could be a rat trap. And anybody could fall.
Yeah, THW, they're desperate for points. We have established that. Quite close of breaking into the top 8, and they have just this game to pull it off. Can't afford to make a single mistake at this point, and Sam has been dropped extremely low. Simp in a decent position to try and pick off a few of these players. Tries to spam the shotgun inside of that smoke. It does not work out. Goes for the AR, gets the knock, and this could be it. The end of the journey for the players of THW, and it's not just the end for them. I think it can be the end for Godlike as well, because Hyderabad Hydras have just showed up on the flank, and I think they're going to try and look if they can find a few extra frags. But no, hey, wait. They just passed them by. They just kept on moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, THW, they've been denied the entry. No ID, no entry, says Godlike. Jonathan and Simp, 2 players surviving. They also have to make a run for the circle, but what do they have to lose? They've already lost the big war. Their dreams already crushed, but for now, THW, the lights dimming down in front of their faces as well. But for RTG there's still hope. For 8-Bit, there's still hope. Carnival Gaming, last player. Goblin still alive. Keminex Venom, they're still breathing. Reckoning right at the smack center, and Jonathan delivers. One more grenade knock, and now Godlike, no, they've got the driver's seat, and now Sam against the world in a 1v2, gets that first knock, but Jonathan, does he follow up? Does he cruise through? As now it is getting so tense, so intense at this point, as Jonathan still wants to bob and weave, but now Sam, he's running away.
Yeah, Jonathan, he knows he's going to try and run around the corner. The nade is being cooked. It's lobbed. Sam runs to the other side. Still takes a lot of damage. The UMP can do wonders if you use it right. And of course, this time in the hands of the magician himself, it does, in fact, pull off the amazing trick of eliminating the players of THW. But Godlike, what do they hope to accomplish from here? Fixes 7 eliminations secured in this game, but only 2 players remaining. And of course, their last match of the semi-finals of BGIS.
Really the last dance perhaps, and the magicians really trying to get every trick up their sleeve shown. But for Hyderabad Hydras, they know Godlike, they will come out of their hiding. Simp already dealt with. Jonathan is not going to stop at anything at all as he marches inside the circle, but it's not going to be easy. You've got RTG also into the mix, as the Seven Shaw, they're also getting shot at by the players of Venom Gaming.
Keminex Venom, they are also desperate for points, and I believe they've found a few by taking on the players of Seven Shaw, but Hyderabad Hydra is also involved in that third party. Although, yeah, Jonathan realizes there's an entire squad waiting for him up ahead out in the open fields. Oh no, he does not even have enough heals available to him, just 2 first aids. This is over, Fixes. It is the end of an era. It's the end of a journey.
The wings about to get clipped off. Love is set. A love story not completed for Godlike.
Not just for them, TSW as well, man.
Yeah, also for THW. But now Hyderabad Hydras trying to get a dig at the players of RTG IND. One of their players knocked out, but Reckoning, this has to be their fight of their lives. And now RTG IND obliterated. Combined efforts coming in from Hyderabad Hydras and Jonathan, who's still alive inside of the game though, will take his final breath, and that is it. That is all she wrote for Godlike in the BGIS. But hold on, there's a different storyline. Reckoning versus Kemin X Venom.
Yeah, fight for qualification. Kemin X Venom against Reckoning and 8-Bit as well in the backlines. This could decide who stays and who goes. Goblin on the sidelines from Carnival Gaming. Well, he is just a spectator to this all, and maybe can be the decider of the qualification as well. In the backlines, Hyderabad Hydras fighting for the same thing. So we have 4 teams fighting for qualification right now, and then there's Carnival Gaming.
Yeah, the king watching everybody just, fight it out, duke it out. He's letting all of them cook as those grenades just sailing over. Such an important fight, so much tension there. Venom needs to get that res back up. 8-Bit, this time they've decided to go big. 7 finishes already secured. And the fight against Hyderabad Hydras is definitely knocking on the doors as Goblin also slowly arrives. And 8-Bit, they've got all that auditory cues there. But for Venom Gaming, what do? Because now, Reckoning, they're starting to get worried about Goblin, who's right on their tails.
Well, let's see Goblin. He's trying to run, he's trying to hide, trying to survive, but position compromised as well. Inside of the blue is going to be forced out. And the moment he shows face, he's going to get shot in the face. 8-Bit in the meanwhile, I mean, they have to try and avoid the line of fire for Reckoning Esports no matter what happens. And Hyderabad Hydras as well. Goblin has managed to sneak in just barely inside the edge of the circle, but here it is. Finally, Kemin X Venom, they are making a push, moving towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Nades lobbed, and it looked like it is going to be quite close. The first knock has been secured by Hyderabad Hydras, quite brilliantly in fact, and a barrage of nades just thrown into the faces of Kemin X Venom.
Yeah, this is something that they had not anticipated. Insidious, this hero has given them a chance to hope and dream that previous heroics in Erangel, and look at this. Hyderabad Hydra, 6 finishes already, all their players alive. But Kemin X Venom do not gonna bow down without a fight. As now Fury trying to close in, inch in that dant. But Crypto already quite low. Madrek on the verge of getting knocked out. There he goes. And Kemin X Venom, just 2 players alive, still want to get that race back up, still want to get themselves back into the fight.
Yeah, they're trying to recover, trying to recuperate, but it's not going to be easy. 8-Bit, look at that. They're putting so much pressure on the players of Reckoning. We're looking for a revive, but it's not going to be easy as well. Aditya, if he lobs a nade, I think it can result in Reckoning getting wiped out as well, but unfortunately it does not have any throwables available apart from the 2 smokes. So we're going to try and push forward. His teammates have laid out the smokes to provide him some soft cover. And 8-Bit, they are going for their own revive. It is a 3 versus 4 situation between these 2 sides. And even in the backline, the fight carries on between Hyderabad Hydras and Kemin X Venom, but 8-Bit finally make the push. 2 players in the front lines dropped. Gravity Jord, the last man left standing, but here is the rescue team coming in for the players of Reckoning Esports. Kemin X Venom, they show up as a big distraction for the players of 8-Bit. And Gravity, he's just hiding underneath that buggy, isn't he?
Oh my god, he's still not been flushed out. Gravity's still alive, and Fury, he's not checking him out, and suddenly out of nowhere he gets taken down. But do the players of 8-Bit know that Gravity is gone unchecked? 8-Bit Mac, he's got the backlines, and now 8-Bit having all their tensions fixed at the players of Venom Gaming as Altu. He's also starting to heal, but Gravity...
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I hope... Oh no. I wanted Altu to take down at least one of them. Now I really want Reckoning to win this game. This man, he's not a man. He's a buggy. And now he finally becomes a man again. Crawls out from underneath the car. No, he just switched sides. Oh no, they saw him. They saw him move. They saw him move, and then they ended all finally out of the picture. But 8-Bit secures a big win of theirs. A nice, heavy chicken dinner that they wanted. And of course, an amazing game from the start till the very end. What a game of Miramar this was.
What started off as a huge collapse for 8-Bit when there were questions being raised, they finally start delivering, and this one chicken dinner, I think that is going to shoot them up to the stars. Maybe also we could go out and say that they might have also qualified. I think some big numbers being put up, 20 plus at the very minimum, I feel.
Yes.
But for Reckoning, they have not got a lot of points. They're starting to crumble down. They still have that one more game to go, though. Hyderabad Hydras in CDS got their team to a top 3 position. They have decent finish points, so they're still inside the race.
Yeah, they are still in the race. And again, I mean, with one game left, another performance like this, I think, can keep them inside of the top 8 because they made it into the top 3 of this match. They had decent number of eliminations to work with as well. So they need to replicate this run. And of course, some of the contenders aren't going to be there, so that makes things a little bit easier. But then again, 8-Bit Reckoning. We had Kemenex Venom also present, Hyderabad Hydras, 4 teams in contention, all in the top 4 of this match.
THW, I think their dreams
Oh
are
yeah,
done.
that's over.
And another team, and I'm really sad about this. This felt personal.
Godlike?
RTGI.
Oh, RTGI. Oh yes, RTGI ND. They're the same story as TSW though. They made a push, got extremely close to the top 8, and then slowly and steadily you could hear the sound of the plane crashing and burning.
I mean, how they were caught there. They had a little spot to hide.
Yeah.
Hiding behind those, those little covers out in the open where it was Jonathan, Hyderabad Hydras collectively taking them down. Earlier on, yeah, they had a little bit of that success against that NIY, I think. That is the team that they took. Even 8-Bit did provide some assistance over there. But they still have that one more game to go. And taking a look at the winning moment, I think Kemenex Venom, I think this also might have secured the doors of qualification. Very good, consistent performance from their side. But 8-Bit, this was a biggie.
Yeah, this was an amazing way to end the game. And of course, I think the biggest threat was this man.
Oh, he was snuffed out. Towards the end, I think they could see that body.
Did he specifically pick that skin because it went along with that Ranveer Singh buggy?
Could have. We don't know. I think it was all about the stars starting to align.
That's
I think
a 200 IQ play if he did that.
No, I mean, he came off with that skin, and that's a common one. A lot of them, a lot of the players use it. It was just that he was at the right place at the right time.
What were the players of Kemenex when I'm thinking that this buggy has side skirts, new body kit installed or something, aftermarket mods?
See, honestly, we have those big screens from which we are observing that. But for a player in the midst of a battle, what he's looking at, and I won't really be blaming Fury at that. He knew that there was a whole team of 8-Bit charging at his direction. And, for Gravity, he was staying put there. He was not moving a muscle. So, yeah, that's a little unfortunate, but it's all right. For Reckoning, still something to hold on to, but is it going to be enough? It has come down to this final game.
I think we are going to find that out, right? Once we have the points in front of us, that is when we'll figure it out. And in fact, it is all going to be revealed. Who still stands a chance of making it into the top 8 and of qualifying for the grand finals, and for whom the journey is already over. But before we get there, let's have a look at the MVP, the match MVP, ladies and gentlemen, which was that one individual who outperformed everyone else inside of the lobby, including his own teammates.
Oh, mighty, what a day to come alive. And those 8 finishes, 1,000+ points of damage, this is phenomenal. And 8-Bit, they still have one more game to go. Have been touted as the comeback kings. They have always made this whenever we wrote them off. Despite having 2 really bad games in the final 2, 1 already delivered. But for Carnival Gaming, it feels like as if they're taking a stroll, they're just going out on a hunt. But Kemen Venom, quite a narrow escape for these lads as well.
Yeah, Kemenex Venom, I mean, this was barely pushing through. And I think towards the end, I really thought they had an opportunity, a big opportunity to win this game. But for some reason, just went on charging towards the players of Hyderabad Hydras, knowing that the players from Reckoning, the players from the side of 8-Bit had a line of fire available to that flank. But look at this, the match summary. We have 58 finishes total in this game. So basically everyone, almost everyone is accounted for. 38 rescues with their 2 vehicle finishes. 65 knocks secured. So a lot of revives being brought back.
Oh yeah, there was a lot happening inside this game. And, the way things started off, would love to see how many points have 8-Bit, Kemenex, Venom, Reckoning got for themselves. 26 points from 8-Bit. This is massive. This is huge. And even for Hyderabad Hydras, with still one more game remaining, 11 points. Kemenex, Venom, this 11 is going to be quite crucial. Godlike, their journey is over. Reckoning, 7. Are they still latching on to something?
I mean, yeah, hopes and dreams, but are they going to be fake hopes and dreams, or is there still opportunity for them to turn into reality? We're going to find out very soon. Before that, let's move to the next page of the rankings. And here we have it, TSW, 3 points. That pretty much brings their journey to an end. Voltex as well, 2 points from this game. Galaxy Esports, now that is a very big slip up from Galaxy. Rivalry as well, 0 points. For Rivalry, this was an important game. They needed to perform to have a little bit of a safety cushion to work with, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, and now they're going to be sitting back on the sidelines and just watching as they slip outside of the top 8.
And same goes for Galaxy Esports.
Yeah.
They still have one more game to go, but considering how this day has been panning off for them, oh my god, they are on a huge decline. And well, Prime Esports, NIY, they've been causing a lot of ruckus. Inspiration Esports, yeah, this was also their last dance. Eventually, the final pledge is getting panned down, but the overall standings, whew, look at this. 104 is where we're sitting at, and 8-bit, they've crossed it. 118 points, they've secured their doors of qualification, but so close. When you look at Rivalry, 106 points, I think that's not going to be enough, considering you've got Galaxy, Reckoning, Hyderabad Hydras, Inferno Squad, all of them having one more game to go.
Yeah, I think Rivalry is pretty much out of it. Limra can definitely look to survive, so realistically speaking, I think there are just 2 spots available for qualification. If someone from Reckoning, Hyderabad Hydras, Inferno Squad ends up having a big game, then maybe they take out Limra as well, but Rivalry and Galaxy. Rivalry, I mean, they better start praying. Just 2 points away from Reckoning Esports, 4 away from Hyderabad Hydras and Inferno Squad, so anything can happen. I mean, if they are lucky enough, all these 3 teams, all 4 teams get taken out super early in the game. They walk away with 0 points from the match and Rivalry survives, right?
I think around, realistically, 4 teams are still in the race. But if you want to go overboard, I think we can still have 6 teams for those 2 spots. So at this point, you know, it goes down to entity. Who knows? They just go big. You know, that is again when I'm kind of overzealous over there.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, we're talking big numbers. But I think at this point, 4 teams are still into the race for that last 2 spots that are still up for grabs. It could be anybody, and this has really come down to the wire. And for all you viewers, I'm pretty sure you do not want to miss out on all that experience live from the venue itself, the High-Tech's Exhibition Center, because we still have those premium tickets up for grabs.
Exactly, and one last game to go before the 16 teams for the stage of the grand finals are finalized, ladies and gentlemen. You guys finalize your elite passes as well on Paytm Insider. The link is there in the chat and in the description as well. And as Fixes keeps talking about the perks, I mean, there's going to be a meet and greet with your favorite creators as well. Exclusive merchandise might be handed out, and of course, the meals and the snacks.
Meals and snacks makes me happy already, because you know what, this was my final game. I'm gonna be munching on some popcorns to find out who's gonna win and who's not. And remember folks, all the proceeds are gonna go for a charity, and that's for a noble cause. So do help us out and get the best seats for yourself at the very least. But now moving on ahead, the final game, Johnny, the final game of the semi-finals before the coveted LAN is upon us, and anything at this point could happen.
Exactly. It's such a stressful situation to be in if you are one of these 16 teams right now who are about to step into the battleground of this last game. And of course, an exciting moment for you guys as well. One last game before we head towards the grand finale of BGIS 2024. But before we head towards the last match, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at this promo.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते हो? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार. ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार. टाइम नहीं. सीरियसली.
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा. I've moved on in life. कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो.
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Alrighty. Last game. Not just of the day, but of the semi-finals itself. How are you feeling?
I need to get into my zen mode. This is too much stress.
Is that too stressful for you?
Yes.
All right. So
I've been rooting for Reckoning. I've been rooting for RTGI, and the 8-bit has qualified. Entity, long shot again.
I think you got to stop rooting for teams, man.
Maybe. Especially with how RTGI Indy performed yesterday, I was hopeful.
See, this is a hack for life, right? Have no expectations, you will always be happy.
Yeah, true that. I wanted to talk a lot about that, but let's again. I think there's one team that has been really slipping under the radar. There's Inferno Squad also.
Yeah, Inferno Squad. I mean, they are still in the pickle, in the mix, but yeah, I mean, I'm quite doubtful because with 5 teams in contention, anything can happen. Anything can go wrong. And of course, we are going to try, we are going to jump into the action soon. And since Fixes was getting extremely stressed out over here with this last game, we're going to bring some young blood, ladies and gentlemen, into the mix. And whenever we talk about young blood, you know who it is. Who's going to be on the mic next, joining me for the last game of the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. It will be none other than Necro. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, man. Sitting in the sidelines looking at the game. A lot of these teams done for. The teams from 12th till the 23rd not going to be able to make it to the grand finals. But at the same time, if you look at the spots from 6th till the 8th, it's looking way too fragile. Galaxy Esports on the edge. Reckoning Esports barely on the cusp of making it. So many emotions mixed up.
I mean, I don't know if I should say this or not, but I have a feeling that Rivalry is already out.
Okay. I mean, Rivalry is currently on the 7th spot, right?
And they don't have matches left. That was their last game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is true. You've got a point. Yeah, Rivalry Esports now, all they need to do is just sit down and pray.
Yeah.
I know for the fact that in the upcoming game, someone's going to be targeting down teams like Inferno Squad and Reckoning Esports.
Teams like Inferno, Reckoning, Hyderabad, Hydras, they have to pray for the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and the 8th position. Let's include Galaxy Esports in this as well. It's better for Rivalry if Galaxy Esports go out early, so they're praying that all 5 of these teams get taken out as soon as the game begins. If one of them walks away with like 2 or 3 points, well, 4 points for anyone outside the top 8 and 2 points required for Galaxy Esports to topple Rivalry. And that changes everything because then Rivalry is on that 8th position with the Verge, with the Sword of Damocles just hanging over their head. So they need to be extremely careful with how this game turns out. And Galaxy as well. Imagine being in a situation where you just need like 3 to 4 points and you are like, all right, maybe we are in the top 8 now.
I mean, specifically speaking of Galaxy once again, we know what they're capable of, right?
Yes.
They can definitely try and push on through. So that means Rivalry Esports will be forced down on that 8th spot. Now, looking on forward towards the latter half of the board, you've still got Hyderabad Hydras, Reckoning Esports just on the cusp. You've also got Inferno Squad. And Inferno Squad, recently, they've definitely amped up the aggression. Before Reckoning Esports, the aggression isn't working out. So that means if Reckoning Esports want to squeeze any sort of points away, they need to play that defensive playstyle.
Yeah, of course, and I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see how far can they take this, because all of this time, Reckoning, they've been playing extremely slow, and it hasn't been working out, right? In the previous game, they did survive, but they kept losing bodies every now and then. And again, Reckoning need 4 points to topple Rivalry. I'm not even thinking about Galaxy Esports on that 8th. I'm thinking about Rivalry on the 7th.
Now it's time to take those fights where you think that, yes, you've got some of the weaker bunch right next to you. For example, Reckoning Esports, they were really forcing fights against teams like NIY and Prime Esports in the past, right? Maybe once again try and do so. If there are any weaker bunch, you do have teams like RTGX IND, Prime Esports still in the fray. And Reckoning Esports, they can force those fights, but you've also got teams like Inferno Squad. If things do go bad for Reckoning in these fights, Inferno Squad will instantly capitalize.
Oh, it's going to be so intense this last game, man. So many teams still in contention, still in the momentum for the fight. And of course, coming from that previous game, Reckoning will definitely be feeling quite heated up, warmed up to step into this last match, one last ride. And along with them, I think it is going to be exciting to see how do the other teams react to this, because we all know last game sometimes you have these middle pack fight amongst each other and the qualification might be decided within the first 15 minutes of the match beginning.
And honestly speaking, I'm really proud of Team Insane over here, man. The fact that they're barely able to make that cut in that top 8. We also saw them make that cut today itself, so that was such a massive comeback from Team Insane. They have performed under that pressure, while in the past they do not tend to perform at all. So this shift in the mindset, it's something that was really needed for all the other teams who were desperate to get those points.
That is true. We have seen Team Insane crumble in the past multiple times as well. But today, I mean, consistency in a few matches, and it does get them in a safer spot. And again, I think I'm also happy for Team Insane with how they've performed as of now. But heading into this last game, if I was to ask you, who do you think is going out?
Johnny,
and before
hold
that,
on.
we have a substitution.
Yes, we do have a substitution. Fine. Yes, it's going to be a substitution from the side of Magnet Esports. It's completely fine. That team is not in contention. It's okay.
Yeah.
But now the real substitution that happened a while ago was Mogo Esports. Robin came into play, and we saw Mogo Esports in the map of Vikendi a while ago. They were just going all in, right? Straight up ram their vehicles on the compounds, try and take those fights. And now, just to make things even worse, there's also LOC stepping in the action. And LOC, they straight up go for those drop collisions. They do not care.
I mean, but one team is at the top of the leaderboard, the other is at the bottom, so...
They've got nothing to lose. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, who cares?
I mean, but these teams will target the teams that are desperate to get those points, right? Imagine Reckoning Esports, they get drop collided.
I mean, that can happen. I mean, Mogo Esports definitely can go on a tear. And if these two teams actually do end up taking out a few of the contenders that are still in the fight, I think it just benefits rivalry even more. Unless they just take out, like, the teams above rivalry, and Galaxy also gets involved. There's a lot of hypotheticals that can go down, but we have one more substitution happening. It is Jatin returning for the side of Inferno Squad. You like this player quite a lot.
Oh my god, you already know it's going to be the hunting party. Jatin, this man has always been the instrumental player for Inferno Squad, and the fact that we did not even notice this man was not playing in the past couple of games. Inferno Squad, they've just pulled out the ace. This is exactly what they needed. Jatin back in the fray. Inferno Squad, they're going to qualify. I'm already saying it.
Let's see. I mean, it is a little too early, Necro. We have to hold ourselves. We have to control ourselves. Otherwise, people are going to say we are casters cursing everyone.
I mean...
You don't want to turn into fixers, man.
I'm someone who speaks with stats and facts. And the stats say whenever Jatin has stepped in the playing field, Inferno Squad, they've done miles better.
That is very true. That was how day one turned out for them. Yeah. Jatin was in the playing four.
Yes.
And then on day number 2, he stepped out and we saw that drop.
Exactly. So that's why Inferno Squad, Jatin needs to be there in the lineup. And now the fact that he's over here once again... And all Inferno Squad they need to do is just play defensive, because all the other teams, they will try to collapse on top of these teams that are trying to qualify still.
Yeah, I mean, they can either play defensive or having one of the best players go the LOC route. Drop into an early fight, get those 4 points, and Inferno Squad, by the way, also need 4 points to take the leap into the top 8. So once they have those 4 points, then they can just start looking for first aids and just play for survival till the very end.
For Galaxy Sports, all they need to do is just get a couple of more points, just push themselves above rivalry, and just throw rivalry on the cusp, right? Just make sure it's not you on the receiving end. Yeah. Instead, it's Rivalry Esports on the receiving end of things.
Exactly. Just take out, to make things easier, take out Reckoning and Hyderabad Hydras first and foremost, and that is it. You have no one chasing you for material, so it's all okay then for Galaxy.
Yeah, exactly. And for Rivalry, their position seems pretty compromised at this point in time, unless something miraculous happens as we step inside of the last game of the day, and also the last game for the semifinals of this entire BGIS 2024. And after this last game, we will also have the Formidable 8 heading in towards the grand finals. The top 16 is what's waiting on the other side, as the plane flat pat's going to be starting all the way from Stalbert towards Corey. This plane flat pat's looking pretty balanced.
Well, it is looking quite balanced, and I think the only teams that are going to have trouble with this flight path are the ones looking to head towards Nowhere Apnoy or that military base. But you can still land towards Shelter, pick up a few vehicles from there, Milta Farm. Or if you're looking to head towards the military base, you can pick up vehicles from the crossing around Ferry Pier or the Ferry Pier itself. And then transition towards that southern island. But right off the bat, we see Reckoning take an early exit. I think Lipovka is the option they've chosen. And Inferno Squad as well, starting the game from Stalbakamishki.
Interesting. Inferno Squad changing things on the fly. Like that. Did not really want to go the risky route. Galaxy Esports 2 moving in towards Severny. Once again, sticking to the basics. Mogo Esports, this team is going to be in the hunting party. They will be a part of the hunting season. You've also got Team Insane taking an exit from the planned flat path, so you might see a couple of more targets happen. And the fact that Entity is going to be stepping inside of the game once again, and CG, they have played a crucial role of Entity's success. This is definitely going to be interesting, because Entity, one thing is for sure, when the game's done, there's going to be a lot of those shots being fired, not just inside of the game, even outside of the game.
Oh, of course. I mean, there is definitely a lot of shots that will be fired, but let's see how things go. Entity smack in the center of things. We are still waiting to see where the circle is going to go, and in fact, where will the circle take us? Also, look at north towards Severny, Necro. I mean, a big point of concern for both I mean, not both. Lifecraft is pretty much out of the party already. Galaxy Esports, they need to be careful. They have to avoid that conflict no matter what happens. And exactly as you said, all of these teams that are still in contention for qualification have gone for those passive drops. Look at Hyderabad Hydras towards the western shoreline, Galaxy towards Severny, Inferno Squad in Kameshki, Reckoning in Lipovka, and 8-Bit are the only ones who get contested, man. This has to be heartbreaking. There's Limra right in query.
They haven't been contested just yet.
Yeah, that is true.
Limra, they like to drop over there. But the fact that Limra has been playing so passive, it's been a major sign of concern. And now look at Prime Esports. They've got themselves in a bit of a collision against some of the foes in the front lines. And what am I watching? Chandan with the revolver, trying to connect some headshots.
Yeah,
He's
go
not
for
going
it.
to find any, though. He's still got the secondary weapon as the shotgun, so he can make some better things happen. Prime Esports in a world of trouble, knowing the fact that there's just a one last man alive, Luffy. And even he's trying to hide away for how long, as Fredton, the man just closes on up. Eventually, even Luffy gets knocked out. And yeah, Magnet Esports, it's time to play with your prey.
They are going to punch him to his demise, but yeah, there's more bodies lying around them. I think there was one more player hiding in a corner. There he is. Rampage, looking to go on a rampage, but he's outnumbered. So fate is pretty much sealed for Prime Esports. And there it is, their last game coming to an end. The journey of BGIS 2024. This is where it all ends for Prime Esports.
It is done. Lifecraft 2
Oh,
now starting to
no.
take fights against Galaxy Esports. Oh my god, 2 spots up for grab now, my friend. Galaxy
Yes.
and Rivalry. That means there's a chance even Inferno Squad and Reckoning Esports can make it in. But if Hyderabad Hydras want to make in, they need to tumble down another team in the top 8.
All three teams still in the fight, and all of them extremely close to the players of Galaxy. By the way, it's not over for Galaxy Esports. 2 players are still left in the backlines. And if somehow, by a miracle, they end up winning this game, man, what a turnaround it will be.
No, Galaxy Esports, they made a rookie mistake by dropping in on their primary drop location. That's why you see Lifecraft now on a hunt. They're not going to stop just there. They want to take down the remaining 2 players as well. And Galaxy DP needs to make sure he's not really moving a lot of that muscle. Just needs to stay put, and that's what he does. Does hear all of those vehicles just cruising past him. And then Sorrow's position, has it been compromised? No, it's going to be the answer. Lifecraft still just moving around the area. And knowing the fact that the area has been looted up too, there's so much more going on in their heads. And just look at Sorrow. This man is crossing his fingers, hoping that the players are not going to be opening the shack door.
Either that or all of them line up and his teammate closes in and they can just mow down the entirety of Lifecraft. Do they check this storage room?
Oh my god. Lifecraft, they do know that the man is around this area.
Yeah.
That's why they're scouting this entire side. And now look at Entity. They collapse on top of the players of MG. Magnet Esports in a world of trouble. Look at Troy all by himself. The man stepped outside of the vehicle. Does hear the man in the front in a big state of panic. And eventually they do shut him down as well. Entity, they know it's done for. They cannot really qualify. If they do want to qualify, they need at least more than 30 points, which is inhuman at that point.
I mean, you never know anything can happen.
Oh, there
but
we go.
Sorrow, ouch, gets found out, gets gunned down inside of that storage room and bites the dust. Unfortunate for Galaxy Esports, and I think now it might be over. One last man left. And DP is moved towards that rooftop. Maybe Lifecraft just assumed that he waited early. He's not going to be there in Severny anymore, and I think that is the assumption that has been made.
Last time it was insidious for Hyderabad Hydras in this same situation.
Yeah.
And now it's a player from Galaxy Esports. One single man with such a massive task in the front to try and secure a lot of those points just to make sure his team spot's going to be pinned down in that top 8 because the LAN finale is on the corner. And you do not want to miss your slot from that. Kevin X Venom, they collapse right on top of the players of RTGXI and D, but unfortunately Phantom gets knocked out, and even Venom is knocked out for now. Kevin X Venom down to a 2-man squad, and RTGXI and D, they've got the man advantage to play with, and RTGXI and D, they hit them like a truck. It's all down to Fury, and Kevin X Venom slowly and steadily collapsing in the fight, but then Fury strikes down one player, but before getting taken down, he tried to thirst that man. Unfortunately, he couldn't really come through.
Another one bites the dust, Necro. And again, a lot of early exits in this last game. 3 teams already lost. And we are still keeping an eye on Reckoning, Galaxy, Hyderabad Hydras, and Inferno Squad. 4 teams in contention. Galaxy Esports almost eliminated from this game. In the meanwhile, Inferno Squad, Hyderabad Hydras, and Reckoning, they have gone into hiding.
Limra with all the 4 players. Team Insane with all the 4 players. 8-Bit as well, they've made the cut. If 8-Bit wants, they can definitely go on the hunting party as well.
Yeah.
They can be out on a purge. They're
Yeah,
not really choosing to do so.
There's someone waiting for Hyderabad Hydras just right up ahead. I think it might be the players of Team Limra.
They are. It is Limra. Looking
man.
forward to capitalize on top of the players of Hyderabad Hydras. All the 4 players just isolated in that corner, but then Limra, they're also backing away from that spot. Limra, they're not the aggressive bunch. They do not really like to be evil.
Don't they?
I mean, they have been playing really balanced so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing balanced, but I've also seen them make a lot of shenanigans, so... Not in this round in particular.
Entity, 3 players have managed to acquire some finishes. Kamala Boy still with the account closed. LOC now. Team on the other side of the corner. Not good for Entity considering shots are being fired against them. For LOC, it's completely fine. They've already given up on the hopes and dreams. Entity, they need a 30-plus bomber, but still you can't say maybe a 1% chance is there. That's why the players of Entity are trying to be really aggressive in the fights. Get as many elimination points as possible. Just try and secure the entire lobby at this point, I guess.
Yeah.
And Entity Gaming, this is a risky move, we know, but they do not really have any other option anyways.
Exactly. It's extremely risky right now what they're trying to do, but as you mentioned, no other options remain for the side of Entity Gaming. And LOC Frag, I mean, he's completely isolated. He's trying to stay within the line of fire of his own teammates who are surrounding the school building. And Entity, all of the players just huddle up together inside the main school building. Look at LOC on the radar. They're closing in player by player.
Yeah, that nade could be in the Kickstarter.
It could have been.
And as you mentioned, slowly and steadily, the cavalry is starting to arrive. LOC feeling at the top of their game. Fuzzy in the back. You've also got Fragger in the clotheslines. All the 4 players on the side of Entity, they're just burning through time. And those crucial eliminations they can try and latch onto. There's so many more teams on that southern side off the zone. They haven't even made it inside of the zone yet. For the other teams, though, who are desperate, this is the great time to move on forward and gather that better place in the zone.
Well, at this point, I think the better place does not exist as of now. You're going to have to make it yourself. Grind. Nate cooked. Lobbed and secures the knock. The opening they were looking for has been found by the players of LOC. And every time it matters to someone else that they play well in a particular match, LOC, they show up to ruin the day.
It's time for no mercy.
Yeah.
And LOC, they are definitely trying their best. And now look at this. As soon as they found the first opener, the players instantly start to move on in. You've also got Sketch in the back line, slowly and steadily traversing towards the compound. For Entity, all the 4 players, they're going to collapse right on top. All they need to do is just hold down the staircases. For Entity, too much more to process. So many players just looking forward to breach in at the same time. Kamala Boy, he needs to pull off a miraculous play in that position. He's the only one sort of separated from the pack. And if he's not able to do anything, all the 4 players of LOC will probably be the one to come through. Somraji does find the first knockout. Or actually, it's Kamala Boy's the one to find the first knockout. The spam's coming through as well. A little bit of chip damage dished out, but it's still not going to be enough to get any semblance of hope.
Well. As you mentioned, not going to be enough for Troy. He's still there on the rooftop, and I believe he's just tracking Fragger constantly. Now LOC putting up the pressure, forcing Entity to climb up to the rooftops. Although it's a bit of a scramble right now between the 2 sides. LOC still looking to equalize the numbers. This is an extended fight now.
Yeah, it's getting awkward.
Yeah, they are going to start running out of throwables. I mean, I believe one side is already out of throwables and they're going to be forced to take a fight. And it is Entity who actually make it work. Fragger knocked and finished. LOC down to their last 2 players.
Anything can happen though still. We've seen a 1-on-4 being pulled off in the past, right? THW's hopes and dreams, they were shattered by Sam from NIY. So you cannot be too overconfident in these type of scenarios. Still need to let the scenario breathe. 2 more players up and alive from LOC underneath as the utilities are being tossed, but nothing's being found. Kamla Boy now looking forward to step the boundaries a little bit more. Spamming through the smoke, spots out another man in the front. LOC in a big wall of trouble once again. The man's still doing a lot of that damage. He wants to go for the confirmation. He tried to thirst it through. Kamla Boy's bleeding to his death slowly and steadily. Entity, they need to do something, but then there's a third party from Lifecraft. Lifecraft knows there's still some semblance of hope in the hands of Entity, and they're here to steal it away.
They just ignore the two players on the staircases and keep pushing through into that classroom. But Lifecraft, they're wiping the floor with the players of Entity now. It's just Troy, the last man left standing, and I think it is over. The journey for Entity Gaming. Quite unfortunate, but Lifecraft, I think they are going to charge up. Troy, it's a 1v4. Can't do much here, really. Here.
Yeah, you really can't. Nades being tossed out, and that's it for Troy. Entity, with that, they're done for. The flag's going to be on top of the grave. Lifecraft, a hunting squad, looking pretty good. The purge is successful so far for these guys. They haven't been taking any sort of damage upon themselves because Lifecraft, they're targeting the bunch who are quite desperate.
Again, with Desperation, mistakes were made, but Mogo Esports, that's a cool looking car, but Mogo Esports, I think, not what we expected from them, right? We were expecting them to actually go on a tear, but they aren't really able to find anyone in this game.
Yeah, instead they're the one getting ripped apart.
Even that isn't happening. Mogo Esports is just like, they're on a drive.
I mean, the last time they tried to do so in Vikendi, Team Insane, they just shredded through them. So, let's see. I mean, hopefully the same thing's not going to be happening. They do have a firing squad, nothing taken away from that. But still, some of the rammings that they're coming up with is just way too random, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, they are in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard as well, right? So at that point, do whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, I guess.
Your game, yeah.
You've got the leeway. HYDERABAD Hydras, though, I like this thinking, knowing the fact that they're way too close to that qualification barrier. That's why they're going for that late game rotation inside of the zone. But look at what Team Limra is doing. What are they doing all the way up north?
I think they are going to try and play for placements, try and see if they can just maintain that consistent performance of theirs. Limra as well is in a position from where I think 5 to 6 points, they're good to go for the grand finale. But guess what? We're already in stage 2, and we are already down to 10 teams, 37 players. Only 37 players still alive. Look at that, 5 teams eliminated within the first 2 stages of the game. And guess what? Galaxy Esports are still there, but hey, this might be bad. Lifecraft, they come across the players of Reckoning Esports, and Viper, his Lamborghini. Well, there's there's smoke coming out of that engine.
Hold on, Reckoning Esports, they still haven't blown the cover yet.
Yeah.
As soon as Lifecraft knows it's like Reckoning Esports in the front, that's when they will start to hunt them down. Not just yet, because they do not know it's Reckoning. And looking at the players of Lifecraft, this push is looking pretty unorthodox as well. It's not going to work out that much. Reckoning Esports, all they need to do is gather up towards one big compound and play that defense game.
Well, they are in a prime position to go defensive, actually, quite close to the center of the circle. And unless there is a hard shift that takes us back towards that potato hill towards school, I think Reckoning, Lifecraft, Inferno Squad, all of them are going to be quite safe.
Insane.
And it is a shelter, Milta, farm triangle of death. Insane. In a decent position, I have to say. If they find some cover, they can play for survival.
Yeah, they've got a compound, a big one. That's what they're playing for them.
8-bit, though.
Reckoning Esports on the northern side. Now they need to spread themselves out a little bit more. Spread their wings. You've also got Inferno Squad moving in from that same area. This is where the real trouble is now going to start to knock the doors.
Yeah.
Because Lifecraft, they're still out on the hunt. You can see the players moving in. Out in the open, they do not even care about the outcome. And now they're going to spot a couple of more players from the side of Reckoning Esports scattered across. And they want to stop the players of Reckoning Esports making that rotation. And that's why you see Lifecraft taking some major risks inside of the fight too. Reckoning in that dip. The vehicle's going to be in the front line. Some shots being caught, that's for sure. But eventually, Trigger gets knocked out.
Well, not going to finish. First point on the board for Reckoning Esports, but Lifecraft, are they going to push for more? Are they going to try again to pick off Reckoning Esports? Inferno Squad, they have avoided all conflict over here, and they've just decided to take a safer spot inside of the circle and hold on to it. In the meanwhile, again, Necro, 2 teams still in contention for qualification are still outside in the blue zone in this game. HYDERABAD Hydras, who are all the way towards Gatka, and Limra is still in Zarki.
They indeed are. I'm specifically looking at what's going on inside of the zone. The center, once again, starting to fill up with a lot of those teams, right?
Yeah.
You've got a big splash of colors. It's filled up for now. Inferno squad spotting out the players of Lifecraft, and once again for Lifecraft, this is exactly what they needed. U2's going to be tossed up on the opposite side. Unfortunately, Pasha gets knocked out as well. Inferno squad, the man squad isolated. Justin, he needs to stay alive. And now it's just playing Ring of Roses. But the man at the front lines, Justin, he knows exactly where the man in the front is too. That's why you see him repositioning quite flawlessly. Lifecraft, they will soon be on the receiving end as the nade's now going to be tossed in. It dishes out a lot of that damage on the man at the front lines. And Justin, oh, this is going to be perfect Molotov. Man being forced outside of his cover, but eventually gets knocked out still by the Molotov.
And now Lifecraft, they're down to their last man, Inferno squad. They'll be so grateful for these points that have been handed to them. Remember, they needed 4 to climb up. They have been, well, they have secured 2 already. One of their players, though, is knocked out. Although I think it should be an easy recovery on Owen if Manthan can deny Viper the exit from that shack. Even Justin is there on the flank to cover up.
I mean, just hope that he's on the safer side of things, right? Yes. Yeah. I like this move, getting rid of the tires. Realize the man's now trying to smoke up the vehicle. The tires are gone. Viper too late to smoke. Lifecraft. The man's just pinned right there. The Viper's goal has to be, if every single man from the side of Inferno squad, they do try to collapse on top of him, he needs to do something. Viper still did not know that the tires were blown up until he got inside of that vehicle. Now he knows there's no escape route now.
Yeah, there is no running away from this. It's a 1v4. Owen shows up for his revenge. Viper is still hiding in there. But no, it's Viper who secures the opening. Finds Owen, looking for the second with the DBS.
I don't like this!
Gets the second as well and takes away 1 point. One player from the side of Inferno squad, but luckily for them, they do get those 3 points in the bag. One more man knocked out. Zin needs a revive.
8-bit on the trail. If they want, they can capitalize as well. Juicy's driving around that area.
Yeah, he's quite close.
Yeah, he's really close. And he knows the fact that every single player is inside of that one single wooden shack. But he still backs away because even for 8-bit, this can be really important. They're now driving around like vultures. And look at the zone shifting right on top of the players of Reckoning Esports. I think so with this, they should be able to move on forward and qualify.
I think so too, but it all depends whether they survive till the very end of the game as well. And talking about survival, by the way, Galaxy is still there. DP has managed to stay alive for a long time, but I think his time inside of this game might be coming to an end since he is going to be quite close to the players of RTGIND soon.
Pretty much.
And once he is out, it just opens up the door for Reckoning and for 8-bit and for Inferno squad.
Team Insane, Reckoning, you've got Mogo as well down south. For some reason, Mogo's trying to play it a little bit more safer. Hyderabad Hydras, they did push up close and personal against Inferno squad, but then even 8-bit, they're found in the crossfire. Is that a good news or a bad news? That's my real question. But with these fights, Hyderabad Hydras, they're blown up the cover.
Exactly, they're blowing up the cover and they're blowing up 8-bit with it. 2 players knocked and finished off instantly. And look on the board, 8-bit are yet to put themselves in terms of that finish counter. Still at 0. They need a lot of points. Inferno squad already a little bit of a head start with those 3 points. Reckoning as well. At least they have 1 to work with. Hyderabad Hydras with 2 extra finishes.
8-bit down to a 2-man squad. And now they once again on a move. Hyderabad Hydras finding themselves a bit of that dip to play with. It's not too good, but it's still something you can try and work upon. It's not inside the zone too, so 8-bit, they're trying to move in. For Hyderabad Hydras, even they need to move in. Inferno squad, they've already thought a lot of the steps ahead, so they're already inside of the zone, holding a decent compound.
Holding on a pretty decent compound, as you mentioned, but it's going to be interesting to see how far they, or how long, in fact, they lost into this match.
Oh
Team
my
Limra, though.
God. Johnny,
yeah,
look at this. Inferno squad, Reckoning Esports, Galaxy Esports right next to each other. This is going to be super interesting for Galaxy's just down to that one last man, right, for DP. And if he gets eliminated, then Reckoning Esports, they will have an easy way in.
Yeah. mean, that is what I think Reckoning have also been hoping for a long time, but DP refuses to give up. There he is, just hiding in that watchtower in the back lines, and I think it's not just room opening for Reckoning, it opens up the floodgates for Inferno Squad and 8-Bit as well, and Hyderabad Hydras, who it seems like are put under heavy fire by RTG and that's the opening knock there.
Oh, Ralphie. A way to spice things up. There's a smoke in the front. Smoke maybe is able to tank a couple of more bullets, considering a lot of those shots being missed. And that reposition from the side of Moch is also looking pretty good. So he's going to be safe for now. Hyderabad Hydras, they can be back up on the feed with all the 4 players. But then you've also got Team Limra just knocking on the doors from the back. This time trying to be a little bit more naughty. Hyderabad Hydras, it's better to just disengage from this entire fight, move away. But then Team Limra, they're constantly adding on that pressure.
Oh man, Limra, they were the late entry into the circle, but now they're looking to cause a lot of trouble. Crypto knocked out, Madrek and Insidious just hiding inside that wall of smoke. But Limra, how much utility do they have? They spend so much time looting, so much time wasted in that city of Zarki. Finally, they're looking to cross shelter, but before they do that, they have to finish off the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and that is exactly what Limra is looking to do.
Have they made it? That's my question. Hyderabad Hydras down to just that one last man. And now that man's trying to play for the survival. And Insidious has found himself against someone, and they get eliminated. And with that, Hyderabad Hydras, they might have just not secured the spot. They've only gotten 4 points, or 2 points.
2 points. It's just 2 points from this game for Hyderabad Hydras. And, oh man, missing out on a grand finale in your own city. That is going to be heartbreaking.
It indeed will be.
Hey, Robin's back.
That dude was Team Insane, just nailing them down. Robin still playing in the lineup. Mogo Esports, not looking too good, but fine. It's okay. 8-Bit, once again on the receiving end of things. As Mighty gets knocked out, Inferno Squad, these points are going to mean a lot. They're the lifesaver. And now that Hyderabad Hydras is out too from the game, that's one less of a competition.
Yeah, and one less team to beat. Now again, oh, Galaxy Esports also getting taken out.
Oh.
So, 8-Bit, Reckoning, and Inferno Squad. Boys, it is time to strike. It's now or never. And my goodness, Necro, 8-Bit might just bite the dust. Mighty at the right second, the first aid pops up. But look at that, he's out of heals now. And the line of fire will be available to the players of Mogo Esports. Shogun almost taking his head off his shoulders. There. Gets distracted by the players of Inferno Squad. Now this can work out for 8-Bit. All they have to do is just not get eliminated before Inferno Squad.
Oh, Jatin gets knocked out from the blue. It's not a good news for Inferno Squad, right? Considering Jatin is supposed to be their main playmaker. He's supposed to be the day saver for them. Mighty still knocked out. Adit, they're trying to close on up. He wants to hand out those meds to the fallen player. But then Mighty's only got the bandages to patch himself up. And that's what he's doing constantly. The zone is away from Mighty. He needs to crawl his way inside of the safe zone, and it will be quite a daunting task. Utilities tossed on top of the players of Inferno Squad. Look at the amount of utils these are. It's a complete barrage of nades.
Yeah, but all of them are in the wrong spot. They're falling like a couple of meters short, and Inferno Squad, they don't even feel the heat of the blast of the nades over there. So, RTG they definitely need to close in the distance before they try and take out the players of Inferno Squad, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit tricky for them, considering even Manthan has a line of fire available. Just takes down the man and puts him back on the ground. Lobster knocked out. RTG feeling pressure for the first time in this match. I think Reckoning makes through, Necro. I think Reckoning will qualify.
Yeah, I mean, they've got all the 4 players alive too, right? What's going to stop them? Even if they do end up taking one more fight and they do get eliminated, they still do make it. Mogo Esports, though, they challenge a fight against Team Insane. And Mogo Esports, it's all down to Shogun and one more man. That's going to be Robin. But still, the day's going to be saved by Shogun. One man himself. He was taken down to a sliver of HP, but still Mogo Esports is in that race. But once again, for Mogo Esports, this chicken dinner does not even matter. Why are they playing so safe?
They can ruin the day for everyone else. I think that is why, and that is exactly what they're doing, suffocating everyone for points. Because Necro, 4 points help you cross into the top 8 right now for any of these teams. And oh no, 8-Bit eliminated on the 6th spot inside of this match. Now, we don't know what fate holds in store for them. Inferno Squad is also down to their last player as well. So fate and destiny, the slot for the grand finale, still up for grabs. Zin, does he make it through? He's finally moving out inside of the blue, gets out of the vehicle, too much damage. I think it is done. Inferno Squad bite the dust.
Yeah, they can't stand a chance. He was trying to go for the med strat, unfortunately lacking on those meds. That's why he gets eliminated too by the zone. And now look at the amount of utils that's being tossed from the side of Team Limra. Reckoning Esports on the receiving end of things as RTJXIND being challenged now from Mogo Esports as it's quite an unorthodox push, but still Robin strikes down another man, and now it's Ralphie 2 in the front, and Robin, he clutches it out! That's it for RTJXIND as well, and now it's time for Reckoning Esports to bite the dust!
And they do in fact eat the dust at the hands of Team Limra, but final 4 versus 3, it is Limra against Mogo Esports. And again, I mean, Robin, he has been impressive today, at least in this game. 2 finishes secured, 2 by Shogun, 4 by Delta PG, who is, of course, the best performing player for Mogo Esports. But in this last 4v3, go for a revive. Someone bring him back, please. You're going to need that, man.
Someone needs to bring him back. You've got 4 players of Team Limra still up and alive, and we know this should be their game too, considering they've got the man advantage. For Mogo Esports, yeah, the revival's on the process, but they do not even care. Team Limra, they've already done really good. The zone is going to be out in the open in no man's land. No one's still got that contention, and that's why we see Delta PG slowly and steadily closing on up. The way Mogo Esports is playing is like every man for himself, and now Delta PG is getting capitalized. He did try his best to fight back, but unfortunately his best is not going to be enough for now. Mogo Esports losing out on 2 players. Now it's all down to one last man. That's going to be Shogun, and can he stand a chance? That's my real question, and I don't think so he will.
It's a 1v3 to end the last game of the semifinals, and there it is. Team Limra, the slow approach all the way from Zarki finally works out. An impressive win for Team Limra, but who gets to celebrate the fact that they are heading into the finals now? That is the big question, and we're all waiting for an answer.
Hyderabad Hydras did not do good. Reckoning Esports was able to do really good. Zen was going for the med strat in the final few moments. Unfortunately, he did not really have enough meds, so there's a chance Reckoning and Inferno Squad, they breach in, and then Rivalry and Galaxy, they get kicked.
Oh my goodness, I mean, this is about to get intense. We are going to find out what happens.
I mean, for Reckoning, they were there in the final few moments. For Inferno Squad, too, I think so. They've just done, they've just done enough. So, man, it's just going to be way too on the edge, dude.
And I think it's going to be very close, the qualification as well. Might even come down to the tiebreakers.
I mean, definitely. There's definitely a chance. And, I mean, soon enough, the overall standings will be there. But before that, we'll also be looking at the MVP and the winning moment.
Yeah.
I mean, the entire final few moments, it does not really matter. All the other teams that were already moved on forward, right? You've also got Insane, Mogo, the fights going on here and there, fine. But the real question is, I mean, Hyderabad Hydra is not making it with just 2 points. We knew they're not going to make the cut. But then even the team right above Rivalry 2 was in quite a volatile spot.
No, that was Limra.
Oh, so Limra has made it. Then another team's going to be kicked down underneath Limra.
I don't think so, because what the cutoff was, like, it was 104. It was 102, 104, and then it was 112. I mean, it went beyond 112 for teams that were there on the 6th position onwards. So I think there is still an opportunity. Galaxy Esports are getting kicked out. Rivalry is also out, but we're going to have to figure out who actually pushes through, because there were 4 different teams on the 9th, 10th, 11th, and the 12th position, all in contention for the same position. None of them were like quite far away. It was like 6-7 points at max separating them from the qualification barrier.
I mean, you got to feel bad for Galaxy Esports, man.
Yeah.
All those time and effort that they put inside of the game. They were actually doing really good too for themselves. This was one of these underdog teams right next to Team Limra that really impressed us. And now when it matters the most, they do crack into that pressure, man.
Yeah. It's such a big heartbreak. We have been discussing for the last 2 days, not in fact, longer than that, the entire second week, when we saw Galaxy Esports bounce back on day number 2, we were like, all right, we would love to see these players at the grand finale, on the stage of the grand finale. Unfortunately, that ain't happening now.
Yeah, and off the rip, we also saw Lifecraft taking so many fights. Even Lifecraft, they were quite responsible for making a lot of these hopes and dreams shatter in that last game, right? Taking fights against Entity, wiping them out too.
They took out Galaxy.
They also took out Galaxy Esports. They took down 3 players, and then it was just 1 man in the end. But honestly speaking, it's Galaxy Esports to blame for that. Why did they drop in their main drop location?
I think they were just expecting the opposite to happen, because this usually happens to Lifecraft. Lifecraft also like to go to Severny, and Lifecraft do not have a good win rate with those early fights. We remember, I mean, at a certain point, Kemenex Venom were basically bullying them in Severny every single time, going there, picking off a few players, and then heading towards that northern Georgia Pole city. So that was happening with Lifecraft. Galaxy Esports, I think they just wanted to do the same thing, but unfortunately this time Lifecraft, they were prepared.
And yeah, speaking of Kevin X1, they were not even spotted in the lobby.
Oh yeah.
Where were they? They were supposed to play this game, but we did not even see them. I guess they were just trying to pull off some weird shenanigans, and then they just straight up ran their vehicle somewhere, and they got eliminated. Probably the classic.
I have no idea where they were, man.
Yeah, probably the classic exit. We also saw Prime Esports take an exit a while ago, and then we also saw RTGXI and survive till the final few moments. They haven't made the cut, but you still got to give that Warrior Spirit a really good prop.
Oh, that is true. I mean, it was an impressive performance from RTGI and of course everyone else who made it this far into this BGIS 2024. It wasn't easy just to stay alive in this tournament, to survive all the way. Let's dissect grind from this, right? Round 1,000 plus teams, and then every single round it just kept getting tougher and tougher, and you've been there the entire journey. Every round, the intensity of the matches, of the qualification cutoff, the way the teams were playing, the pressure the teams were under, it just kept getting higher and higher.
I mean, let's speak about some of the record setters, right? Reckoning Esports.
Reckoning as well.
This is one of those teams that set major records. You also have THW setting those records inside of the round 2, where they got, I think, so five chicken dinners, which is insane in my opinion.
It is insane. Out of the 6 games they played, they got 5 chicken dinners, and guess what? In the 6th game, they were second.
So super consistent in my opinion. But yeah, moving in towards
Reckoning Esports, Viper.
Even Reckoning Esports, they were supposed to be the aggressive bunch till the end. They still are the aggressive bunch, but this final game they played it smart. They knew exactly what to do.
Exactly. But guess what, Necro? We are not going to wait a long time to witness the qualification and the cutoff. We are not going to wait anymore for the overall cutoff. Skip everything. Here's the overall leaderboard.
Oh my God, they make it!
And they make it!
Oh, as we speculated, as we saw it coming, Galaxy Esports and Rivalry, they have been kicked out. This is going to be such a big stinger for Galaxy. But then Inferno Squad, they take their spot. And then Reckoning Esports, a well-deserved 7th spot. You also have Team Insane right on the 6th, 8-Bit on the 5th. But yeah, these are going to be your formidable 8, joining the rest 8s in the Grand Finals.
And of course, the one Undergod team that has made it through, Team Limra, on that 3rd position. This last game was phenomenal from them. And again, maintaining a good balance between their placement and the finish point as well. But of course, I mean, going into the grand finale from this semifinals week to Carnival Gaming and Mogo, their journey, it was madness.
It indeed was. That 8-Bit 2 comeback that we saw from them today itself, it was quite incredible. Mogo Esports, once again, just being able to pin that spot down. 143 points, CG 150 points crossed already. I mean, so many comebacks we witnessed. We witnessed Entity's comeback. No, we did not witness Entity comeback, but we witnessed 8-Bit's comeback. We witnessed Insane's comeback, Reckoning, and IS.
And look at that, though. Galaxy Esports, Inferno Squad were eliminated kind of in the mid-game stages, and Reckoning Esports during the extreme late-game stages. Had Galaxy Esports just been able to win that first fight, it would have done so much for them. And even Hyderabad Hydras, who end up finishing their journey on the 11th position with 104 points. Ouch, they were there alive for a long time, man.
And let's be honest, Johnny, we expected Entity to make that comeback as well.
They were sitting on the 1st position at one point, 2 days ago.
Yes, they were on the day 1. And then later on, at the start of the day, they were barely on the verge of qualification too. They were somewhere on the 9th or the 10th spot. And now look at them. Not being able to get any sort of points, all the way down on that 14th spot, right next to Godlike. It is definitely going to be a major stinger. But looking at some of the major comebacks, the massive comebacks that we saw, the redemption arc from 8-Bit, Team Insane, you've also got Reckoning Esports, and then you've got Inferno Squad.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of happiness, a little bit of heartbreak. Looking at those names on the 2nd page of the leaderboard, some of the biggest names in the country. Let's move forward to the last page of the leaderboard now. And this is where I think we barely see any surprises, because a few of the teams we did expect to, well, not bounce back, because the difference was a little too much for them to deal with as well. But it has been quite intense.
Let's look at a few more names that were not able to make it.
Magnet
Let's
is going to
move
be
on
there.
towards the last page. And yeah, at some point, Magnet was there in the top 8 too.
Yeah,
At
they
the day
were.
one itself. And Magnet was also supposed to be one of these underdogs that we all expect to make that cut.
Lifecraft was there in the top 8 as well at one point.
Yeah, I mean, Lifecraft, looking at their entire wildcard comeback that we witnessed, right? 29 bomber to bring them back in the race.
7 Shaw. The journey to semi-finals week 2 began with Tiger from 7 Shaw having a 1v4 against Godlike Esports.
Yep.
And after that, that was it. That was the highlight of their journey.
And honestly speaking, LOC, they've been on the last page of the overall standings the entire time. But still, they were going for those early game fights.
Our bottom 4 did not change from the start till the end, I think. LOC,
Right
Inspiration, NIY, and Prime. I mean, I'm a little bit more disappointed from NIY and Prime, considering they really did put up exceptional performances in the rounds prior to this. And
yeah,
I don't know what happened. All of that just faded into thin air once the semifinals began.
Yeah, just poofed, right?
Yeah.
And it's something that we did not really saw coming too, especially Prime Esports. Remember Brook from this entire team?
Yes.
He was supposed to be the main playmaker, but then later on, as Brook vanished away, the entire team was not able to keep up.
Yeah. And it was kind of upsetting as well. Prime struggling, to see them struggle.
Yeah.
It was kind of a heartbreak, but then again, not everyone will break through. Only the top 16 get to step on that stage now.
Yeah.
Just a few days.
So many teams were barely able to hang on to that thread to make it towards the semifinals. RTGX IND, Lifecraft with that big game that they got. They barely managed to squeeze themselves in that top 16 in the wild card. And over here as well, they try to pull something like that off, especially RTGX IND. Yesterday was a massive comeback from them, but unfortunately today, the shift was not with them.
Exactly. The fate did not have their side, and of course it was kind of tough. Even in this last game, RTGID, they were trying their level best. They fought till the very end. Had they won the game, maybe things could have been different, but I mean, it's a what-if scenario now.
I mean, we saw the rest of the 8 teams now joining the teams that already qualified in towards the grand finals. On the other side, you've got teams like Vasista Esports, Global Esports, and Team X-Spark, who have been dominating the competition left, right, center.
You can't forget Aiku Soul, right?
Yeah.
They are waiting to strike as well. There is a lot they have to say. There's a lot they have to showcase to everyone else who has been doubting those players, and they have to shut all of their critiques.
But then even from the week 2, you've got some of the formidable foes as well, man. Teams like Kemen Esports. You've also got Reckoning Esports 2 on the way now.
Top
and then
2,
you've also
Mogo
got
and
Carnival.
Yeah,
Mogo and Carnival. Mogo pretty much being the defending champions lineup. And now Johnny, knowing that it's pretty much the last day of the semifinals week 2. Any last words?
I mean, I'm just saying, no matter what happens, I would love to see you guys at the grand finale. And of course, the Elite Pass is also there. That grants you a few extra perks that Necro and Fixes will join you in. But I think now it's just a few days of wait, and then the stage is waiting for us.
What lies on the other side of this day is going to be the grand finals that will be happening in Hyderabad itself. So many hopes and dreams were shattered and broken, but a lot of those are also going to be made in the future. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Johnny. We'll see you guys in the grand finals in Hyderabad.
आप क्यों नहीं खेलते अब? टाइम नहीं मिलता यार। ऐसा क्या करते हो? अरे यार टाइम नहीं, सीरियसली।
अब मैं वो प्लेयर नहीं रहा। आई मूव्ड ऑन इन लाइफ। कह दो कि तुम अपने दोस्तों के साथ चिकन डिनर मिस नहीं करते क्या? मुझे स्क्वाड में वापस ले लो।
Reunite with your squad and enjoy new skins, weapons, and exciting updates. Download BGMI today.
Yes, sir.
Amit, you're doing an excellent job. मतलब एक डेथ मैच. Amit, why no sales in the first quarter? इसका मतलब 2 डेथ मैच. Amit, we must talk about your performance. ये लंबा जाएगा. 4 डेथ मैच. BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्डस्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
शर्मा जी का दिन ही खराब था। गोल्ड फिश का देहांत हुआ और कोई मूर्ख में इस पे धर दिए फिश फ्राई। अब गुस्से में उड़ा दिए फ्रिस्बी की तरह। किट्टी को बैक स्टोरी थोड़ा ही पता है, बस लपक पड़ी। फ्लाइट पाथ पर आ गई बेचारी तिवारी मैम और इस चबन्नी ने बना दिया उनके मीम। बड़ी हंसी के फुहारे छूट रहे हैं, लो निकल ली बस। बड़ी मेहनत से बनता है थोड़ा वक्त। BGMI के क्विक गेम मोड्स है, थोड़ा टाइम, प्ले थोड़ा BGMI।
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI रॉयल पास।
रुक यार, जिगल विगल करके दे दिया। Who's that guy? पकड़ बे कौन है? जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे, बोलो जिगल विगल करके सारे प्रो अपने लड़के। जिगल विगल करके सब लोग बोले मुझे सेंसे।